Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather outbreak live stream. We have a long evening and overnight period ahead of us with a potential for a tornado outbreak. We are expecting several tornadoes in addition to a widespread area of damaging winds over the next several hours, in addition to a flash flooding outbreak that is also happening back over in Kentucky, West Virginia, Virginia, and Tennessee. We're going to be talking all about this throughout today's live stream. We have about a half a dozen storm chasers in addition to hundreds of different live cameras to give you the latest on everything that is happening across the board. If you are new to the channel, don't forget to hit the red button down below and subscribe, and also make sure to like the stream on your way in here. And we are going to go ahead and get right into what is happening out there right now. After I fix the storm chaser issue, we'll go to this for now. All right, let's go ahead and get into what's happening out there right now. So we do have a few severe storms that have already started to pop up. Obviously, we have not seen any severe weather up until literally the last 15 minutes. It's been a very quiet afternoon when it comes to severe storms, but all the instability and all the wind shear is starting to amplify now, and we are anticipating the worst risk of severe weather to be from about 6 until 10 o'clock tonight, and it will continue into the overnight hours, depending on where you are. Our second severe thunderstorm warning of the day is going to be just outside of Memphis. This is near Wynne, Arkansas, just south of Tubman. This is actually a live shot over in northeastern Arkansas right now. A lot of rain already on the ground, and this goes in addition to all the rain that we're seeing. There is a flooding threat, and we are also seeing severe weather in this area and frequent lightning as well in the vicinity out of a line of storms that is now approaching the Mississippi River Valley back over just outside of Memphis, Tennessee. Bottom right of your screen is a live shot right now in Memphis, and we have a few other shots in Memphis that we will be showing you in a moment. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and change it over to, let's go to 3. I think 3. All right. Nope, that's not it. All right, we'll stay on 1 for now. So this is a live shot bottom right of your screen out of Memphis. Obviously, hazy skies. We'll likely see a shelf cloud here in just a few minutes as this line of storms does approach. Also, just out to the east of this, we do have a few little semi-discrete supercells that are trying to form back over near Covington, right along Route 51. This is an area that we are concerned about here over the next hour, because any discrete cells that end up forming and are able to mature will have the capability of producing a strong tornado threat. Right now, as of about 2 minutes ago, there was a report of a wall cloud on this storm just west of Covington near the Gilt Edge area. On radar, we are not seeing anything that is imminent for a tornado, but obviously a wall cloud report is pretty serious at this point. If we have a wall cloud, that is just the beginning stages there to being a possibility for a tornado. So this is a storm that we are watching very closely. Long term, it'll go towards Dyersburg, Tennessee, and then Union City would also be a long-term track of that particular cell. Back through Mississippi and Alabama, these areas will be seeing severe weather ramping up really as we go after sunset tonight, but we could have a few prefrontal convective storms that develop out in front of this line, and if that happens, again, a strong tornado threat will be possible, especially back over northern parts of Mississippi. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning just southeast of Shreveport. This is the first severe thunderstorm warning of the day. Just to the south of Shreveport, it has just crossed over Interstate 49. There is a tornado possible label on this storm. We are beginning to notice some rotation just east now of Interstate 49. It is heading towards Ringgold, Louisiana. So if you are in Ringgold, definitely make sure that you are at least staying away from windows as this storm continues to track to the northeast over the next several minutes. And long term, it'll head towards Interstate 20, going towards Ruston, which I would give it about a 30 to 45 minute time frame until it is back up in those areas. And also, this includes Webster, DeSoto, Caddo, Red River, Beanville, and Bosser parishes here in western Louisiana. And also, I want to point out that a couple of storms back over in East Texas are also beginning to rotate. So we may get a couple of tornado warnings at some point over the next 30 to 45 minutes as these cross into western Louisiana. So this is an area that we're keeping a close eye on, which is also associated with the line of thunderstorms that is currently moving into Louisiana. We also have several storms that are forming back over in central Louisiana. These are all tracking to the northeast. None of these severe at this time, but we'll keep a close eye on these. A few of them do have a little bit of hook shapes to them. At this point, there is no rotation that is imminent here, but we may see an isolated tornado out of this batch of thunderstorms as that continues to lift to the north and east. Now, today's risk of severe weather is relatively elevated. We are talking about the potential for a severe weather outbreak today across the southeast and as well as the Ohio Valley. And so this is the risk for severe weather. The Storm Prediction Center has maintained a large enhanced risk for severe weather in Alabama, Tennessee, Mississippi, Arkansas, and also back through Louisiana and even into the Florida Panhandle. There's also a marginal and slight risks that all go back up into parts of Kentucky and also go throughout parts of Texas and as well as Georgia. Our main concern for today has now become damaging winds. This is not something you see very often when we have a 45% chance within a 25-mile radius of damaging winds. This is definitely something that is going to be significant today. So if you are anywhere back over here in Alabama or Mississippi, anticipate some numerous to widespread damaging winds tonight. There is also going to be a potential for several tornadoes across areas in the deep south, but the damaging wind threat is very elevated today, and we are anticipating the potential for some widespread damaging winds here across Alabama and as well as back through Mississippi. In addition to that, our tornado risk is a 10% hatched risk, which means that strong tornadoes are going to be a possibility. That is across parts of Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and as well as back through Arkansas. So strong tornadoes are possible. This threat will really start to ramp up, I think, over the next half an hour to an hour, and then eventually we are talking about the threat for a line of thunderstorms that is going to be capable of producing several QLCS tornadoes. And what that means is that we could basically see a bunch of tornadoes embedded in a line of storms. They will usually be pretty quick, but there will probably be almost a dozen, if not more, of those types of tornadoes as this line of storms continues to track to the east. Obviously, right now, this line of storms is not super organized yet, but we do anticipate this to organize a lot more as it moves into Tennessee and as well as Mississippi. And it's already beginning to organize back up here in northeastern Arkansas. All right, let's go through the timing as well here for tonight. We'll go ahead and show you the HRRR model and the timing. Obviously, if you are anywhere here across the Ohio Valley or even back into the southeast, what I want you to do is make sure that you have multiple ways to receive alerts. Some of these areas do not have great cell reception, and a weather radio can come in big handy if you have a local news station or if you want to keep this stream on during the overnight hours. It's not a bad idea, as again, the potential there is definitely there if you do not have great cell service for your phone possibly not to go off while you're sleeping. So definitely make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts tonight. This is the timing for tonight. This is right around 7 to 8 o'clock. Notice how this line of thunderstorms is going to become very defined, very organized. This is going to be a full-blown squall line, producing numerous to widespread damaging winds, some large hail, and likely several tornadoes as this tracks across Tennessee and eventually going into western Mississippi. This is by 8 to 9 o'clock tonight. This line of storms continues to organize. We will also see the northern side of this become a bit severe back up into Kentucky, where there's currently a lot of rain happening and there's also flash flooding happening. We are also going to have an isolated chance up there for damaging winds and even an isolated tornado. So we need to watch this very closely back over in Kentucky tonight as well. Line of storms moves into western Tennessee and also across Mississippi. Eventually, as we get closer to around 10 to 11 o'clock tonight, this line of storms is moving right into the Nashville metro. So in this area, we are anticipating significant damaging winds and also maybe a couple of tornadoes in that area. In addition to that, that line of storms will go as far south as the Gulf Coast. Eventually, as we go into the overnight hours, this line of storms will still be producing some scattered damaging winds as it moves into eastern Kentucky, eastern Tennessee, and also back into Alabama and Georgia, including the Atlanta metro area. And then eventually, as we go into early tomorrow morning, this threat of severe weather doesn't necessarily end there, because back over in the southeast, there will also be a chance for some damaging winds. And again, this is what it looks like right around 8 to 9 o'clock tonight. Line of storms moving across Mississippi and Louisiana. Any prefrontal convection that develops here over the next 3 to 4 hours, which again is really going to be across Tennessee, Mississippi, and Louisiana, has the capability of producing strong tornadoes. We are monitoring that very closely right now. We already have a couple of prefrontal storms out there that we'll go back and show you here in just a moment. And then eventually, as we get closer to midnight, we are expecting this line of storms to move across southeastern Mississippi, central and western Alabama. And then eventually, as we go into early tomorrow morning, right around 6 to 7, this line of storms will still be producing isolated damaging winds into Georgia and Florida, and even perhaps South Carolina. And then eventually, this is moving into central Florida during the afternoon hours tomorrow, and it will be weakening. So we are anticipating, again, about a 12 to 16-hour severe weather event. This is only the beginning of a very long live stream. I think there's a pretty good chance here today that we will be live as long as 8 to 12 hours covering severe weather. Obviously, we are just at the tip of the iceberg. We only have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. I think at a given time later this evening, we could have as many as 20 severe thunderstorm warnings and perhaps as many as 10 tornado warnings at one given time. It's a very strong possibility today with today's severe weather setup. So you're going to want to make sure if you're anywhere here across the Mississippi River Valley, in the Tennessee Valley, that you have multiple ways to receive alerts, have a tornado action plan ready to go, and make sure that you are sharing the word with your friends and family that may be in these areas, as this is definitely going to be a very long afternoon and evening. And if you are in a mobile home, you're more than likely going to want to have an idea of where you're going to be going when you're under a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning, because you do not want to be caught in a mobile home in this sort of setup today. We are expecting, again, significant and at times widespread damaging winds and several tornadoes. So again, make sure that you are ready for this severe weather threat. All right, back into Louisiana right now. We do again have an area of strong winds that's going towards Ringgold, Louisiana. Again, there is a little bit of rotation on this storm. This is a storm that is currently labeled as tornado possible, so we are keeping a close eye on that. Rotation is really ramping up right now back over in East Texas and far western Louisiana, just outside of San Augustine, and as well as back over north of Jasper, Texas. Definitely make sure if you're anywhere back over here near the Texas and Louisiana border that you are staying vigilant right now. We do have strong rotation that is moving to the east-northeast, and I would not rule out a tornado warning at some point if this rotation continues to intensify. This is what it looks like on a radar site back over near Simpson. So again, a little bit of rotation near Pineland, and also a little bit of rotation back over north of Hemphill. Those are again currently moving to the northeast. And then back over south of Shreveport near Converse, there's also a pocket of rotation here that is moving towards I-49. So again, stay vigilant if you're back over there in parts of Louisiana. And let me see if we have any new updates on this storm in western Tennessee. There was a wall cloud reported on this a few moments ago. Yeah, so all right, let's go full cam. Let's go 3 cam view, and let's see what we got here. I'm gonna put Mezzo Hunter on the bottom right. Memphis, Tennessee. We got a couple cameras there. We got a massive shelf cloud that's going to be rolling here into parts of eastern Arkansas here over the next several minutes. I'm going to see if we can get a shot of that here. Let's see. We should have a pretty good live shot of that. By the way, if you have any friends or family in the track of the severe weather today or tonight, feel free to share the stream with them. We are going to be live again for upwards of 8 to 12 hours. Get the word out there on Facebook, Twitter, any of those platforms that you may have friends or family on. Feel free to share the stream with them. This is on the iDrive Texas Arkansas camera back over at mile marker 256 right now. This is a live shot westbound. So definitely a shelf cloud there on the left side of your screen. It is very ominous. This is the leading edge of this line of storms that is going to be capable of producing, at times, significant damaging winds. So this is again, live shot on the iDrive Texas camera. I think there might be another view of this, possibly a little bit better than this. A lot of people on the roadway, too. We got plenty of people traveling out there. Again, right now, this particular area is expecting damaging winds around 60 to 65 miles per hour. Also, I forgot to mention this. We do have a tornado watch. Many of you probably know if you are in the pink pink box here, but we do have a tornado watch in effect, which goes all the way until 10 o'clock Central Time. Western Tennessee, most of northern Louisiana, northwestern Mississippi, and eastern Arkansas are included in this tornado watch. So make sure that you have, again, multiple ways to receive alerts and have a tornado action plan in place, just in case you do end up being under a tornado warning or even a severe thunderstorm warning here tonight. All right, let's go back to 3 cams. That's what it looks like again right now, just outside of Memphis, Tennessee. We are keeping a close eye on the... I'm trying to find another Arkansas camera. See if we have a better shot of that shelf cloud. This is a little bit closer. This is, again, the iDrive Arkansas traffic cam back over westbound. This is at mile marker. Let me get a double check on this. Mile marker. This is exit 247. So definitely a lot of scud here on the leading edge of this line. Obviously, you might mistake that for a funnel cloud. I highly doubt that's a funnel cloud. I think that's just a lot of scud there. A little bit hard to tell when we have just frames here that are popping up. But this shelf cloud is just it's an indication, essentially, of damaging winds that we're going to be seeing here across eastern Arkansas here over the next hour. Definitely sus, though. I mean, I use this word sometimes. It looks sus. It looks suspicious, if you will. Thank you, Wayne, for the $10 super chat from Hazen, North Dakota. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well up there in North Dakota. Hopefully it's not too cold. It is about to get a whole lot colder as we go into next week. Thank you, Lake, for the one gifted and also the super chat before the stream. Thank you, Cammy, for becoming a member. Thank you, Adrian, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you, Davis, for the $5 super chat. Hey, no problem. Thank you, SOJ, for becoming a 7-month member, as well as KD for the 15 months. It's funny how the system is going to be impacting Michigan with snow. It is pretty ironic that we are not just dealing with severe weather, but we are also dealing with an entire snow event back up into parts of the Midwest and as well as the Northeast. This is what it looks like right now. This is the nationwide radar. We got a whole batch of snow right now moving into the Northeast as we speak. We've had freezing rain even in parts of, like, you know, southeastern Michigan. And here's another thing. If you're back over in Kentucky, we are not just dealing with a significant flooding threat right now. We are also going to see some snow tonight, which is unbelievable. If you're back over in parts of central Kentucky, in addition to flooding, there will also be the potential for snowfall as we go into early tomorrow morning. I do want to quickly touch on this flooding threat. We haven't really talked much about this, but we do have a really significant flooding threat taking place right now from even northeast Arkansas all the way back into Kentucky and also back into Virginia and West Virginia. This is something we've been talking about on our videos for the last several days now. The good news is that a lot of the rain is now lifting further to the north, but the damage has been done to many of these areas, and it is still to come across many areas, especially in eastern Kentucky. We actually have 2 flash flood emergencies right now back over in far western Virginia right now, just outside there of Pikeville, Kentucky. And there's already been major damage in these areas. And this is a photo from some of the damage. This is from the Pike and Buchanan County emergency alerts. This is obviously not something that you want to see. But, I mean, we're talking about major damage across many areas right now. And it honestly reminds me somewhat of Helene, what Helene literally just did, not even, you know, 6 months ago. It's unbelievable what we're seeing there right now in Kentucky and as well as Virginia. Unfortunately, flash flooding is a significant threat right now with all the rain that we've seen and all the rain that is yet to come, as we are going to see even more rainfall as we go into tonight. So make sure if you're anywhere in these areas that you are ready to go to higher ground. If you're in northern Tennessee, back up into parts of Kentucky, unfortunately, there's another round of storms coming through in addition to heavy rain on the back side of that is going to lead to even more problems, I think, as we go into tonight. So definitely not a good situation there by any means. Thank you, Greg, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you, Mango, for the 5 months. Thank you, Jackson, for the super chat. I'm in Shreveport, Louisiana. How do you think tonight is going to go? Well, the good news is that Shreveport has already seen the severe weather aspect of this line. The only thing left really is just a couple of storms on the backside of this cold frontal boundary, and then you're done. The biggest concern right now for Louisiana are these several different storms that are rotating. We got one southeast of Shreveport, one just to the west of I-49, one just east of San Augustine in Texas, and then also one north of Jasper, Texas. So we are again starting to see a lot more rotation right now across this line of storms. And we also have a couplet that is currently developing north of Gibbsland in Louisiana. That is just north of I-20. So that's definitely not something that you want to see. We may end up getting some sort of tornado threat. Granted that this is a relatively discrete cell right now, just outside of Homer, Louisiana. So definitely something to watch for. Let's go full cam to Memphis, Tennessee. We got a big shelf cloud right now rolling through. Really far right side of your screen. Look at that shelf cloud. This is going to look crazy in a few minutes. But that is a shelf cloud that is approaching the Memphis area. We are anticipating some significant damaging winds across the Memphis area here soon. At the minimum, gusty winds, but there could be damaging winds out of this as this line of storms continues to amplify over the next 20 minutes or so. But that is a shelf cloud out in the distance there in Memphis, Tennessee. That is going to be, it's going to look a lot more surreal in about 10 minutes or so once it's a little bit closer. But that is a crazy looking shelf cloud. Thank you, William, for the $10 Venmo. When will the squall line come through Chattanooga? Chattanooga, Tennessee. I'll go back through the timing for those in Kentucky and Tennessee. I know a lot of you tuning in today are likely in these areas. Granted, this is one of the areas that we covered literally only about a half a week ago for a out of nowhere severe weather event. But this is what it's going to look like right around 9 to 10 o'clock tonight. This is by 9 o'clock Central Time. I wouldn't even be surprised if this happens a little bit earlier, but a line of storms will be moving through Jackson, Tennessee, and approaching the Nashville area around 9 to 10 o'clock tonight. Also moving through areas like Elizabethtown, Kentucky, and eventually approaching Somerset around 11 o'clock tonight. As we get after midnight tonight and into the early overnight hours, this line of storms is approaching Cookeville and also the Chattanooga area. I think the tornado threat will be a little bit lower as this moves into eastern Tennessee, especially with all the mountainous regions that we have out here, but there will still be a pretty significant risk, I think, for damaging winds and maybe, again, an isolated tornado. And then also, as I mentioned just a moment ago, there will be some snow on the backside of all of this. Even if you're in Nashville, you might see some damaging winds and maybe an isolated tornado in that area. You could also see some snowfall when you wake up tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. I mean, it's just actually crazy what we're going to be seeing here. It's going to go literally from all this rain and all this severe weather to the potential for snow tomorrow morning. I don't know if you really can make that up. It's pretty unbelievable. Where's everybody watching from today? Let me know in the chat. I'm curious where you guys are all watching from today. Thank you, Greg, for the super chat. Thank you, Waco, for the super chat. Will Waco, Texas see snow next week? I highly doubt it. It's too far south. Thank you, Jay, for the $20 super chat, and as well as Deuce. Appreciate the generosity. How is Panama City Beach going to look tonight? I think the risk is going to really be closer to tomorrow morning. It'll be mainly it'll be more of a wind threat. The tornado risk should be much lower, but wind is going to be the primary concern down there. Thank you, Angela, for becoming a member. Thank you, Ethan, for the super chat. When are you going to do a 2025 tornado prediction? I don't usually do tornado predictions, so I probably won't have one. Thank you, Roxanne, for becoming a member. Thank you, Texas, for the $10 super chat. Let's go back full cam to Memphis. Again, Shelf Cloud is out on the right side of your screen right now. We are going to see a significant line of storms move through the Memphis area here very soon. Bottom right of your screen is the live radar view. I wouldn't even rule out maybe an isolated tornado coming out of this part of the line. We're definitely monitoring that threat closely. And as of about 20 minutes ago, there was a report of a wall cloud north of Covington, Tennessee. So we are keeping close tabs on that storm. Rotation on radar is still not super strong right now, but we'll be keeping a close eye on it. Also, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued. This is a storm we were just talking about in northern Louisiana and southern Arkansas. Currently, this storm is rotating just to the south of Homer. It's going towards Bernice, eventually going towards Spearsville, Junction City, El Dorado. And again, this is going to be moving into southern Arkansas here very soon. Rotation is starting to strengthen, and that'll be approaching Route 63 over the next 20 to 25 minutes. This is moving northeast at about 60 miles per hour. So this is a very fast-moving storm that is, again, currently tracking to the northeast. So, again, if you're anywhere back over near El Dorado, definitely make sure that you are staying away from windows. Going back to Memphis. I'm going to see if we have anything else in Arkansas real quick as well. Oh, that can't... Wow, look at that. Look at the camera. It's going right into my face cam. Thank you for pointing that out. I don't know how that happened. Nice. There we go. Should be better. Alright. We are doing some upgrades right now to our camera overlay. So there's going to be a lot of changes. Whenever we do our next stream, it'll look a lot cleaner and stuff. So there were a couple of possibly issues that I just accidentally made doing some upgrades. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be in Tennessee and Arkansas. So let's go and go back to live radar. This is going to include Lauderdale, Lauderdale and Tipton counties in Tennessee. And then it's also going to include Mississippi, Mississippi, Crittenden, and Poinsett counties in Arkansas. I think I just flipped a few of these counties, but it's going to be right here along the Tennessee and Arkansas border, and it should pop up at any second, but it's gonna be back up here near Covington. There it is. So again, if you're anywhere just north of Covington, near Wilson or Osceola, near Marked Tree right along the Mississippi River, this is where we're currently watching for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And there's also a tornado, or sorry, there's no tornado possible label on this, but there's also quarter-sized hail associated with this storm. So make sure if you're anywhere in this area that you are staying aware, stay away from windows. If you're in a mobile home, you should go to a sturdy structure. 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds currently heading towards the Mississippi River. The line of storms further down to the south is continuing to organize. So again, we are really watching all of this very closely here. That's what it looks like just north of Memphis right now. Very ominous skies, all pretty much mid to upper level clouds right now. Nothing really too close to the ground yet. Once that shelf cloud moves through, that line of storms should get a lot more interesting there near Millington, Tennessee. Also, let's go to Mezzo Hunter real quick. Mezzo Hunter is storm chasing with us today. We have also multiple other storm chasers that we'll have throughout the live stream, but Mezzo Hunter currently located near Tunisia, Mississippi. And pretty cloudy out here. The temperatures have been on the rise, though. We have a lot of instability that is growing right now. And I do think our greatest tornado risk for strong tornadoes is going to fall between 6 and 10 o'clock. As the sun sets, the dew point will also, or the temperature will start to drop closer to the dew point, and that should actually lead to a more increased tornado risk. Right now, though, again, a lot of mid to upper level clouds here across parts of Mississippi. This is what it looks like back over in Jackson, Mississippi right now, on the Radar Omega Cyclone Port in Hinds County. Temperatures around 77 degrees. As that temperature falls, the dew point and temperature will become closer together, and that honestly should lead to a more elevated tornado threat if any discrete supercells do end up firing off down there. And just off to the north of Memphis, we are still monitoring a couple of storms that are a little bit more discreet. Nothing really rotating, to be honest with you, on radar. We did have a wall cloud reported on one of these about 25-ish minutes ago, but it does not appear as if there's really anything here that is concerning, at least for the time being. I would say right now, more concerningly, is this line of storms that is currently organizing very, very quickly. Let's go back over to Memphis. The shelf cloud is again out in the distance right now, just outside of Memphis, Tennessee. Damaging wind threat should be increasing here very soon for the Memphis area as the line of storms continues to organize. Huge shout out to... Sorry, I need to get the pronunciation for this. Adeline? Am I crazy? Is it Adeline? Thank you, Adeline, for the $50 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Adeline. Thank you, Scholar, for the 5 months. Thank you, Kat, or Jay, for the $10 super chat. I got my package, I think. The cheese curd basket. I posted it on Twitter and Facebook, but I will show it at some point. Thank you, Roxanne, for becoming a member. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Austin, for the $10 super chat. Good evening from Midwest City, Oklahoma. Long stream ahead. What's on the menu? I don't have any DoorDash ready to go, but I think today is going to be a very long... I think this stream in general is going to be a long stream. Like, I don't see us ending until like 2 or 3 a.m., to be honest. I think we're going to be live for upwards of 10 hours, just covering all the severe weather that's going to be happening. Obviously, again, there's only 5 warnings right now, but I mean, I could easily see us having 20 to 30 severe warnings at a given time, sometime around 8 or 9 o'clock as this line continues to organize. So it's going to be very active. I find it hard to believe that we are not going to see over 25 warnings at some point today. I am answering questions, by the way, as we currently don't have any tornado warnings, so we'll be answering some questions here. Feel free to leave those in the chat. I'll try to answer as many as possible. Do you think Clarksville, Tennessee will get any chance of tornadoes? If so, how big of a chance, and until when should we be concerned? Clarksville, Tennessee. I feel like I've been there before. Isn't that like Central Tennessee somewhere? I gotta look it up. That's northwestern Tennessee. I should have known that. I've literally covered that before. Clarksville, I would say, is more going to be a damaging wind risk. The discrete cell chance up there is a lot lower. If we go to the Storm Prediction Center forecast for today, this gives you a pretty good outline of the tornado risk. And you'll notice the tornado risk is pretty sharply cut off when it comes to the 10% and the 5% risks the further north you go, as there's basically less instability and the dew points are also much lower, which will lead to more elevated storm activity back up into Kentucky. Now, there could still be an isolated tornado up there. I just think more than anything, it's going to be predominantly damaging winds back up near Clarksville or even back up here to Madisonville and Hopkinsville. Still have a tornado action plan in place, though, in case there is an isolated tornado. Also, I want to point out the 10% hatch tornado risk actually goes further east. Our morning forecast did not show this. It is now further east into areas in southwestern Alabama. So the strong tornado risk will actually continue all the way into the overnight hours tonight, which is pretty crazy. And also the damaging wind risk. Again, this may surprise you, but we have a 45% chance within a 25-mile radius of damaging winds in the pink. So we're talking about a relatively significant damaging wind risk today. Definitely going to want to make sure that you are staying weather aware, have a... Wow,
a new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have our first tornado warning of the day. This is going to be in Tennessee. So I think this actually might be the storm near Dyersburg. Yeah, it is. All right, so we have a brand new tornado warning in Tennessee. If you are in Dyersburg, New Bern, just outside of Dyer, make sure that you are seeking shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. Again, this is a brand new tornado warning. We have now two.
Has been issued.
All right, so we now have two different tornado warnings. We have one here in western Tennessee that was just issued for Gates, Dyersburg, New Bern, outside of Dyer. Seek shelter immediately. If you are in this warning, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. This is a storm that had a wall cloud report about 30 minutes ago or so now. The rotation has definitely been picking up, and we have a little hook echo that's developed now near Central. No debris signature for right now, but this is a storm that is going to be capable of a strong tornado. Just outside of Memphis, we now have a tornado warning. This is going to be just west and northwest of Memphis. If you are in this tornado warning, make sure you are getting to your safe place immediately. We are going to change over the olive branch camera to a camera that's inside of this tornado warning. So bottom of your screen, Memphis, Tennessee, just outside of the tornado warning. The camera's moving, so we're going to have a view of that. Millington, Tennessee, that is an area that is inside of this tornado warning near Marion, Arkansas. Again, seek shelter now if you are in this warning. This is a dangerous storm that is currently tracking to the east-northeast. This is a live shot from a distance in Memphis, Tennessee of this tornado warning cell. Again, storms right now on track for Millington should arrive in about 15 minutes. The storm is moving east-northeast at almost 60 miles per hour. It is a very fast moving storm. We have a large shelf cloud there in the horizon, and there is a little bit of rotation currently located just outside of Marion, Arkansas. This is also including the north side of West Memphis in eastern Arkansas.
A new tornado
My goodness, we already have three.
Issued.
All right, we now have three tornado warnings, and again, I told you it's going to get active, and we are going to have a lot of tornado warnings, so make sure that you are staying very weather aware here. Brand new tornado warning embedded in this line of storms as well, just outside of Memphis, Tennessee, near Mariana, just south of Forest City. If you are in this warning, seek shelter immediately, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. This is, again, another tornado warning. They are all lining up right now along the Mississippi River Valley. One up near Dyersburg, Tennessee, one north of Memphis, and one west of Memphis. Again, Memphis is on track to get hit by a line of thunderstorms capable of both damaging winds and also the threat for tornadoes. So you need to be in your safe place if you're in any of these pink polygons right now. Again, get there now. Do not wait. Get to your safe place immediately. The rotation is going to be located just off to the west of Mariana, near Aubrey. It's going to track right along Route 79 going towards Hughes. So Hughes is going to be in the track of this. And all right, so back up right now near Halls. We are currently monitoring this storm. It is more discreet. This storm is not, I don't think, currently producing a tornado, but rotation does appear to be pretty strong right now, tracking to the northeast. Let me see if we have any other reports on this. Again, there was a wall cloud on this storm at one point, and it's very discreet. So we are definitely concerned that a tornado could drop out of this. It's going right towards Beech Grove and Dyersburg right now. By the way, Hayden, keep me posted if any of these cameras have any shot of anything. You're like Alamo. Just checking real quick. I don't see anything yet. If anything's there, let me know. Bottom. All right, let's go back to Memphis. This is a live shot in Memphis, Tennessee right now. This is, again, just outside of the tornado warning that we have in Memphis. This is the radar mega cyclone port at the UT, or University of Tennessee Health Science Center. This is looking directly at the tornado warning. We have a massive shelf cloud in the distance. It might be a little bit hard to see, but that is a huge shelf cloud. So we are talking about the threat for damaging winds out of this again, and there's possibly a tornado buried back in there somewhere. And again, this is just outside of Memphis. It is currently approaching Marion and going towards Millington, Tennessee. Bottom right of your screen, you can actually see a hook echo here near Crawfordsville. There's a pretty clear hook there, and it's going to be hitting the Marion area of Arkansas over the next couple of minutes. Let me check and see if any of the storm chasers we have are on any of these storms. Okay, Connor is live. We're probably going to pull up Connor at some point. Let's go to Connor. This is his live shot right now in Memphis, Tennessee. He is inside of this tornado warning. We'll go to him. By the way, I have an AirPod in. I'm not listening to music. It's literally just listening to audio, just for those that are questioning it.
From this distance, but I mean, you can clearly see the base underneath as well.
That's how I listen to Storm Chaser audio.
Looks pretty good. Again, none of these tornado warnings are confirmed.
If you are just tuning in, we have 3 active tornado warnings right along the Mississippi River Valley. 1 in Dyersburg. We have 1 north of Memphis and 1 southwest of Memphis.
Thank you, Stormrunner, for the super chat.
And we are listening to Connor Croft, who's inside of this tornado warning just north of Memphis, Tennessee.
What does velocity look like?
Anything. The only thing it looks like is this here on the Renegade. All the way in Dyersburg.
Renegade, wait up.
All the way up almost to Kentucky.
Damn.
Quick update. Let's go to live radar, and I want to give you a quick update. So we now have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is a pretty important one. So some concern for prefrontal supercells exists in northeast Louisiana and western Mississippi. The reason why this is concerning, did not mean to click that. The reason why this is concerning is because we could see the potential here for discrete cells that lead to the threat for strong tornadoes. The Storm Prediction Center has even noted that the peak, or most probable peak intensity of a tornado in this region is around EF2 to EF3 levels. So we definitely need to monitor this area closely. If any sort of discrete supercells form here along the Mississippi River Valley, the strong tornado threat is going to be elevated. So definitely something we need to watch for. All right, back up near Dyersburg right now. Again, we do currently have, again, a tornado warning near Halls, going in the direction of Dyersburg right now in northwestern parts of Tennessee. Again, seek shelter if you are in this warning. Just outside of Memphis. Again, we got a hook echo right now near Marion, and in addition to a large shelf cloud, which, again, bottom right of your screen, you can see that. And we're going to go back to the 3 cam view. All 3 of these cameras are inside of this tornado warning, aside from that one. Let me get Connor in here. There we go. So all 3 cameras bottom right of your screen are inside of the tornado warning near Memphis, Tennessee, and near Mariana and south of Forest City going towards Hughes, Arkansas. We are monitoring rotation that's located near Route 79, and it is currently tracking to the northeast. There was also rotation back over in Louisiana, back over near Coshada in Tennessee, or in Louisiana right now. We have a strong area of rotation developing. We may get a new tornado warning on this here relatively soon, as that tracks towards Martin, Louisiana, and goes towards Ashland, Louisiana. So another storm that is rotating. And we also have rotation back over in far eastern Texas near Hemp Hill that is moving over the river just southwest of Manny in Louisiana. So we're going to keep a close view on that storm as well. This is a live shot right now out of Memphis. Very eerie skies right now in Memphis, Tennessee. Very ominous conditions, and this is again back in, these are both
lightning.
in the proximity of the tornado warning. Connor, I'm pretty sure, is just outside of it, actually. He's just east of the southern tornado warning. Huge shelf cloud gonna be rolling through here in just a few minutes.
You guys are just tuning in. Welcome in. Tornado warning.
All tornado warnings right now are radar indicated. We just got an update on the one in Dyer County, Tennessee. That one is still radar indicated, so nothing confirmed on that one. But continue to stay in your safe place in case a tornado does drop.
Turn off my lights. You can see it just a
Thank you,
little
Audrey,
bit
for the super chat. Tornado threat in Georgia is low tonight. It's not zero. Just make sure you're staying weather aware.
Stays charged.
Lotus says, I leave to get food and 3 tornado warnings. Stay safe, everyone.
3 tornado
Yeah, we got 3 tornado warnings in the I think the matter of 2 minutes. I don't think it really took long for all 3 of these to get issued. We literally got all 3 of them at the same time. No debris signature right now south of Dyersburg, but we are really closely watching the storm near Dyersburg, Tennessee. I'm going to see if we have any sort of live shots on this. Hey, and if you see any traffic cams in this area, let me know. I'm not sure if we have any up near Dyersburg. I'm checking, though. There are some flooding reports, actually, back up in the Dyersburg area. So that's not a good thing. The problem right now that we are facing, like in many areas right now across western, like northwestern Tennessee, is that there's a chance, even in southern Kentucky, we could see tornado warnings and even flash flood emergencies at the same time. And it leads you to think, where should I even go? What should I do? Should I go to lower ground where it's flooded? Or should I go to higher ground and stay away from the flooding and just hope no tornado hits? It's a very, scary situation when you're dealing with both flash flooding and tornadoes at the same time. Let's hope that doesn't happen in any of these areas, but it's very possible that we see both a tornado and even a flash flood at some point occurring at the same exact time. And at that point, it's really up to your discretion of where you should be going. It's a hard choice to make because simply of the matter of there's a risk of flooding in addition to there being possibly a tornado. So that's definitely something that we hope does not happen today. Thank you, Roger, for the $5 Venmo. Thank you, Donna, for the $10 Venmo. And thank you to Catherine for the generous $25 Venmo. Roger says cheese curd needs a brother or sister. I don't know about that. Let's go back to Connor. The shelf cloud is quickly approaching right now in Memphis, Tennessee. This is the leading edge of the southern tornado warning, which is on track for Memphis. Yeah, this is associated with the line of storms. So this is going to be more driven towards our QLCS tornado threat, which means tornadoes embedded in a line of thunderstorms.
In effect, again, Memphis, this is on your doorstep. This is actually, it's on your front door already. Walked past the step.
Thank you, Cassie, for the gifted membership. Thank you, Laura, for the super chat. What could Baton Rouge and Hammond area in Louisiana see tonight? I think damaging winds is the main concern in Louisiana, including Baton Rouge. Tornado risk is not zero, but it's on the lower side, I would say, near Baton Rouge. Further north you go, it's higher, especially with the discrete supercell chances.
Let me draw it for you. Got a distinct lowering. Why did this not move like that?
This is a very impressive shelf cloud right now, I gotta say.
What I'm trying to point
Connor's
out
actually drawing on his thing too.
Lowering right there. That's the area to watch for a tornado if you're looking for one. Probably wouldn't be able to see it from here, but there's the lowering. And if we turn this way, our storm tornado warning that's headed for us is right over here. It's moving our direction, and that will come into view sooner rather than later. But right now we're kind of focusing on this zone right here for the chance of a tornado in the near term, even though we can't get close to it.
All right, let's go Millington. Millington right now in Tennessee. This is a tornado warned cell. Look at this. This storm, bottom right of your screen, is going right in the direction of Millington, Tennessee. We actually have an impressive structure right now in just outside of Millington, Tennessee. Kind of almost see that curvature in a way right there in the background. It kind of looks like a lowering. I would assume that's a shelf cloud right there in the distance beyond the trees. But this is a storm that is going directly towards Millington, Tennessee, and eventually going towards Brighton. Again, this is tornado warned, so we are keeping an eye on it. But right now, I'm not seeing anything on the ground in terms of the correlation coefficient, and the velocities also are not really tight enough for there to be a tornado. But this storm is one that we are watching very closely. And if we go back to Memphis, Tennessee, on the radar Omega Cyclone port, large shelf cloud there in the distance. And the University of Tennessee Health Science Center, flash of lightning as well there on the right. I would anticipate the amount of lightning to pick up in intensity very quickly over the next hour as this line of storms continues to increase in intensity and also grows in size. There will be a lot of flashes of lightning tonight, which should hopefully help even storm chasers to identify tornadoes. That's one of the biggest problems with nighttime threats, is the lack of lightning in some cases. It's very hard to, see tornadoes and stuff like that. I would assume that we're going to see a pretty good amount of lightning tonight. So definitely, I would say that's somewhat of a positive for being able to spot possible tornadoes that might not be visible yet on radar. This is what it looks like in Arlington, Tennessee right now as well. If it loads. Maybe it doesn't load. All right, we'll go back to Millington until that loads. Oh, I just lost Millington. So Millington on the out in the distance there again, you can see the shelf cloud rolling in just north of Memphis, Tennessee on that tornado warning. Let me see if Arlington loaded. That's Arlington. So Arlington is just southeast of Millington. Sun has now set, so we are going now into the nocturnal tornado threat, which was kind of what we were expecting today. We were just expecting a full-blown nocturnal tornado threat here across the deep south and the Ohio Valley. And so unfortunately, any tornadoes pretty much from here are going to be happening at night. Thank you, Karen, for the super chat. Let's go back to 3 cam view. We'll go back to Memphis, bottom left of your screen. And then Millington is bottom middle. Again, both of these, the one in Memphis, not in the tornado warning, but it is looking at a tornado warn cell. The one that's north of Memphis. And then middle of your screen, that's Millington. That's right here. So southern side there of Millington on this tornado warn cell, which currently does not appear as if it is really rotating much right now. And then back up near Dyersburg, the rotation here. I am seeing a little bit of a CC drop here. We may have something. Not sure if that's just some sort of scattering, though, of some sorts. I think this is our closest radar site. Let's go back to storm relative velocities. I mean, there isn't really much there on the velocities to confirm a tornado there, but if you are in Dyersburg, definitely stay in your safe place in case we do have something here. Definitely a little bit suspicious. Thank you, Texas, for that. Appreciate the super chat. Moving right into Dyersburg right now. Again, I would be in your safe place for sure, just in case we actually have a tornado here. The velocities not match up with it, but CC radar at least shows something. Let's go back to Arkansas. Do have a tornado warning again near Mariana. I'm not seeing much on radar that would confirm anything here, but we're still watching this closely. It is radar indicated rotation. Again, if the tornado warning does continue, Memphis would be included in it. So we need to watch this closely. It's a very populated area around Memphis and also in South Haven. Very, very populated area. Quickly checking on Tennessee, or Louisiana. Just checking in real quick. I'm not seeing anything right now that looks imminently concerning when it comes to a tornado risk. East of I-49 near Martin, that rotation's been weakening, so that's good news for right now. North of Manny, it's also weakening a little bit. Still have a little bit of rotation southwest of Manny near Route 171, but again, generally speaking, not something I'm too concerned about for right now. So again, the main concern right now is really ramping up in Tennessee. It should start to ramp up in western Mississippi and eastern Louisiana as well shortly. Let's go back full cam to Memphis. Look at that shelf cloud right there in Memphis. We're going to go to Millington as well, which is inside of this tornado warning. Oh, man, that is a crazy looking shelf cloud. This just screams damaging wind threat. That's Literally what it is screaming right now. Actually, in the distance there, you can see the Bass Pro Shop Pyramid. That little triangle thing out there in the distance, that is the Bass Pro Shop in Memphis, Tennessee, which, fun fact, I've actually gone by that in the past. Not that anybody really cared, but I've actually seen that before. I've drawn through Memphis before. Hey, Jasper, for the super chat. This is what it looks like in Millington right now. Millington, again, is inside of the tornado warning. Currently, the leading edge here of this storm is about 10 miles to the west of Millington. Of this particular live cam as well. It is very calm. I mean, the grass is not even moving. It is like, this is the calm before the storm. If you've never gone through a thunderstorm before, let's just say you live in Canada or something and never seen a storm before, this is a pretty solid example of the calm before the storm. Nothing is moving. It is just standstill. I'm gonna go back to Memphis. Memphis just looks crazy. Let's go back to Memphis again. The Dyer County, Tennessee tornado warning, bottom right of your screen, has been condensed. It only includes Dyersburg and New Bern now. That storm overall has been weakening. Just stay in your safe place just in case it does produce something. I would say the bigger concern right now are the storms near the Mississippi River around Memphis. It's our biggest concern currently. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We'll keep you posted with the latest tonight on severe weather coverage. Also, if you have any friends or family across the Ohio Valley, the Tennessee Valley, or back into the Deep South that are included in today's severe weather threat, make sure to share the stream with them. You can share it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, get the word out there. Again, we will be live here throughout the entire evening and into the overnight hours. Again, I could see us being live for 8 to 12 hours today. I mean, this is the type of event that we're dealing with today. We are very early into today's event. Right now, we have, again, 3 tornado warnings. We could have 3 times that at some point this evening. We are expecting the threat, again, for several tornadoes embedded in both a line of storms and also embedded in discrete supercells. So we need to watch both those very closely. What we're looking at here is a line of storms. And actually, flash of lightning on the right side of your screen. Lots of scud, though, right now. Lots and lots of scud clouds. Very, very ragged cloud shape. Going back to Millington, Tennessee, this is inside of the tornado warning. We are beginning to see that shelf cloud now rolling in.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, we have a brand new tornado warning in Kentucky. This is going to be for Muhlenberg and Hopkins counties in Kentucky. So if you are in this warning, seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. Should pop up here in a second. Kentucky is not just dealing with flash flooding. We are also now dealing with a possibility for a tornado. This is going to be located near Nortonville and Greenville and Central City. This is a relatively populated area right along Interstate 169. So again, get to your safe place if you are inside of this warning. Get away from windows and get onto the lowest floor possible. This is, again, a dangerous storm that is moving east. And unfortunately, this is a relatively populated area. I mean, we're not dealing with, this is like right along the interstate. A lot of people live here. And this is also included in an area where we have flash flood warnings in effect. And in fact, we actually have a considerable threat right now in this area for flash flooding. There have been some areas surrounding the Central City area that have already had evacuations. So definitely not something that you want to see there. All right, the Millington camera just came back, by the way, just for those that were wondering. We're going to put Arlington up bottom left as well, or bottom right. So we got all Tennessee cameras for right now lined up. Let's go live shot to Millington. Millington, again, this is where we have a tornado warning in effect. Millington, Tennessee. This is what it looks like out there. Leading edge of this line of storms. Huge shout out to Donald with the $50 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Donald. What is the forecast for Russellville, Kentucky tonight? Let me find where Russellville is. Back over in Russellville, the main concern will be damaging winds. This includes anywhere really around Russellville, like Bowling Green and Clarksville. Damaging winds, the main concern, in addition to possibly an isolated tornado threat up there. I would not expect really any discrete cells up there. I'm surprised we actually have one up there right now. It should be mostly a damaging wind threat. But there could again be an isolated tornado embedded in that line of storms. This is live again inside the tornado warning. This is the Radar Omega Cyclone Port in Millington, Tennessee at the fire station in downtown Millington. We're going to keep going back and forth between this one as this line of storms approaches. Memphis, Tennessee still looks very ominous as well. Big shelf cloud off in the distance. Let me go back to live radar. So again, right now near Millington, our leading edge of storm activity here is mainly a wind threat. Again, I'm not really seeing much rotation on any of this part of activity. We may see a tornado threat try to evolve up here just west of Brighton. So something to watch for there. Again, just north of Memphis. And then west of Memphis, I have not seen much in this line either. Again, we're really watching for a QLCS tornado threat, which means maybe an isolated brief tornado embedded in this line of thunderstorms. That's the concern that we currently have right now, going in the direction of Memphis, Tennessee. And then the Dyersburg storm in northwestern Tennessee. The velocities actually look a little tighter. We do have a little tightening right there just east of Dyersburg. So if you are outside of Dyersburg going towards Rutherford, definitely stay weather aware. This is what it looks like live just to the northeast of this tornado warning in Rutherford. Big flash of lightning there just a second ago. A couple of flashes of lightning. It's gonna be an area to watch for. I'm gonna put that. Let me figure out what cam this is. Kenton. We're gonna put that, I think, bottom right. Or do we not have Kenton? I don't have Kenton. I'll have to update that at some point. All right. Should have another radar scan in just a moment. We are going to go back to Millington for now, which is about to get hit by this tornado-warned cell. Very interesting bright flashes in the distance. I don't know if that's just a low, like, processing of the camera or something like that, but that was definitely interesting. It happened again. I mean, it is possible that transformers are blowing or something like that. Really can't rule that out. I feel like that's just a little too long for it to be a power flash. Bottom right of your screen is that storm that we're currently looking at right now. Which now, by the way, Millington is actually no longer included in this tornado warning, so they're more concerned now about the north side of the storm. I think the camera's just slow to process. But we do have a hail core developing. If we go to live radar, look at this. We actually have a hail core developing. Right up here near Towering Heights. I wouldn't rule out upwards of $half sized hail right now moving into Randolph, just north of Millington. Again, I'm not really seeing much rotation here, but we definitely have a hail core. It's going to be moving right into Gilt Edge, Covington, Tennessee. I mean, at the minimum, I would expect a severe thunderstorm warning to get issued on that. me go back full cam to Millington. Not sure if this camera actually moves. That is the supercell here near Millington. It's still very calm. If you've been watching here for a while, that grass has not moved. Let's go back to Memphis again. Memphis, the shelf cloud in Memphis is going to be on the left side now. So the northern storm that this camera was facing at is now moving out of picture. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning as well. That is going to include Memphis, Tennessee. So they have canceled the tornado warning for now. It is now a severe thunderstorm warning along I-40 in eastern Arkansas and back into western or southwestern Tennessee, including Memphis. If you are inside of this severe thunderstorm warning, make sure that you are staying away from windows. The tornado warning again has been canceled, this time for eastern Arkansas. We still have a tornado warning for Dyersburg, Tennessee, and also north of Millington, Tennessee. We still have 2 tornado warnings there, and then we also have a tornado warning back up in central Kentucky near Greenville. At this time, no tornado confirmed on this. Rotation still broad, but we may have a tornado trying to drop as that moves towards Central City in Kentucky. Am I tripping, or was this the area that we had a tornado emergency earlier in the earlier last year, or is that further west? I feel like Central City rings a bell for like something more significant. Like, I have a feeling that was an area that was hit last year by something. Or like, I'm pretty sure Central City was the place where the storm was like winding down that tornado emergency last year. So there's some history there. Definitely got an interesting shape right now north of Millington. A little bit of like kind of like Boeing segment trying to grow here. Again, big hail core right now over Drummond's. I would fully anticipate that they issue a severe thunderstorm warning at the minimum if they don't issue a new tornado warning for Brighton and Covington for hail. Hail was not really supposed to be a big threat today. If you remember, hail was not even really a risk for today. It's a very low risk across the board. This is our hail risk for today across the United States. It is a 5% hail risk. That's basically the lowest you can get. It's a marginal risk for hail. And obviously, this is more going to be driven by wind and tornadoes, but the hail risk is very low. Like, we have basically none. But it's pretty surprising that we have probably upwards of golf ball-sized hail right now falling near Drummond's in Tennessee. So definitely make sure that you are protecting your vehicles in case hail does fall on them. Got a lot of lightning right now in the oh, actually, let's go to Millington. What is that right there? Is that just Scud? I think that's just Scud. This is in Millington. This is just south now of the tornado warning. Looks like Scud. Kind of looked, from my angle, it looks like a funnel. Huge shout out to Steph with the $50 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Steph. Georgia tornado threat. It's going to be on the lower side of things. It's not 0 though. It's going to be mostly geared towards the late overnight into the morning hours tomorrow. So definitely have ways to receive alerts if you're not awake. This is live in Memphis, Tennessee at the University of Tennessee Health Science Center. And this is another area of thunderstorm activity that is moving in the direction of Memphis. The one that we had before was going away from Memphis off to the north. This is back southwest of Memphis. Currently a severe thunderstorm warning on this activity for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. And also quarter-sized hail. We had a few strong flashes of lightning there a moment ago. Thank you, Storm Spotter and Parker, for becoming members. Thank you, Lotus, for the super chat. Also, thank you, Patriot, for the super chat. Dayton, Ohio is not going to see any severe weather tonight. It's too far north. All right, we're gonna go back to 3 cam view. We'll go ahead and zoom back out. We have 3 active tornado warnings, 5 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. The tornado warning north of Millington will expire within the next 10 minutes. I wouldn't be surprised if they just end up canceling it, since the rotation has been relatively weak here for quite a while. On the other hand, back up near Dyersburg, this storm has also had much weaker rotation. We do have a live shot right now. This is back up in Kenton, Tennessee. This is on the radar mega cyclone port. Big flashes of lightning. This is an area that is in track of this storm here over the next couple of minutes. Give me 1 second. I get paper towel. Spilt some of my tea. Wow. That was a big flash of lightning. Even this far to the north, we are seeing frequent lightning. This is all the way back up in northwestern Tennessee. Huge flashes of lightning here. All right, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that is for Lauderdale, Haywood, Tipton, Crockett, Madison, and Gibson counties in Tennessee. Oop, my bad. All right, this is all the way back down to the south, and it should pop up here in a second. It's gonna be a long severe thunderstorm warning. By the way, this line of storms is currently moving northeast at 60 to 65 miles per hour. This is a very quick moving line of thunderstorms. I mean, this is just insanely fast. All right, here it is. So it's going to be for Brownsville, Covington, Brighton, Bells, and Alamo. This is, again, for damaging winds up to 60, quarter-sized hail, and there's also a tornado possible label on this area of thunderstorm activity. So if you're back in any of these areas, make sure that you are, again, staying away from windows. This is a area of thunderstorm activity that has already been tornado warned, and we may see another tornado warning at some point. And also near Covington, we have a little hook right now. Little hook developing near Covington, Tennessee. This is going to be moving towards Nutbush and eventually Alamo. Let's go back to...
Like for you, like it's...
Let's go to cam 2. This is a live view here in Millington, Tennessee right now. There is a large lowering there in the distance. Another flash of lightning happens, you'll see it. A large lowering there in the distance. It's actually, let's go to Memphis. Memphis is crazy. This is what it looks like in Memphis, Tennessee right now. Huge shelf cloud rolling in. We're gonna have damaging winds and an isolated tornado threat with this too. Right in downtown Memphis, Tennessee. Hey, Jared, for the super chat. Appreciate that. We have a flash flood emergency that will continue for Mercer in Summers County in West Virginia. It is a catastrophic situation back up there. Shout out to William with the Venmo. Thank you also, Mark, for the $10 PayPal donation. Appreciate the support. It's heading right into Memphis, Tennessee right now. Yeah, this is a live shot in Memphis. By the way, we are back down to 1 tornado warning. The other 2 in Tennessee have been canceled. The only tornado warning right now is back up southeast of Madisonville in Kentucky. We are currently looking at a severe storm that is capable of damaging winds up to 60, and there is still a tornado possible label on this, which means we may still see a tornado with this at some point. So it's good idea if you're in Memphis or anywhere surrounding it in the severe warning to stay away from windows. Huge shout out to Kurt with the $50 Venmo. W's in the chat for Kurt. Appreciate the generosity as always. Thank you, Helen, for becoming a member. We've had some isolated power outages, mostly in Virginia from the flooding and Kentucky. But we are now up to 5,000 people without power in Tennessee, or 5,000 customers without power in Tennessee. I would expect those numbers to keep climbing as severe weather continues to ramp up here. That is a beast of a shelf cloud right now moving into Memphis. Absolute beast of a shelf cloud. We are now up to a ping pong ball sized hail that has now been observed back over on this severe thunderstorm warning. So we're up to now ping pong ball sized hail for Covington, Brownsville, and Alamo, and that's back over near Covington where we have a pocket there of ping pong ball sized hail. Again, that is now officially observed. It's moving in the direction of Alamo, Bells, and Maury City. Bottom right of your screen, that's Kenton, Tennessee. That is where we just had a tornado warning nearby. Rain and wind are really rapidly picking up there. Let's quickly go to that. Look at this. This is not even warned right now for anything. The wind is picking up a lot right now. Sidewards rain. It's been frequent lightning here as well. This was tornado warned about 5-10 minutes ago. Thank you, Lisa, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Definitely windy here. Wow, look at the wind on the bottom of your screen. It is very windy. That car going by gave you a better idea of the wind. The rain kind of blowing along the roadways. I'm surprised this isn't even severe thunderstorm warned or anything. There's definitely damaging winds here, that's for sure. Back up near, just outside there of Martin, Tennessee. Minimum, it's definitely strong winds. Let's go back to... This is a live shot in Memphis. Storm is currently rolling through right now into Memphis. At the University of Texas Health Science Center on the Radar Omega Cyclone Port. So again, expected to bring 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and then maybe an isolated tornado threat to the Memphis area. Keep in mind that we could still see tornadoes that go unwarned, as some tornadoes could be very quick. It's definitely a good idea if you are anywhere across Tennessee, Mississippi, or back up into Kentucky that you are staying, again, very weather aware, and if you are under any warning, definitely stay away from windows as a precaution. There have been many instances where we have squall lines, just like the one that we are currently experiencing, that end up bringing a threat for several tornadoes that go unwarned. So we need to really keep a close eye on that. All tornado warnings have now been canceled, so we have no longer any tornado warnings that are active. We still have several severe thunderstorm warnings and several storms that have tornado possible labels currently. And this is our 3-cam view. Simmons Bank Stadium in Memphis, I think we're going to put bottom right. And then we got Millington, Tennessee, which is definitely getting interesting there too. Thank you, Elizabeth, for becoming a member. Thank you, Stephanie, for the $15 Venmo. Appreciate all the support, by the way. Today's stream is not sponsored by anybody, so I do appreciate all of your support. Thank you all for tuning in today. If you are, again, new to the channel, don't forget to hit the red button down below and subscribe. Like the stream as well. Feel free to share the stream with friends and family. Again, we'll be live here for the next several hours with severe weather coverage. We're going to be live probably past midnight tonight. We are expecting several tornadoes across Tennessee, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, Alabama, possibly even Kentucky, and even eventually towards Georgia and Florida. So it is going to be a very active evening across the Deep South and the Ohio Valley. A lot of lightning right now in Memphis. This is what it looks like in Millington, Tennessee right now. It is still calm as can be. The grass is still not moving. Thank you, Mike, for the 5 gifted memberships. W's in the chat for Mike. Appreciate that. This is what it looks like from Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium in Memphis. I gotta fix this camera too. So this is also just to the east of Memphis, so a little bit further east than the camera I was just showing you. Frequent lightning. We're gonna go back to live radar. What we are going to be watching for with this line of storms over the next hour or two are any of these like little hooks that we get, like near West Memphis, for example. These are the types of things that will be able to produce a tornado threat. So that's what we're looking at right now going into Memphis. Not rotating right now, but that is the type of situation that we're looking at with this line. Any of these like little hooks that pop up are definitely going to be more suspicious and again could lead to the threat for a tornado. Again, I'm not really seeing many of those right now, but that's one example of what we'll be looking at for the next couple of hours as wind shear continues to increase and the temperature also decreases, which will again end up leading to likely larger updrafts here across areas like Tennessee and also Mississippi. So that is something that we need to really watch closely. Let's go back over to Memphis. This is what it looks like right now. The storm is rolling in very quickly. See if we can see anything spinning here, because this is pretty much in the area of where that little hook is currently shown on live radar. It's just off to the northwest of Memphis, and this is looking a little bit more off to the west-southwest. Thank you, Katie, for the $10 Venmo, and Martha for the $15 Venmo. Appreciate the generosity. If you have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter or Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. The Buchanan and Dickinson, Virginia flash flood emergency has been extended. That is a catastrophic situation. Mudslides, tons of rain has fallen there. It's definitely not a good thing. We have several flash flood warnings, in addition to now flash flood emergencies. For reference, we have 36 active flash flood warnings or emergencies. 36. That's across areas from Arkansas and Missouri back through Kentucky and Tennessee and also into West Virginia and Virginia. We do have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for nearly the entire Memphis metro area for South Haven, Pipperton, Germantown, Bartlett, Oakland, Millington, all included in this new severe thunderstorm warning. If you are anywhere in this warning, I would recommend going to your safe place in case we do get a brief tornado out of one of these areas that we have here of hook echoes. We have a couple of different little hooks that are forming on the leading edge of this line. That's what we're looking out for an isolated potential for a tornado. I don't see anything imminent, but you never know. Could happen in between radar scans. It's definitely something that you're going to want to make sure you're taking seriously here. A lot of places included in this warning. So please make sure that you are taking this seriously and going to your safe place if you have not already. This is definitely a mean line of thunderstorms moving through. Damaging winds up to 60, quarter-sized hail, and there's also a tornado possible label on all of this. Corey Gherkin is back over in Rolling Fork, Tennessee right now. Fun fact. I don't think anything's really happening down there though yet. Let's go back full cam. That's what it looks like right now in Millington, Tennessee. Millington is going to get hit by an intense area of storms here over the next couple of minutes. Frequent lightning. Lots of rain going to be coming down here. Quarter-sized hail possible. Isolated tornado threat in this band of thunderstorms. Thank you, Bobby, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you, Dave, for the $5 super chat. Here's to 1 million subscribers coming soon. If every one of you watching this stream right now subscribed, it might happen. We need 38,000 subscribers to get to 1 million, which is insane. This is back over to Memphis. We're going to probably go back to Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium as well. We got a view of the shelf cloud again coming through. Thank you, Hayden, for the Venmo. Appreciate that. Thank you, Jody, for the $20 PayPal donation. Appreciate the generosity. I'm checking Twitter right now to see if we have any photos or videos of anything. You guys do have any photos or videos? Again, you can feel free to add me on Twitter or Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. Bethany, what you sent me on Twitter is contamination. I don't think it's contamination. I just think there's no like rain droplets even falling. Big picture right now. Again, we have a tornado watch across Arkansas, Tennessee, Mississippi, Louisiana. This goes all the way until 10 o'clock tonight. A few tornadoes are likely across this region, in addition to the threat for even numerous to widespread damaging winds as high as 70 miles per hour. We do have some severe weather happening back down in Louisiana. We're not forgetting about you down here. We still have damaging winds right now moving across I-49 back over in western Louisiana. The Storm Prediction Center did mention that this area right here of discrete cells that are forming could produce a strong tornado threat at some point here soon. So that's why Corey Gherkin is actually down there right now. Back over here in far northeastern Louisiana, we have some storms here. And if any of these kind of split off and take more of a right-hand turn, definitely a concern there for a strong tornado risk as that activity continues to move into Mississippi. Back up into western Mississippi, line of storms is a lot more disorganized right now near the Mississippi River. I would anticipate this to intensify as it moves towards Clarksdale and I-55 in northwestern Mississippi here over the next hour. And then back up into Tennessee, this is so far where we've had the most activity. We've already had several tornado warnings, and currently we have several severe thunderstorm warnings with upwards of $quarter to $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds being possible. In addition to that, a tornado threat is still here. And there are every single warning here that we have up here has a tornado possible label on it, which means that we could still see a tornado even if we don't have a tornado warning, because it can happen very quickly. So, and make sure to stay away from windows as these storms do approach. Thank you, Christine, for the $10 Venmo. Appreciate the generosity. And Trey as well for the $10 Venmo.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have now a brand new tornado warning. This is going to be in Drew County, Arkansas. If you are in Drew County, Arkansas, you're going to have to get to your safe place immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. Let's make sure I'm getting this right. All right, it is the storm. So Drew County, Arkansas. There are tornado warnings right here, the pink polygon. This is heading in the direction of McGee, Dermott, and Tillar in southeastern Arkansas. It will eventually go towards Arkansas City. We don't have any radar sites nearby. All right, guys, we now have a tornado warning in Tennessee, so we got two.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
But this is a radar site that is very far away, so this is some upper level rotation. Could see a tornado as that goes towards Dermott. We now have a tornado warning in Tennessee. This is a very populated area. This is going to include Lauderdale, Haywood, Carroll, Crockett, and Gibson counties in Tennessee. So this is, I'm pretty sure going to be right here near Covington and Brownsville. If you are in this warning, you got to get to your safe place immediately. This is actually near Alamo. So Alamo, Maury City, Gates, Humboldt, back through Milan. You are all included currently in this tornado warning. So again, get to your safe place immediately if you are in this warning. This storm is going to be capable of producing a tornado as it moves east-northeast. It is another situation where you have the potential for a QLCS tornado. Currently seeing our main couplet rotation right over Maury City, and it's going to be going towards Crockett Mills, Brazil, and eventually the Route 45 westbound area near Trenton. We do have a few different live cams in this warning, so we're going to try to go 3-cam view and pull up some of those. I'm going to replace Millington with Alamo. Alamo is going to be bottom middle. That is the initial location in the track of this. We got Trenton coming up. And let's see. Okay. Bottom left and bottom right currently are in Memphis. But we're going to replace one of those with something in this tornado warning. Thank you, Texas Coffee Break. Appreciate the generosity. We do not have anything confirmed on this area of storms yet. Again, we are expecting the potential here for a tornado, though, as this moves northeast. Bottom middle of your screen in Alamo, the rain's actually picking up. Let's go full cam to Alamo. Rain and wind are picking up right now in Alamo. That might be some sort of outflow boundary or gust front moving through. This is the Crockett Emergency Management Building on the Radar Omega Cyclone Port. This is right inside this tornado warning. It's only about 4 miles to the east of where this rotation is currently. Out in the distance there, that's the storm. Got a little downpour moving into Alamo like right now. So this is a downpour. This isn't actually the storm that is currently rotating. I think off to the like north there, that's the actual storm. So it's out in the distance. Thank you, Nate, for becoming a member. I never thought I'd see Max covering my area. I've covered Tennessee before. I mean, I don't know if you were in Tennessee, but we've covered Tennessee. Literally, I covered Tennessee like not even a week ago. Like we had a random tornado event that happened, and we had a few tornadoes. One of those tornadoes actually ended up killing, I think, 2 people, and that was the one back over west of Knoxville. I can't remember the exact town name. That ended up being an EF2, if I'm not mistaken. So we had a strong tornado, destroyed a bunch of mobile homes in that area. Unfortunately, that was a really like last second event. Not many people knew about that one. That really happened kind of out of the blue. Again, top right of your screen is the storm that we're looking at. That's the area of rotation that we suspect right now. That's near Maury City in Tennessee. Bottom right of your screen is that tornado warning. The only active tornado warning aside from the one in Arkansas, that's for Drew County, Arkansas. Wind is picked up out in front of this storm. A lot of lightning as well. Camera is definitely shaking. All right, we do have a new tornado watch as well. A brand new tornado watch has been issued. Let's go full screen. All right, here's your brand new tornado watch. This includes Kentucky and as well as Central Tennessee. The main concerns are that a few tornadoes are possible. This includes Central City, Hopkinsville, Bowling Green, Campbellsville, Murray, back up in Kentucky, and then Portland, Clarksville, Nashville, Dixon, Murfreesboro, Columbia, and Lawrenceburg in Tennessee are all included in this new tornado watch, which goes until 1 a.m. That's 1 a.m. Central Time. Is again going to be a very long evening. Make sure that you are staying weather aware across Tennessee and Kentucky. Quick update on that tornado warning in southeastern Arkansas. Rotation is again strong right now near Fountain Hill. Rotation again strong right over 425, moving towards Dermott and eventually going towards McGee. If you are in this warning, again, make sure that you are staying away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Let's go back to the Tennessee tornado warning, which radar has just updated. If we have a tornado, it's going to be somewhere near Crockett Mills or Maury City. This is, again, a classic look at basically a QLCS tornado. It's going to be something that's going to be embedded in this little Boeing segment. And I honestly won't even rule out that a tornado tries to develop up here going towards Dyer. We sometimes get these little inflow notches on the northern side of these Boeing segments, and that can sometimes lead to a tornado risk. So we need to watch that closely as that moves east-northeast. All right, 3 cam view is bottom of your screen. We got Alamo, which is included in this tornado warning right now, and bottom right is Humboldt, which is also in this tornado warning. We may go full cam to Alamo because that is looking a little bit more ominous now. So that leading edge of this storm is moving into going towards Alamo, Tennessee now. Right side of your screen is that lowering. At least the leading edge of this line. I don't see any wall cloud or anything like that yet. The lightning is going to be the thing that helps us see anything here. Got frequent lightning. So that's helpful to be able to see if we have anything on the ground. Radar is only going to do so much in this situation. Thank you, Denny, for the $20 Venmo donation. Also, Jamie. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for the Venmo donations. This tornado warning has just been updated. It is still radar indicated for the time being. Nothing confirmed yet. For Humboldt, Alamo, Milan, near Gates, Tennessee. Just northeast of Memphis. Actually, top right of your screen. That looks like some sort of wall cloud that's trying to form there. Yeah, top right of your screen. That looks like a lowering. I'm going to move this text so it's not in the way. Put it back to bottom left of your screen. That is like the suspicious area, top right. Nothing really that low to the ground, but it looks like that's the lowering. Thanks, Sharon, for the $20 super chat. And Douglas from Naples, Italy. That's crazy. Appreciate you tuning in from Italy. That is a huge shelf cloud. Actually, that flash of lightning, you can see the entire shelf coming over. Huge shelf cloud right now. It's a pretty good indication there of damaging winds. I do want to quickly go, this is back over in Bartlett, Tennessee. This is a very ominous look right now of a line of storms moving through the east side now of Memphis. Frequent lightning once again in this area. And then a little bit further down to the south and east in Collierville, the shelf cloud not really defined right now, but it's out in the distance. So if you're back up over near Collierville, just be weather aware. Let's go back full cam to Alamo. Top of your screen again is that shelf cloud. And we're looking for a lowering on the right side of your screen in Alamo, Tennessee. The blue flashes had more to do with the camera quality. Thank you, Star. Appreciate that. Stay safe from Edinburgh, Scotland. Got a lot of international viewers here tonight. Tuning in from North Memphis, we just had very brief hail. How's it looking there? You're pretty much done after the hail. Like, you're pretty much done. Just rain from here. Stay weather aware when it comes to the flooding threat. Lightning has really calmed down here over the last like 30 seconds. I feel like we just had a bunch of lightning. It's coming back a little bit now. Just a huge pause there of like no lightning. We have another camera on the radar mega cyclone ports back over in Humboldt, Tennessee, which is a little further east, which should have a better view at some point. So we might go to that one at some point here. This is like the closest to that area of rotation in Alamo. Guys, this is not looking good. Back over in Arkansas right now, we got a very tight couplet south of Monticello. We may have a tornado here. We may. We're very distant from any radar sites, so it's gonna be hard to determine this. But it's going right towards McGee in southeast Arkansas. So if you are in this warning, make sure you are in your safe place now. If you're in a mobile home, get to a sturdy structure. This is a very tight area of rotation. And it's also a discrete cell, which makes this just that much worse. We're unfortunately, there's just a huge radar hole here. We do have a new radar scan coming in, so we'll wait for that. Definitely concerned, though, for this storm in Drew County, Arkansas. If we have a tornado, it's going to be just east of Monticello, approaching Route 278, going towards Tillar. We also have a couplet developing just north of that one. I mean, the CC is showing something here. It's very hard to determine if that's actually a tornado, but it might be. Let me see if we have anything here. Oh, actually, let me go to the other radar site. It's still the same distance, but... or it's actually further. It still has that tight couplet. And possibly a CC drop near Highway 35. I'd play it on the safe side, though. There's a solid chance that we have a tornado here. Very, very solid chance with how strong the velocities are in Drew County, Arkansas. And get underground if you can, if you're in this warning. This is, again, going towards Tillar, Arkansas. And in Tillar, Arkansas... give you 1 second for the places in this area. Tillar, Arkansas has a country store restaurant that may be in the track of a possible tornado here. Frank Tillar Memorial Methodist Church. Tillar Cemetery. And there's also a Great River Road National Scenic Byway. And Hoots Barbecue. And Shep's Farmhouse Restaurant are currently in line for a possible tornado. Again, it's mainly going towards McGee, but we have a pretty clear CC drop. The problem is we're just so far away from the radar site. It's difficult to confirm if this is actually a tornado, but I mean, I would treat this as if it is a tornado. McGee, be ready to go to your safe place. You'll probably end up being in a tornado warning here momentarily. All right, back over into western Tennessee near Memphis. Line of storms has now all moved through Memphis, Tennessee. This is now approaching Collierville. In addition to Oakland, Germantown, damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour is expected in this area. This is what it looks like right now, live over in Bartlett, Tennessee, at the fire station. Bottom of your screen, you can see the wind pushing towards the camera with the water going across the screen. Do we have any confirmation yet of this tornado? Is there anything confirmed yet of the one in Arkansas? A lot of lightning here in Bartlett. If we get any reports on that storm, please let me know. All right, back up here in Tennessee. We still have a tornado warning near Brazil going towards Trenton. Let's go back to 3 camera view, and actually let's go full cam to Alamo real quick. Alamo is just to the south of this tornado warning now. We're gonna switch back over to Trenton, or actually this is Humboldt. I'm gonna put Trenton middle. This is a live shot though from Humboldt, Tennessee on this tornado warning. We're getting a lot of lightning. Just to the, this is looking more towards the north, so it's looking towards this storm that's tornado warned in Tennessee. This is what it looks like in Trenton, Tennessee. There's a blinding light that you really can't see anything through. So actually, you can kind of see through it. There was actually a pretty decent look to that shelf cloud there. But the lighting's kind of messed up there. But we'll keep it bottom middle. Looks like a snowflake landed on the camera. All right, let's check back at the velocities. I want to go back to the Arkansas storm. All right, velocities have not updated yet. If we have any sort of tornado, it'll again be approaching McGee, Arkansas. So if you are currently in McGee, Arkansas, I'll be ready to go to your safe place in case they do end up issuing a tornado warning on this. Again, the rotation has been very strong here over the last several minutes, and it is a discrete storm, which has a more elevated potential of producing a tornado. We have several storms right now along the Mississippi River Valley, near Lake Providence and Greenville. And right now, all of these storms, if any of them are able to split into a single discrete cell, a tornado threat could evolve. So we're watching those right now. And back up into Tennessee. There's a view right now of this line of storms. Again, damaging winds continuing to become numerous to almost widespread right now in Tennessee. We do have a confirmation of golf ball-sized hail. We mentioned this earlier, but they end up actually producing golf ball-sized hail in Gilt Edge, Tennessee. But definitely something that is not really something that we had in the forecast today was golf ball sized hail, but it ended up happening. And this is also Connor Croft in Memphis, Tennessee. It's a live view of all the rain that is falling. Lots of lightning as well in this area. They are currently under a severe thunderstorm warning. Will this line be strengthening overnight as it passes over the Gulf Coast of Mississippi? It won't really be strengthening, but there will still be damaging winds associated with this and an isolated tornado threat.
Where do you take me?
Just go straight. It's like straight for another forever.
So what it looks like with Mezzo Hunter as well. He is in Memphis. If it loads. Oh, it went out. Never mind. All right, let's go back to... This is in Memphis, Tennessee. Is there any other cameras right now that we can go to, Hayden? On anything? Maybe Collierville? Actually, let me get Collierville up. All right, bottom middle, I'm going to replace that with Collierville. Collierville is in the severe thunderstorm warning east of Memphis for reference, if you're not familiar with this area. And this is where we're currently experiencing damaging winds around 60 to 65 miles per hour, in addition to quarter-sized hail. There is currently no active tornado possible label on this batch of storms, but keep in mind we could still see an isolated tornado at some point here soon as this continues to track east. Tornado warning still continues back up here in western parts of Tennessee. This back over near Milan. Rotation's definitely been weaker here over the last several minutes. We don't have any clear debris signature. If there were to be a tornado, it would be moving into Trenton. So if you're in Trenton, Tennessee, stay in your safe place. The rotation still broad at this time. My main concern, if this is able to stay, as mature as it is, again, we could see something wrap around on the north side of this little Boeing segment, and that's really where we'd be watching for more of a tornado risk with this. I haven't really seen that come out of this yet, but that's definitely something we are monitoring as that moves towards McKenzie. All right, let's go back to Arkansas. All right, the good news is that the Arkansas rotation near McGee is a little bit broader now. We had a very strong tightening there for just a moment. But the good news is it looks like it is at least a little bit broader. But if you're in McGee, just continue to be ready to go to your safe place in case they do end up issuing a new tornado warning on this in southeast Arkansas. And we also have rotation southwest of Dumas, moving towards Watson and the Mississippi River Valley. They have just issued a severe thunderstorm warning back over near Lake Providence and Tula in northeast Louisiana and western Mississippi. Corey Gherkin is actually nearby. I may go full camp, or I might go to him. Corey Gherkin is going to be going towards this, but the reason why this is concerning is because it's another discrete cell, and the tornado threat will be more elevated with this as it moves towards the Mississippi River Valley. So I'm going to possibly go to him at some point. He's just outside of that severe thunderstorm warning. As a reminder, if you are anywhere in the Deep South or the Ohio Valley tonight, make sure that you have multiple ways to receive alerts. That can include a weather radio, that can include this live stream, it can include your phone. Just make sure you have multiple ways, because again, if you go to bed tonight and you're not yet hit by severe weather, there's a chance that you see severe weather, and you could have damaging winds and a tornado threat, and if for some reason your phone doesn't go off, it's always good to have a backup method. So make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts tonight. Again, we are fully anticipating this line of storms to continue to intensify over the next couple of hours, and tornado warnings in addition to severe thunderstorm warnings will really only be on the rise, I think, as we continue to go throughout the evening. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. Again, we'll keep you posted with the latest tonight. Also, feel free to share the stream with friends and family that may be in the track of this severe weather event. You can share it on Twitter, Facebook, or on Instagram or TikTok. This is a live view back over in Collierville, Tennessee. For now, it is quiet. We do have that line of storms approaching out of the west right now. A little bit of lightning in the distance. And we're keeping that bottom middle of your screen. They have just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible label on it. This is back up near Dyer.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, hold that thought. We do have a new tornado warning for Arkansas, Lincoln, Desha, and Drew counties in Arkansas. So it's going to be an extension to this storm that had very strong rotation near McGee, Dumas, and Watson. So it's going right towards the Mississippi River Valley, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. This storm is moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. That is a very fast-moving supercell. We have two areas of rotation. We got one approaching the northwest side of McGee near Tillar, and we got another one just south of Dumas, which is going towards Watson.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have another tornado warning now. This is going to be back up in Tennessee, and I'm guessing it's on this supercell. This one has become a very, very sketchy. We got a hook echo and an inflow notch. They have just issued a new tornado warning for those in Carroll, Henry, Weakley, Benton, and Gibson counties in Tennessee, going in the direction of Paris. Should have that warning popping up here in a moment. This storm is definitely not looking like something that we want to mess around with. We got a hook echo and an inflow notch. This isn't really even, I mean, it's a part of the line, but it's also discrete, which is definitely something that's more concerning here. The warning is taking a long time to pop up. And we also just got a new SPC outlook, so we'll talk about that here in a moment. Sir, where is the tornado warning? It literally has not popped up. It's been like a minute. All right, well, again, if you are in Carroll, Henry, Weakley, Benton, or Gibson counties, it's basically this entire area here that's in that tornado warning. And we have yet again another tornado warning. We have now one in Louisiana and along the Mississippi River, back over near Lake Providence. This is going to be in the, basically, vicinity here of Tallulah. We had a couplet developing back over east of Delhi with a pretty interesting storm here. We also got inflow notch here. We got a hook echo. This is moving northeast towards the Mississippi River. If you are in this warning, seek shelter now. This storm is also capable of producing a tornado. Corey Gherkin is going to be on this storm in just a few minutes. He's actually inside of the tornado warning just south of Rolling Fork, Mississippi. So we are going to go to him once he gets a little closer to this. All right, but I want to go back to Tennessee because now we have the tornado warning polygon on the map here. Again, this storm is concerning. We have very strong rotation right now near the Route 45 area, east of Dyer, inflow notch, and a hook echo. This is currently going towards McKenzie and eventually going towards Paris. And Greenfield and Big Sandy. You are all included in this tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Wow. We're now up to 6 tornado warnings. We have a brand new tornado warning for Henry and Weakley counties in Tennessee, which is actually, I think, going to be up here somewhere. We're talking about Rolling Fork, Mississippi for that other tornado warning. This is a completely separate storm. They've issued a new tornado warning for Puryear and Hazel. I would assume they're going to issue a tornado warning for Murray as well, back up into Kentucky. This is a CWA region, which means that they cannot issue another warning up here without the National Weather Service back up in Kentucky doing that. So this is a brand new tornado warning though, back over near Puryear for, again, Henry and Weakley counties. Little hook echo once again, inflow going into the storm. Again, this is a storm that we need to watch for very closely as it goes towards Murray and as well as New Concord in southern Kentucky, populated area there in Murray. So seek shelter if you are in that warning. We got a bunch of flash flood warnings up here as well. So the tornado threat in addition to the flooding threat mixing together is definitely not something that you want to see. We do not need a flash flood happening while this is also happening. All right, let's see. This camera should have something. We're going to go 3 cam view. Bottom middle of your screen, that's the tornado warning near the Mississippi River. That's Vicksburg. Where is Vicksburg located? All right, it's right over here. So this is near this tornado warning. Corey Gherkin's also on track for this. So again, this storm here near Tallulah, west of Vicksburg, Mississippi. It's moving towards the Mississippi River Valley. We have the one near McGee as well. The rotation's been a bit broader here near McGee and Watson, but continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that warning. The Memphis area for now is mainly damaging winds, but we do think a tornado threat will start to increase over the next hour as this moves in the direction of Bolivar and as well as the Brownsville area in southwestern Tennessee. Damaging winds, again, currently the main concern. And then we have 3 tornado warnings currently in northwestern Tennessee. The one currently west or southwest of Greenfield is definitely concerning. We have strong rotation located in 2 different areas. Just south of Greenfield. Two different areas of strong rotation. Is there any cameras? We got Huntington. All right, let me pull that one up. What is that camera called? Got a camera coming up in Carroll County, which is included actually in this warning. Hey, we don't have Carroll County on this. Can you get me the thing? I'll just put it in here. Unless it's a different spelling. This is a mess, even visually on radar. This is a messy storm. We got, again, 2 areas of rotation being picked up by radar. The reflectivity is not updated. But we may have a tornado, or even 2 tornadoes, dropping right now near Trenton. Reflectivity is 7 minutes behind, though. Let me go full cam to Mississippi real quick. Let me just refresh the radar. See if it's gonna pop up now. We actually had quarter-sized hail reported in Dyer. Nah, reflectivity is just not working right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a brand new tornado warning now for Kentucky. This is going to be an extension to the tornado warning that we have just south of Murray. So this is a brand new tornado warning now south of Murray in Kentucky. This is for Callaway County. The storm is moving east-northeast at about 50 miles per hour. Seek shelter immediately if you are in this warning. Again, the rotation is the strongest right now, approaching Hazel. It's going to cross over 641 near Murray and eventually go towards 280, southeast of Mayfield, Kentucky, for reference. Okay, I'm adding, we're getting Carroll County in here. Carroll County is included in one of these tornado warnings. Let's go put that, I'll put that like bottom right, I think. We got an outbreak of tornado warnings right now, at least, here in northwestern Tennessee. Bottom right of your screen is the Carroll County EMA building. You'll see it in a second. That's right here. So for reference, that's going to be looking more towards the Discreet supercell that we have located back near Greenfield. And again, I am concerned right now that this storm near Greenfield could produce a tornado or two. And again, it's a discrete cell. With how strong the rotation is right now, that's definitely not a sign that you want to see. And I honestly think we may have a tornado right now near Idlewood. The radar isn't perfectly lining up with this. That is right where the hook is. Two areas right now of strong rotation southeast of Rutherford. Quickly going back to Mississippi. Again, back near Tallulah, west of Vicksburg. No debris signature yet, but east of Delhi. Strong rotation going to be crossing over the Mississippi River, south of Lake Providence. Currently near Route 65, going eventually towards Rolling Fork, Mississippi. And we also have another severe thunderstorm warning back near Greenville, near Indianola, going towards Cleveland, Mississippi. And a tornado warning also in southeast Arkansas. No new updates on any of those as of right now. We'll have another radar scan here in just a moment here in northern Tennessee. Update. We do now have a flash flood emergency in effect for McDowell County in West Virginia. It is indicated by a gauge, and it is a catastrophic situation. Again, in McDowell, West Virginia, for a flash flood emergency. Velocity should update in a second. I'm still seeing at least some signal here of maybe a tornado. It's just not clear. Velocities are again the strongest right now near Idlewood and Skullbone in northwestern Tennessee. Christmasville, McKenzie are in the track of this and eventually going towards Big Sandy. What do you do for a flash flood emergency? You go to higher ground. We have several flash flood emergencies happening right now. I mean, look at this. They're all right now in Virginia and West Virginia. There's about 4 different ones right now. It's terrible. We've had a ton of mudslides, tons of running water. I mean, it's a terrible situation over there. A lot of photos and videos have been posted on Twitter. I can probably pull one up too, but it's not a situation that's by any means good. But back over when we had Hurricane Helene, I mean, it's very similar, it feels like, to Hurricane Helene. Quick little update from the Storm Prediction Center. We do have a new outlook from the Storm Prediction Center for tonight's threat of severe weather. There are some changes to the outlook. So the Storm Prediction Center has continued to maintain an enhanced risk of severe weather in Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and the Florida Panhandle. All right, we have that. The tornado risk has dropped further south when it comes to the hatched tornado risk. So the strong tornado risk, at least according to the Storm Prediction Center, is further to the south now across areas in central southern Mississippi, southern Alabama, and eastern Louisiana. But keep in mind, we've seen strong tornadoes in the past, even in areas that are not in a hatched region. So, you know, that's just for general an idea here. I mean, you should still be taking any tornado warning seriously. And then back over into the wind risk, the pink area representing your 45% chance in a 25-mile radius of damaging winds. That continues to stay maintained in Mississippi and Alabama, but has shrunk, I think, just a smidge. But overall, it's still relatively the same area there. So still significant damaging winds expected here across the board. Could be numerous to widespread at times. Rotation is pretty strong right now near Hazel. Also, the Carroll County, oh, never mind, it's back. I was about to say Carroll County's EMA thing went out, but it's back. All right, we're gonna put Corey, I think, bottom right, if I can find him. Mezzo. Corey Gherkin is going to be bottom right of your screen for the time being. He is currently in the Mississippi tornado warning back over near Rolling Fork. So we're going to stay on him there for a moment. And then I'm going to change Carroll County to the bottom middle. I know you said something about the Ohio Valley. Should I be expecting anything in Newark, Ohio? Ohio is not currently looking at much of a risk of severe weather. It's more of just rain and even some snow tomorrow morning. I'm not anticipating severe weather, though, that far north. Huge shout out to Carol with the $50 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Carol. And also huge shout out to Adrian with the $50 Venmo. And in addition to Michelle and James with the $10 and $12 Venmos. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, guys. If you are just tuning in, we do have 5 tornado warnings right now, 4 of which are currently in northwestern Mississippi, and another one in southern Kentucky, which is an extension to the tornado warning that we actively have. If we go back full picture, we also have a tornado warning in Rolling Fork, Mississippi. This is an area that was hit by a EF4 tornado only about a couple of years ago near Cary and Rolling Fork. Let's hope that obviously never happens again, but if you are in Rolling Fork, you're already accustomed to this type of threat. Make sure that you are seeking shelter if you are in Rolling Fork or Cary. Currently, the rotation is not strong, but it is something that we are monitoring closely as it moves in the direction of the Mississippi River and then eventually crosses over the river towards Cary and Rolling Fork. The tornado warning in Arkansas has been canceled, so that's good news. Let's go back to the other radar site. We'll have another radar scan here in a second. Well, moving to Clarksville. Clarksville is in the track of these storms, so you're going to see something. I don't know if you'll see a tornado or something like that, but you're at least going to get hit with some damaging winds, lightning, and possibly a tornado. We may have a tornado near Idlewood. Tight velocity signature right now. There is a very small CC drop. It's not enough to fully confirm it, but again, this storm has had tight rotation for several scans now. It is also right where the hook echo is near Skullbone. So again, we may have a tornado here. Tight rotation going towards Christmasville, Mackenzie, and eventually going towards Mansfield and Big Sandy. Thank you, Lee, for becoming a member. This is the latest scan coming in right now. Rotation is awfully strong right now near Hazel. We're gonna check out the CC signature there too, see if there's anything there. Wait for the radar scan to come in. Thank you, Karen. Appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. I am really waiting for this radar scan up here near Hazel, too, in Kentucky. We got really strong rotation popping up on radar. Usually your wind's going away from the radar, going towards the radar. Pretty tight rotation near Hazel. It also could just be the leading edge of the wind threat here, but at the minimum, we're talking about significant damaging winds crossing into southern Kentucky right now. Very strong rotation. They just updated the warning. It is still radar indicated right now. Rotation is definitely strong. This is a live shot from the Carroll County EMA office on the Radar Omega Cyclone Port, just south of McKenzie. This is looking in the direction of the tornado warning with that discrete cell that's southeast of Greenfield. Frequent lightning currently. It's about 15 miles or so to the east of the rotation. But definitely a lot of lightning right now. And we are still, again, monitoring the threat here for a tornado. Hey, Barbara. Appreciate the super chat. Any spin-ups yet? I mean, I don't think we've had anything officially confirmed when it comes to a tornado. I would have to guess, though, we've probably at least had 2 or 3 tornadoes that have been really quick, that just haven't had confirmation yet. I mean, again, this is a setup where we have a line of thunderstorms, and a lot of the time we get brief tornadoes in between radar scans. So it's very possible that we've already had a couple or maybe even a few tornadoes. We just, again, we don't officially know of any that have happened yet. Currently, outside of Memphis, we no longer have any severe thunderstorm warnings in the Memphis area, so that's good news. No current warnings in the Memphis area or even east of it out of this line of storms that's moving through, including the Collierville area, which we're going to actually put bottom right. Collierville's getting hit by that line right now. Back over into Mississippi, we do have a tornado warning right along the Louisiana and Tennessee border. This is an area of rotation that is attempting to intensify, is crossing over the river now, and is on track for Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Again, Corey Gherkin is in this area. We'll check in on him if he has any view of anything. That is going to the northeast. It is another discrete cell that is currently happening there. All right, let's go back up to Tennessee. We're just kind of awaiting radar scans here. For some reason, the radar is not updating. We have very strong rotation, at least on one of these scans. There is a report of a house destroyed near Idlewood, or by Idlewood, by a firefighter near Bradford, Tennessee. So this is likely a tornado right now that is in progress near Idlewood. And this is a report that's coming in that a house was reportedly destroyed in the Idlewood area. Or Idlewood or Idlewild? Are we talking about Idlewild or Idlewood? What is Idlewood? I'm guessing you meant Idlewild or Wild. But in that area, there's been a report of a destroyed home. So there's likely a tornado in progress right now near the Christmas area, or there may have been one briefly. I don't know why the radar is just taking forever to update. Again, this is the area near Christmasville where the rotation is the strongest. So if we have a tornado, it's going to be right over Christmasville. Double checking to see if I can see it on my phone. From what I'm seeing, we have a debris signature right now over Christmasville. So this is almost undoubtedly a tornado right now near Christmasville going towards McKenzie. McKenzie's a pretty populated area, so again, get to your safe place now if you are in this warning. That tornado, again, will be located right over the east side of Christmasville, going into McKenzie and Highway 22, and then eventually going into Big Sandy. Check in on that northern storm. Rotation still stays strong back over near New Concord in Kentucky. If we had a tornado, it would be located east of Hazel. It's going towards Hamlin and eventually crossing back into Tennessee briefly west of Clarksville, and then it will be on track for the Hopkinsville area. The storm, or the National Weather Service, has not officially upgraded this warning near McKenzie to observed or confirmed. Again, from what I'm seeing, it is likely a tornado that has just happened with the damage report that we have, and also CC radar showing something here near Christmasville. It's going right into McKenzie here over the next few minutes. It'll eventually go towards Big Sandy. The storm long-term is going in the direction of Clarksville. I'm not saying Clarksville is going to see a tornado, but this is the storm that we need to watch if you are in the Clarksville area. This is what it looks like on the correlation coefficient right now. It's too hard to tell if that's a tornado. It's just not clear enough. But again, from a few minutes ago, we definitely had a small CC drop near Idlewood. It's just a matter of if it is actually still in progress. Because again, from what I'm hearing, there was a house destroyed in Idlewild, Tennessee, just southeast of Dyer. And that storm again it has been discreet for a while, so. I'm not seeing anything that confirms a tornado right now in Kentucky. They just now issued a new severe thunderstorm warning here in Kentucky. That's going to be for Callaway and Trigg counties in Kentucky for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and also quarter-sized hail. It's just around and outside of Murray. There's actually numerous roadways as of 3 o'clock closed in Murray due to flash flooding. So that's not going to help. Corey Gherkin's bottom left of your screen. He's on the Rolling Fork tornado warning in Mississippi. Lightning is picking up quickly there, which may indicate that we have intensification happening with that storm. Let's actually check in on that. I'm not really seeing much rotation right now, but this is an area that has obviously been hit by an intense tornado only a couple years back, so we need to definitely watch that closely. That's going towards Rolling Fork and Cary, just west of Yazoo City in Mississippi. The tornado warning that was in effect near Puryear and Hazel has been canceled. The tornado warning does continue for the moment just southeast of Murray in Kentucky, but we still do not have any clear debris signature on that one. And same thing goes for McKenzie. We don't have anything clear for this storm, but again, from what I've heard, there was a tornado already with this near Idlewild, and there may still be one just north of Huntington. Bottom middle of your screen, that's the closest camera to this tornado warning cell. Let's quickly go full cam to that. If we had something, it would be out in the middle of your screen somewhere. This is almost the closest that this camera will see this area of rotation in. I just think it's too distant. If there was something, it's like really on the horizon there. I've seen the Sound of Music before. There is, if you look in the middle, again, very distant horizon there. Right on the horizon, you can see the lowering. And maybe very far right side of your screen, there's something there. Or unless that's just Scud. That looked like something on the far right of your screen. This is looking at the tornado warning near McKenzie, Tennessee. Looks like, yeah, that looks like Scud there on the right. Trying to see if we can see anything clear there. It's just too hard to tell. I mean, there's definitely something back there, though. Definitely have a lowering. Yeah, if there is a tornado, it'd be right over McKenzie right now. Moving right towards Big Sandy, Tennessee. Still got a hook echo on that as well. The tornado warning in Kentucky still continues for now. They've not canceled this. If we have a tornado, it would be near New Concord. We'll see if they issue a new tornado warning. If they do, it would be near Dover, Tennessee. This would be the next area in track of this. I don't feel like they will, but we'll see. Their rotation's still there. They have not yet issued one, though, so it would have to be issued in the next couple of minutes, since this area of rotation is going to be there in moments' notice. I mean, again, this storm's moving east at about 40-45 miles per hour. It's pretty fast. Still nothing clear, McKenzie. We still have some pixels here showing up in the correlation coefficient, just not enough, again, to confirm it right now as a tornado. Per scanner, there are confirmed damage reports and people trapped inside of structures on 45 westbound near Trenton, Tennessee. First responders are able to smell the smell of gas as well. So there is now, there's been plenty of reports now of damage back over near Trenton and also one near Idlewood. This is again where we had strong rotation just moments ago with a discrete supercell that looks exactly like this. We had a hook echo and everything in an inflow notch, which is now over Mackenzie, but this may have been producing a tornado near Trenton and Idlewild. And there's also, I had another report of a house destroyed in Idlewild. Nothing has officially been confirmed when it comes to a tornado, but from the reports I'm hearing, it sounds like a tornado. The warning for now is still radar indicated. And again, as we learn more, we'll let you know. Okay, this is another report on this storm. 3 people that were trapped inside of one of the destroyed homes. So there might be multiple homes that are destroyed. But there were 3 people that were able to be rescued near Bradford in Tennessee from one of those destroyed homes. So it sounds like there are multiple destroyed homes from that wording back over near Bradford. And it's from this storm that likely just produced a tornado and again may still go on to produce another one. It's going in the direction right now of Clarksville. Not what you want to see. We still have a tornado warning near the Mississippi River, east and southeast of Lake Providence, west of Yazoo City. Rotation is much broader now at this point, so they may just let this be a severe thunderstorm warning for a bit. If anything happens, Corey Gherkin's bottom left of your screen will obviously pull him up if he does end up seeing anything. This is turning into a full-blown line of thunderstorms, though, now. We don't really have many discrete cells. The only discrete cells that we have are going to be kind of light, like literally right along the line. So at this point, it's almost all just a linear line of thunderstorms. The closest thing that we have to discrete cells is all up here in northwestern Tennessee right now. If you're back over in Clarksville, definitely make sure that you are prepared with your tornado action plan in case we do end up seeing a tornado warning up there, especially since we have multiple different storms here that are either semi-discrete or very close to at least being discrete, but most of these right now are semi-discrete storms. Thank you, Lisa. Appreciate the super chat. I'll have another radar scan here in a second. We have 7 severe thunderstorm warnings right now from Kentucky back into Mississippi. We have 3 tornado warnings. 1 in Kentucky, 1 here that is in the middle of your screen in northwestern Tennessee, and then the other one right along the Mississippi River near Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Let's go to, let's see. I'm going to put this bottom left for now. Put Humboldt, Tennessee there, bottom left of your screen. Gibson County EMS is reporting people trapped in structures, trees down, and heavy rainfall. I'm pretty sure, I mean, again, from what we've seen on radar already, I'm almost certain that we had a tornado with this storm near Trenton and Idlewild. We've had a bunch of different reports now about that, and this storm may produce another one. I mean, we still have a hook on this storm. We still have an inflow notch. Velocities are still very strong right now in the Mackenzie area near Paris. I think it's going to be beelining right towards Clarksville. Clarksville, Tennessee is right in the path of this particular storm. Let's hope it's just a wind threat at worst case scenario once it gets there, because it does not really look like it's letting up anytime soon. I mean, we got really strong velocities once again right over Henry. It may try to produce another tornado. Thank you, J9, for becoming a member. Would you say it was an intense tornado? Intense tornado means EF3+. I highly doubt that was an EF3+, but we don't really know. This area is not as favorable, though, for intense tornadoes. It's more favorable back over in, like, Mississippi, for example, or far southern parts of Tennessee. We could still see one over here. It's just, again, in general, it's a bit of a lower chance. Hey, do we have any cameras coming up near Clarksville? Anything coming up over there? All right, let me go back up to here. We don't have any active tornado right now, but we do have strong rotation near McKenzie in northwest Tennessee. Oh, is Brandon Kopic live? Brandon Kopic is live, guys. Let's see what Brandon's looking at right now. I didn't think Brandon Kopic wasn't actually supposed to be live today. He's out there. This is Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic on I-55 south of Memphis. He's live on YouTube and also in the Radar Omega app. He's going to be approaching the south side of Memphis here soon, so we'll keep a close eye on him. Let me go back to what camera we're just looking at. That's what it looks like in Humboldt right now. Humboldt is just to the south of that tornado warning. Which right now I think we actually might have a hook there. A little bit of rotation right now actually over Humboldt, which is currently where we're looking. Decent amount of lightning. Winds are not very strong though. I mean, this is just gusty winds. You can tell by the wire moving. It's not like nothing really crazy here. But there's a little bit of rotation. Wow, there's a big flash of lightning. There's a little bit of rotation though over Humboldt. Got a little hook on this storm. Little inflow notch as well, just on the south side there. And that'll be bottom left of your screen. We have, again, strong rotation right now located over Henry, approaching Paris, Tennessee. The storm has already produced a tornado, and we may see another one try to drop. Again, it's going to be heading towards the... is this the Tennessee River? What is it? I don't know what river this is. Whatever this river is, I think it's Tennessee River. It's eventually going to go towards Clarksville. That rotation is definitely on the stronger side of things. They have canceled the tornado warning in Kentucky, so the only two tornado warnings that we currently have is this one in Tennessee, which includes Paris and McKenzie, and then the other one is in Sharkey County in Mississippi. Tennessee River? All right, thank you.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a new tornado warning. This is for Carroll, Henry, Weakley, and Benton counties in Tennessee. This current tornado warning expires in 7 minutes, so they're adding a new one. This will be basically replacing this one, I think, unless they're going for that southern storm. It might be a different one. A little annoying when we don't get our warnings in immediately. Thank you, Kaylin. Appreciate the super chat. All right, it is this one. So, brand new tornado warning. It's basically just going to replace the tornado warning that we currently have. We have an area of rotation near Paris. We have another one near McKenzie. We have two different hooks that have formed, two different semi-discrete cells here that are both moving to the east-northeast, going in the direction of Big Sandy and eventually going towards Dover. If you are in the pink polygon, please get to your safe place, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. If you're in a mobile home and you get to a sturdy structure, again, this storm is tracking in the direction of Clarksville. Thank you, Joe, for the super chat. Live in Clarksville, Tennessee. It's quiet, but feels like something is brewing. Praying for all. Absolutely, yeah. Clarksville is, again, pretty much on the track of this. Let's hope it doesn't go in that area, but, I mean, this rotation is awfully strong. Awfully strong rotation outside of Paris. That's what it looks like in Jackson, Tennessee right now. We got a shelf clap rolling in. Very dark. I'll keep it off for now. There's a lot of lightning actually near Brownsville right now. We did have this morning, I think it was this morning, we had a lightning strike in Nashville that actually set a home on fire. I saw that report earlier this morning. This one looks like in Humboldt right now. Very windy now. And we had a bit of rotation in this area. Wind has really picked up in Humboldt. Thank you, Anna, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Appreciate that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Definitely windy there. All right, we do have a brand new tornado warning. This is going to be in Mississippi and Arkansas. It's a large tornado warning. It includes Tunica, Tate, Coahoma, Panola, and Quitman counties in Mississippi. And it's actually all the way back up here. So this is in northwestern Mississippi. Also includes Tate, or it also includes Phillips County in Arkansas. So if you are in this warning, seek shelter immediately. This is another threat that we have embedded in kind of like a cluster, almost like a bowing out area of thunderstorms near Clarksdale. This is moving in the direction of Jonestown, Sledge, Falcon, Helena West, and Tunica, west of Batesville. This is what it looks like. It's kind of your upper level view of that rotation since we don't have any close by radar sites. This is actually going in the direction of like Hernando, for example. You know, Memphis, Tennessee, you're not technically done yet with severe weather. I mean, you're pretty close to it. I don't think this is going towards Memphis. It should take more of a right-hand turn and go more towards Hernando long term. But just south of Memphis, again, new tornado warning here that is in effect. All right, and then also, I think we have a camera here in this area. So we'll have that up here in a second. We're now up to 10 severe thunderstorm warnings. We have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. Humboldt, Tennessee looks crazy on the bottom right of your screen. A lot of lightning and strong winds there. They weren't in a tornado warning, but we had a little rotation overhead. It's still very windy there. That's what it looks like right now. It's still pretty windy. Star Wars, I'm probably going to make a video doing a tutorial on that. With how many things we have ongoing right now, I'm not going to go into like a full explanation, but I do appreciate the super chat. When it comes to determining like a tornado on radar, though, like generally speaking, you just need like tight rotation and strong rotation, and the correlation coefficient needs to match up with that. This is pretty close to being tight rotation over Paris. We don't have any clear debris signature, though. We need something that's more consistent, like a darker shade of blue in a certain area, so... per scanner, there are confirmed damage reports of people trapped in Resident Million Highway out of Bradford, Tennessee. Again, unfortunately, there was a tornado, at least one, from what we're hearing from these reports. It's the latest scan on the velocities. And rotation still remains strong near Paris, Tennessee. The other tornado warnings expiring in a moment. This rotation will be approaching the Tennessee River Valley here in just a few minutes, and then eventually going in the direction of Dover. Mostly a wind threat right now back up in Kentucky. If you're in Hopkinsville or Oak Grove, this is mainly a wind threat for right now, including areas like Central City, mostly rain and wind. Unfortunately, we have a huge area of rain that is going to come right into Kentucky once again. And we have flash flood emergencies right now in West Virginia, and we're just going to see even more rain tonight. I mean, we're talking possibly an additional 1 to 3 inches of rain into early tomorrow morning from this line of storms. So it really could not get much worse for those areas. I mean, again, this isn't Helene, but this is reminiscent of that when it comes to the damage that we are seeing currently back over in parts of Virginia and West Virginia. Let's check back in on the rotation on this storm near Jonesboro. And that rotation currently moving towards Route 61 in western Mississippi along the Mississippi River Valley. Brandon Kopic is east of this. If he gets a bit closer, we will go to him. And we still have a tornado warning near Rolling Fork, Mississippi. In general, this rotation has not really come together here. It's been mostly just wind at this point and some lightning. Corey Gherkin's in this area. Again, if he sees anything, we'll obviously go to him. But for now, it's pretty much all wind and lightning down there. Okay, I'm not seeing a clear... This is not a debris signature right now, but we do have a hook echo right now right over Paris. So right over Paris, Tennessee, we have a hook echo moving northeast. And we had a similar shape to this only about 25 minutes ago or so when it allegedly produced a tornado back over near Idlewild, Tennessee. Near Bradford as well. Has a very strong inflow notch. Again, hook echo right over the south side of Paris. Some lightning also in the area. Approaching the Tennessee River Valley near Big Sandy. Let's see about this. Let's see. Where is this site? There it is. I would say out of any storm that we currently have, the main concerning storms that we have actively right now is this storm right here over the next hour going towards Clarksville. Another one that I would say has a concern is the Rolling Fork one. It might not look good right now, but it's probably going to intensify as the temperature continues to drop. It's going into more of a wind shear environment, and especially once this line of storms comes a bit closer, I think it's going to get nudged a bit more towards the east. So that basically means that this has a pretty good chance of trying to become tornadic long term. Though the rotation's really not there right now, I really think this is a long-term concern in Mississippi. And then back up here, I think this is a short-term concern, but these are like the two storms that are currently happening that I think have long-term implications when it comes to a tornado risk. And I wouldn't be surprised if something tried to develop closer down here near the Mississippi River, back over near like St. Joseph, for example, near the Louisiana and Mississippi border. So there's three different areas that we're really watching when it comes to a more robust potential for a tornado. And I would say the one that's east of Rolling Fork probably has the best chance of doing that. This one up here in Tennessee has a chance, especially with how strong it's been here for a long time. But the other one's more discreet, and it's going to be discreet for a longer period of time. Hey, you Holly Jolly. Appreciate the super chat. What do I expect for Florida? I think the Florida Panhandle is mostly going to be a wind threat, but there could be an isolated tornado in like the Panhandle. Thank you, Star Wars, for becoming a member. And also thank you, Sentient, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to hit the red button down below and subscribe. Again, we'll be your one-stop shop here tonight for severe weather coverage. We'll be live again probably at least through 1 or 2 a.m. It could be much longer than that, though, just depending on how intense this line of thunderstorms is. So make sure you're subscribed down below. And also, feel free to share the stream with friends and family on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Get the word out there. Again, we'll be live here throughout this event tonight. This is another radar site near Paris, on the Paris, Tennessee storm. It's a little bit further north than east. Has a pretty good gauge here of that rotation. It's right over the northeast side now of the town. It's not really tight, but it's on the stronger side of things. We have a hook echo, and we still have an inflow notch. As long as this doesn't become outflow dominant, this is definitely going to be a tornadic supercellular storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a new tornado warning for Haywood, Hardman, Carroll, Henderson, Madison, and Gibson counties in Tennessee. I'm pretty sure it's up here in Clarksville. So if you are in this warning, get to your safe place immediately. Away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. Oh, actually, no, it's way back down here. It's back out near Jackson. So Jackson, Denmark, Oakfield, Medina, Mount Gilead, and as well as Lavania, now included in this tornado warning. This is a QLCS tornado risk. This is basically where we're watching this entire segment of this storm to see if something spins up. We could see a spin up tornado basically anywhere in this particular storm system. Back over near Jackson. So again, seek shelter if you are in this warning. Let's see. All right, we got Madison County. Got a few different cameras that are in this area. Clarksville's Montgomery County. Thank you. Look at the storm up here near Paris. I mean, we still have a really impressive hook echo here. Really impressive hook echo. No tornado for right now, but that storm is not far from producing one. Love watching you. You're amazing. I want to know if Nashville is safe. Nashville is not safe right now. Your threat of severe weather is going to increase over the next, really, hour or two as this line of storms approaches from the west. I would give it I would probably say like 10 o'clock. It's like a reasonable ETA, 10 to 10:30. The wind and tornado threat are the biggest concerns over there. Got a little tight area of rotation on the southwest side of Jackson right now. There's a camera out, it looks like, in Denmark. This is what it looks like right now live in Jackson, Tennessee. It is... It's raining. You can barely see anything. Visibility is very low right inside of this tornado warning. Cannot see anything here. It is just straight up raining. Got some lightning in the area. The area of rotation, the area of really concern right now is approaching Memphis. This camera here in 3, I think this is, what is this? This is the Madison County 911 cyclone port on Radar Omega. We'll probably, yeah, we'll pull that up. Let's go here and put that bottom right. That's in the track right now of that area of rotation. Thank you, Cassie, for gifting a membership. Is Memphis good? Memphis is good, aside from really rain. Assuming this left splitting storm doesn't really go that direction, you're done. I would honestly be surprised if it made it to Memphis. Even if it did, it really wouldn't have much of a chance of rotating, because it's just going, it's taking a left-hand turn. It's not a very favorable storm. The the Rolling Fork tornado warn cell, that one is becoming a little bit more organized now. It's actually organizing quickly near Holly Bluff. This is a storm that, again, has long-term potential of producing a tornado. Near Rolling Fork, it is, again, currently on track for Silver City, Route 49, just west of Yazoo City, south of Bolzoni. Currently have 4 tornado warnings. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for those in Dover, Tennessee, just west of Clarksville. Okay, I think that is just some... Let me go back to this radar site. Let's just go back full screen here. All right, radar site has not updated. I'm pretty sure that is not a tornado. Back to 3-cam view. All right, bottom right camera and bottom middle camera, both inside of this southern tornado warning in Tennessee. And this is mostly a QLCS tornado threat. There isn't really a single area of rotation that is mostly dominant. Maybe this one, but that's about it. Just southwest of Jackson. That's, again, currently approaching 45 and eventually going towards Lexington. Bottom right camera, again, is the closest to that area of rotation. It's about 2 miles out. So we'll go full cam to that if it starts to look interesting. Got a lot of lightning, though. I mean, these, again, are highly electrified storms tonight, which could lead, again, spark potentially some, like, building fires. So we need to keep that in mind.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, there is now a new tornado warning. This is the Discreet supercell in western Mississippi. Again, I have a lot of concern about this one long term. It's a very discreet supercell just west of Yazoo City. Rotation has been intensifying a little bit here over the last several minutes. It's going towards Luis, Carter, and approaching the north side of Yazoo City, going towards Eden and Silver City, just south of Belzoni. Seek shelter immediately if you are in this warning. Let's go live to Jackson. This is where we have a tornado warning right now. This is a live shot on the traffic camera in Tennessee, which may have literally just gone out as I went to this. Oh, nope, it's still there. Look at it. You can see on the bottom of your screen on the road, the wind picking up. And this is, again, an area that we have rotation in. Near Jackson. Looks like it froze again. It's also what it looks like in Three-Way, Tennessee, which is also included in this tornado warning. Back to slot 2, I think it's there. Oh, that's Humboldt. So this is Three-Way, Tennessee. What's the best one, Hayden? Is it Campbell? Alright, seems like the those streams are a bit laggy, at least the traffic cameras. Back to the 3-cam overlay. But wind is definitely picking up right now in Jackson, Tennessee. Our main area of rotation was southwest of Jackson. It appears as if this is mostly a wind threat right now, but again, we could still see a tornado spin up in here somewhere. It's, again, a QLCS tornado risk. It's the potential for a tornado embedded in this line of thunderstorms. Currently tracking to the east-northeast, right along Interstate 40. Let's go to Madison County. The 911 call center in Jackson. That one has a view, it looks like, of the storm rolling in. That's what it looks like in Madison right now, or Madison County in Jackson, Tennessee. So it looks like a shelf cloud right there in the middle right of your screen. See if we can get a lightning strike and see if we can see anything. It's the area that we're monitoring for a possible tornado. There's been literally no lightning here over the last, like, 30 seconds. It's actually kind of crazy. With all the lightning that we're seeing elsewhere, for some reason, this one spot, we're not seeing many flashes of lightning. I mean, this is crazy. This might be the longest time that we've gone without seeing lightning on a camera. There's been so much lightning tonight. I'll keep it bottom right. There's no lightning right now. I'm not seeing anything really definitive right now of a tornado near Paris. The rotation is a little bit broader, at least from the other radar site off to the northeast. I've had some contamination here as well. If we did have a tornado, though, the better chance of there being one would be north of Big Sandy going towards Dover. I would anticipate a new tornado warning in Dover, Tennessee here in a few minutes, as this semi-discrete storm continues to move northeast. It's becoming a lot more linear now, but it's still a little semi-discrete. It's just merged with the line now. quick update on the Mississippi tornado warning. This is all the way back down near Yazoo City. No velocities scan update in the last 8 minutes, but this is going to be going towards Carter and Luis. Again, we have long-term thinking here that this is going to be something that's concerning for a long time. I think this is going to be a discrete cell that lasts an hour or two and may produce a strong tornado at some point with its discrete nature of being literally so far to the east of this line of storms. Anything that's out here this far to the east is going to have the capability of producing a tornado. And so we need to really watch this one closely as it moves towards 49 and eventually goes in the direction of Winona in Mississippi. No tornado warnings right now across Louisiana or Arkansas. Most of Arkansas is done with severe weather unless you are in far southeastern Arkansas. In that case, there is still a chance there for both damaging winds and also an isolated tornado. They have canceled the tornado warning for Jackson, so that tornado warning is no longer ongoing. The tornado warning does continue, though, back over near Big Sandy. Hey, Penelope for the $20 super chat. Biggest concern for Murfreesboro. I think across the board tonight, our biggest concern is going to be damaging winds. That's the biggest concern for everybody. I think if you are anywhere right now in the Deep South or the Tennessee Valley, make sure you hatch down your trampolines, protect loose line items. The biggest concern across the board is damaging winds. Other than that, we could again see a few tornadoes here tonight. That's again, we're probably going to at least see a few more tornadoes over the next few hours. A lot of them are going to be embedded in that line of thunderstorms, but anything that is discrete, like what we have in western Mississippi, that is where a strong tornado threat exists. And storms right now are quickly approaching Hopkinsville. Mostly a wind threat right now. A tornado is still a possibility, though, as these move east. Bowling Green, you got about an hour or so until this line approaches you. Nashville is still about 2 hours out from seeing this line of thunderstorms. Unless we get some sort of random semi-discrete cell or discrete cell that fires out in front of it, which is highly unlikely right now, but it is still something that could happen. So it looks like in Bolivar right now. This is Bolivar, Tennessee, a live shot. I have a big shelf cloud. It's a little hard to see, but it looks like a shelf cloud right here, right on the horizon. If we get a lightning strike, you might see it. Thank you, Nashville, for becoming a member. Thank you, Cordis, for the super chat. Here's to another night of weird Mississippi and Alabama town names and Max's fight with pronunciation. Appreciate the super chat. Do all tornadoes sound like a train? Not necessarily. I mean, it really just depends on the tornado itself, if it's a large tornado or a small tornado. For the most part, though, not all of them do, unless it's like a big-time tornado. A new severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued for Aaron, west of Clarksville. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. I've got a feeling the rotation's been weakening quite a bit on this area of storms going towards Clarksville. I don't think we have an imminent tornado warning coming in this area, but they may issue one if the rotation kicks back up again. Just for right now, it's not really that intense. Do you think Louisville, Kentucky will be hit by a tornado? No. Louisville is just too far to the north. You're already kind of done with storms anyways. There's actually a little area here near Mount Washington that's producing damaging winds moving towards 62. Little something there. Alright, let's just stay in Tennessee for now. We'll keep a close eye on that storm nearing Yazoo City. Back to the 3-cam overlay. And let me see if we have any chasers on anything right now. Alright, nothing as of right now. Will it die down in central Georgia? Central Georgia will at least get damaging winds tonight. Like, at least scatter damaging winds. I think an isolated tornado threat will also exist. It's just gonna be a little bit lower. Thank you, Vaughn. Appreciate that. Yes, mispronunciations go hard on this channel. Shout out to Keith with the $10 PayPal donation. Thank you, Robin, for the $10 Venmo. Adrian, again, with the $50 Venmo. Thank you, Finding Answers, with the $55 Super Chat. W's in the chat for Finding Answers. Eli here from Ontario, Canada, spending the winter in Townsend, Tennessee. Love your coverage. Keep up the stellar work. I appreciate that, and thank you. And Tennessee, I think, really has the worst of it tonight when it comes to the wind and the storms in general. This is really where the most organized part of this line of storms is moving through tonight. It's all across Tennessee. Let me show you the future radar for tonight to give you an idea of what this line of storms will look like here over the next few hours. So this is what it looks like currently as of about 8 o'clock or so. Or, yeah, this is right about 8 o'clock or so. Again, we got a long line of storms right now across western Tennessee, Kentucky, and also back through the Mississippi River Valley. By around 9 to 10 o'clock tonight, this line will be moving through Nashville and up and down Mississippi. I think we're going to have some very intense storms here over the next couple of hours forming in Mississippi in terms of damaging winds and a few tornadoes also being possible. Once we get closer to 11 to 12 o'clock tonight, this line is pushing through Nashville, moving towards Huntsville, Birmingham, and Tuscaloosa, Alabama, just west of Montgomery. Damaging winds, again, the main concern across Alabama as we go into tonight and overnight tonight. Damaging winds also the main concern further north, but we could still see a few tornadoes embedded in this line of storms. Eventually, by around 2 to 3 a.m., this line is approaching the Knoxville area. Let me go back to the other future radar because that one doesn't go far enough, but 2 a.m. this is what's going to look like. So just west of Knoxville, we got the line of storms, Birmingham, Montgomery getting hit by this line around 2 a.m. tonight, and eventually by 3 to 4 a.m. Central Time, so eventually around 5 a.m. Eastern Time, this line is moving through Atlanta, Georgia, Dothan, Alabama, and also nearing Panama City, Florida, where damaging winds will continue to be a concern. And this is going to move all the way towards the East Coast into tomorrow morning with an isolated tornado threat and damaging winds all being possible in areas like South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida, before eventually it weakens out as it moves across central Florida. So again, our peak for this tornado threat and severe weather threat in general is between now and midnight. That is the worst time frame. There will still be severe weather after midnight, but the worst of it is really over the next 4 hours or so. The good news for now is that discrete supercells have become kind of almost irrelevant at this point. We haven't had many of them. The really only one that we clearly have right now is back over in Mississippi. That one's been struggling a little bit. It's been hit or miss. The rotation's a bit weaker again near Silver City and west of Yazoo City. But long term, this is a concern because of its discrete nature in central Mississippi. And also Louisiana, we do have a line of storms moving through, mostly wind. Not really seeing a whole lot of rotation at this point. They do have a tornado possible label on the line moving through Monroe, but it's been, for the most part, just wind for now. The Paris County, Tennessee tornado warning continues here for about 22 more minutes, or unless it ends up getting canceled, which that is possible. Not really seeing a whole lot of rotation right now in northwestern Tennessee. It's mostly a line producing damaging winds. Just continue to stay in your safe place if you are inside of that tornado warning. And they have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning back down here near Jackson. So Jackson, Lexington, Henderson included in this new severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds up to 60. And also the threat for some ping pong ball sized hail. What time do we expect rain to arrive or storms to arrive for the Daytona 500 tomorrow? The Daytona 500 is actually a pretty big event. We did talk about this in today's video briefly. Just quickly going through the timing. I would say the rain in this area is mostly going to be between 2 and 4 o'clock. It's going to be a weakening line of storms, so it's really just a quick shot of rain, but any rain is going to mess up racing. So 2 to 4 o'clock, really the main time frame. Tornado warning here in Tennessee has been condensed. Still includes Henry and Benton counties, but it's a much smaller tornado warning now. You'll see that update here in a second. And again, this is your new severe thunderstorm warning. Up to ping pong ball sized hail as possible back over along I-40. All right, let me put... Corey Gherkin, bottom left. Corey Gherkin's back down on the Mississippi tornado warning. We'll have him bottom left. Bolivar looking like. Let's put Bolivar back up on here too. Got frequent lightning as well now in Jackson, Tennessee. Hey, Chandler for the super chat. Do you think Florence, Alabama will have a chance to see a tornado tonight? Anywhere down there in the deep south, including Alabama, Mississippi, has a chance. I think for the most part, though, Alabama is a little bit lower. I think it gets lower as you go further east with this line of storms tonight. All right, let's go full cam to Bolivar. Bolivar is currently getting hit by some damaging wind potential. So live shot from Bolivar. Gusty winds now moving in. This is the leading edge of this line back over in southwestern Tennessee. Thank you, Tyler. Spring Hill, Tennessee. I generally think across Tennessee, the tornado risk does still remain low. I still think it's going to increase a little bit more, though, over the next couple of hours as wind shear increases. And again, this QLCS tornado threat should also start to increase here over the next hour or so. I want to go to Madison County real quick. We had a decent look at Madison. This is Madison County, the 911 office in Jackson. It is, you can barely see anything now. It was much easier to see a few minutes ago, but there's a bright light kind of blinding the camera there. But we do have frequent lightning now in Jackson. Jackson is, again, just outside of that severe thunderstorm warning. This is what it looks like in Humboldt, Tennessee. We've had a ton of lightning in this area, but it is now calming down. So good news there if you're back over in Humboldt. All right, we do have some damage reports coming out. These are brand new from prior tornadoes, or a prior tornado that we think happened. In Trenton, Tennessee, a large tree fell onto a house in Trenton. That is according to law enforcement as of about 7:20, so a little under an hour ago. In Bradford, Tennessee, there's reports of damage in the Fruitland and Bradford areas. Again, we think this was from a tornado. It may have been from like a microburst or something like that too. That's as of 7:18. And then in Bradford, Tennessee, at least one home was damaged with several people trapped in a closet in Bradford. That's as of 7:15. We relayed a lot of these reports to you when they happened, but those are some of the official reports now that are showing up. So 3 damage reports, again, likely from a tornado. And in that area as well, we had quarter-sized hail. So... Thank you, Thomas, for becoming a member. Thank you, Linux, for the super chat from Northeast Ohio. Thank you, Max, for all your coverage. I appreciate you tuning in from Northeast Ohio. Ohio is not far from severe weather season. I mean, this is just, I would say today's event is like an appetizer to what we're going to see in March, April, and May. I think we're going to have a full-blown, few outbreaks at least in March and April. I think March is going to start quiet, but I think it's going to get really active in the middle and end of March. Kind of like what it was last year. Last year was pretty similar. I think this year, compared to last year, when it comes to tornadoes and severe weather, I think they're going to be very similar. I think we're going to have pretty similar tornado counts and severe weather in general. I think it's going to be a very active next few months. Thank you, Bernie, for the $20 super chat. Major weather nerd here, checking in, saving lives, doing what you love. Appreciate that. Thank you for tuning in. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe. Again, we do severe weather coverage like this all the time. Like the stream as well. Share the stream with friends and family that may be in the track of these storms. And we have a little lull period right now. We have 2 tornado warnings and 8 severe thunderstorm warnings. But again, Nashville is going to get hit by storms here within the next, really about 2 hours or so. So the next major population area is only a couple hours out from severe weather, including a threat again for damaging winds. And potentially a tornado risk as well. I don't think we're going to get a tornado warning extension to this storm. But again, just stay weather aware if you're in Clarksville. Clarksville's not in any warning yet. You will be likely eventually as this little segment comes towards your area. We do have a flooding report back over in Dover. Around 20 roads are closed apart across the county, which is Stewart County, Tennessee. More rain is coming here over the next hour, so that's definitely not something that you want to see. Putting Bolivar bottom right of your screen. Bolivar is currently getting hit by some strong winds. We're now up to ping pong ball sized hail in Stewart County, Tennessee, which is back up here near Dover. So we're now up to ping pong ball sized hail. Significant hail core right now just to the south of Route 79. That's again moving right towards Clarksville. Let's check back in on the Mississippi tornado warning here north of Yazoo City. Wow, I mean, this storm had potential long-term to be something significant. It's really weakening out here over the last several minutes north of Yazoo City. Not really even at hook echo anymore. We don't have any rotation on radar. So that's really good news. I mean, this is exactly what we want, because any discrete cells like this that form, like, they are very concerning with this environment today. We have a very large warm sector out in front of this line of thunderstorms that extends all the way back up into Tennessee. So as long as these storms are weakening, that's very good news. The line of storms is really becoming the dominant concern, which is still going to remain intense here for the next several hours. Damaged trees down and cars in flash floods across Humboldt, Milan Highway, and listen on police scanner, Gibson County and Bolivar. Unfortunately, there's been a lot of rain, and we are still getting frequent reports right now of damage in a lot of these areas. A lot of it's likely going to end up being straight line wind damage, but the storm that's been marching here across northwestern Tennessee, now east of Paris, has a history of at least producing a tornado from what we've seen. Thank you, Carrie, for the Venmo donation. Appreciate that. What do I expect Knoxville getting? I think Knoxville is going to be mainly wind. We have a lot of mountains back out here in eastern Tennessee, so a lot of the time the tornado threat ends up being lower anyway. And since this is going to be going into the overnight hours, the tornado risk is going to be lower. I think if anything, we have QLCS tornadoes that happen over there. So again, tornadoes embedded in a line of thunderstorms. We are starting to see rotation develop again near Dover, it looks like. At least in the upper levels. A little bit of rotation. Not nearly as consistent near the closest radar site, but maybe a little bit of rotational loft developing near Dover, just west of Clarksville. That will definitely be something to watch for. Thank you, Dog, for the super chat. Appreciate that. We are also up to ping pong ball sized hail in Stewart, Houston, and Humphreys counties in Tennessee. Someone said gas in Trenton, Tennessee from tornado damage. I did see that. Apparently firefighters are smelling some sort of gas in Trenton from a possible tornado. All right, I gotta take a quick 60-second break. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay tuned, and we'll be back in a moment. All right, we are back. We went 3 hours straight without even getting up from our seat. Sheesh. All right, let's kind of recap what's happening right now if you are just tuning in. We're going to start with what's happening now and what is kind of to come here. So as of right now, we have severe thunderstorm warnings lined up from southern Kentucky all the way back into central Tennessee. And main concern as of right now is damaging winds. The tornado warning that we had in effect here near Paris, Tennessee has now been canceled. So we are looking at a significant wind threat right now that is moving up and down here from Hopkinsville, Kentucky, all the way back through Jackson, Tennessee. There is still a chance that we get a embedded tornado in this line of thunderstorms just north of Lexington. That's the main location that we're looking at near I-40. Got a few live cameras coming up on the Radar Mega app, so we're going to continue to keep close eyes on those as this line does continue to move east. And my mouse, it was stuck. All right, there we go. Further down to the south, we have a non-severe area of wind that is currently happening east of South Haven. This is between Jackson and all the way back through I-55 east of Clarksdale. Again, main concern across the board here is also gusty winds and lightning and heavy rainfall. We also have no tornado warnings anymore. This tornado warning has just been canceled. According to my, this tornado warning has now been canceled. It'll come off your screen in a second. But we are currently sitting at no tornado warnings across the board for the first time in, I believe, 2.5 hours or so. Maybe 2 or 2.5 hours. I think the last time we didn't have tornado warnings was back around 5:30. So it's been a while. But this tornado warning was just canceled by the National Weather Service, and we are now back down to just purely severe thunderstorms, right? Which right now, we have a couple different lines of thunderstorms back over in northeast Louisiana, mainly damaging winds. The tornado risk with these is very low for right now. Again, if anything can become a bit more discreet, the tornado risk would increase. But for now, it's, again, relatively a low threat. And then back into northern Mississippi, again, mostly just gusty winds. We don't have any really discrete cells that have fired off out in front of this line in the warm sector, which means the discrete supercell chance and the strong tornado threat right now is on the lower side of things. So for now, the tornado risk is pretty low, but again, I think it'll increase, especially here near the Nashville area in just about an hour or so, maybe even sooner. This is really the main concern, in my opinion, across the board when it comes to the wind and tornado threat, is back up here into parts of Tennessee. If we go over to the tornado parameter values that are currently being detected by the HRRR model. If I can, oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing, sorry. Where? I've had a brain fart. Oh, no, it is here. I was on the wrong thing. All right. We'll look at the tornado parameter values for the next several hours. Gives you an idea of where the greatest tornado threat is. The HRRR really hints at the areas like central and southern Mississippi and back into eastern Louisiana being more of the hot spot for tornadoes, which is closer to the Gulf Coast. It still does have, though, a low-end tornado risk even throughout parts of central Tennessee. That's, again, with the line of thunderstorms that is going to be moving through over the next several hours. Keep in mind, the tornado risk is not zero back over near Knoxville, but it drops a lot, mostly because of the mountainous regions there. In addition to this line of storms being a bit weaker by the time it gets there. But in fact, actually, the HRRR does keep a pretty consistent higher tornado threat, at least near the Gulf Coast here over the next several hours, even into the Florida Panhandle as we go into early tomorrow morning, which there's a lot more wind shear down here, and any discrete cells that fire off near the Gulf Coast will definitely be able to produce the potential for a tornado threat. So for now, there's not really much happening down here, but it is something that we'll have to watch for as we go later into the evening hours. And yeah, that's it for right now. If you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. We'll be answering questions here until we start getting more tornado warnings or significant severe thunderstorm warnings. That you win for the super chat. Will Athens, Georgia get thunderstorms and lightning? I think you'll get some thunderstorms. The tornado threat is a bit lower, though, over there. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued in Hopkinsville, just outside Hopkinsville, Tennessee. Not seeing the brief spin up or southeast of Hopkinsville. I'm not really seeing a brief spin up. We may have, there might be a little bit of rotation just south of Hopkinsville. I'm not seeing much though. I'd say it's more of a wind threat for right now. I think the spin-up tornado threat will probably increase as we get closer to Nashville. All right, let me see if I missed anything else here. Been doing pretty good on alerts tonight. Thank you, Leslie, for the $10 super chat. Will these storms fizzle out before hitting western North Carolina? They won't fizzle, but they will be weaker by the time they get there. A new report coming out of Gibson County, Tennessee, from a possible tornado earlier. They have crews heading towards Trenton Road. There's currently at least 2 vehicles in water. So that is not good news. Thank you, Jerry, for the $10 PayPal donation. Appreciate that. As always, thank you guys all so much for supporting the channel. Really do appreciate it. We are closing in on almost 1 million subscribers. And your support, without your support, these streams would not be possible. So I really do appreciate you guys all tuning in as always and supporting the channel. Hey, Nathaniel for the super chat as well. What does it look like for Columbus, Mississippi? I don't know where Columbus is. I would say Columbus is mostly going to be a wind threat. The tornado threat, when it comes to the potential for strong tornadoes, is really going to be highest between now and about like 3 or 4 a.m. back along the Gulf Coast. It's where our strong tornado risk is the highest. We do have a little area here near Clarksburg that is starting to nudge out a little bit of an inflow notch. Tornado threat may try to ramp up here soon near Clarksburg. And that's currently moving to the east-northeast towards New Johnsonville. It's a little area of rotation developing near Clarksburg. Let me go back to storm relative velocities here. We do have a little area of rotation right now near Clarksburg. It's right along I-40. Patrick, it should be mostly a wind threat in Clarksville. Still a low tornado risk. This storm south of Huntington is definitely trying to wrap up, though. And I think there might be a tornado trying to drop here just north of Parsons. They may issue a tornado warning on this here in a few minutes. For some reason I can't put the Parsons camera on here. Is there another radar site on this? No, this is the closest one. Yeah, I think we're going to get a tornado warning on this here soon. This may undergo tornado genesis north of Interstate 40 going towards Camden. Waverly's also in the track of this. So if you're anywhere just west here of Nashville, back west of Dickinson, this storm is becoming a little bit more concerning. Ash, I'm not expecting anything in Pennsylvania. But I mean, storm chasers, like they go wherever they want. Like we don't have like actual storm chasers just dedicated to our channel. Like they can make the decision that they want to make to go to a place and chase there. So I mean, they could go to Pennsylvania. Like I don't really direct them on where to go. They just go wherever they feel like going, wherever they think the best chance for a tornado is. We have storm chasers tonight. It's just all the storm chasers we have right now are just kind of in between storms or not really near them. So yeah, I mean, still, I would say out of any storm that we have right now, this one still looks somewhat concerning. South of Greenwood and north of Yazoo City in Mississippi. Actually, Brandon Kopic's not far from this one, so we'll go to him if he sees something. But this one stays, if this one continues to stay discreet, this one's going to be a concern when it comes to a tornado risk long term going towards Winona. We got a huge storm right now west of Nashville that's forming. This one's definitely concerning west of Nashville. Got a hail core possibly as well. west of Clarksville and west of Nashville. We have two different storms here that are both concerning in their own regards. Mainly a wind threat right now, but tornado threat is not out of the question with either storm. They both could undergo tornado genesis. Spork, we're currently thinking 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds around the Nashville area. If you do end up seeing severe weather, which I would say is a pretty solid chance that you will. But, I mean, if there's a tornado, obviously the winds would be way higher in almost any case, so. Unless you are just not... Unless there's, like, a very weak, like, EF0 tornado. We haven't had a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center in a while. I feel like we'll get one here soon. Flash flood emergency has been extended for Mercer and Summers County is in West Virginia again. This is a catastrophic situation for flash flooding. Many homes have been damaged and even destroyed by this flash flooding back over in southern West Virginia and western Virginia, east of Pikeville, Kentucky. Unfortunately, this threat is going to continue overnight tonight as this line of storms will dump even more rain in those areas. We are anticipating another 1 to 3 inches of rain out of this line and even behind the line with a lot of moisture. It's unfortunate, but this significant flooding threat is just going to continue back over there in West Virginia and Virginia. Thank you, Scott, for becoming a member. Reflectivity has not updated. It appears as if we still have, rotation east of Clarksburg, west of Nashville. And this storm right now has a more, I would say, is more concerning when it comes to the tornado risk. There is a little bit of rotation southwest of Clarksville. That one is not as concerning me right now, but may organize as it moves towards Clarksville. The environment as we go further north towards the Kentucky and Tennessee border is a lot less favorable for tornadoes. But there is still a tornado risk, so. Fun fact, you haven't already heard, we're going to have severe weather tonight, right? Severe weather is going to continue tonight across many areas in Tennessee and Kentucky. Tomorrow morning, when you wake up back over in Kentucky, there is going to be a heavy burst of snow. This is northeast of Nashville, back into Lexington and southern Kentucky. We're going to have a heavy burst of snow, and there might even be some freezing rain and some light snow east of Nashville around lunchtime tomorrow. So that's pretty crazy.
A tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a brand new tornado warning. This is for Carroll, Holmes, and Humphreys counties in Mississippi. Storm is moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. Let me let's see. Weather alerts are coming really late. I'm not sure if it's just... I'm not sure if I can change to a different thing here and if it'll be any different. Here's your tornado warning. I'm not sure if this is going to be better. New tornado warning, though, just southeast of Greenwood, south of Sedan, northwest of Lexington, moving towards Winona in Mississippi. If you are in this tornado warning, again, seek shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible. If you are in a mobile home, please get to a sturdy structure. Winona is a bit more populated, so we need to watch this closely. Brandon Kopic's not far from this. We are going to put up Brandon Kopic. We'll put him bottom of your screen somewhere. Put him bottom left because the other one is like the same camera. Brandon Kopic, who's live on Radar Omega and on YouTube, he is just outside of this tornado warning, but he's going right for it right now. And so we will keep a very close eye on him as he gets closer to this storm. There we go. Okay, tornado warning currently in effect just outside of Winona, Mississippi. And we are still watching this storm near Clarksburg, Tennessee for a possible tornado threat that is moving towards Dickinson and just west of Nashville. The National Weather Service has just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for those in Clarksville. So Clarksville, Tennessee, you need to, again, stay away from windows. Damaging winds is the main concern right now. Wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado with this as it continues to move northeast. The user for the super chat, Clifton, Tennessee should be mainly a wind risk. The tornado risk is a little bit lower down here. The line of storms across the board that went through Memphis initially is a lot weaker than everything else. It's very interesting. You know, today's wind risk, even back up into Tennessee, was expected to be more elevated. We were anticipating a much more numerous to widespread area of damaging winds, but it's mainly been confined, at least over the last hour or so, to the northern side of this line, all the way back up in northern Tennessee and southern Kentucky. So, definitely interesting. Okay, so we have a new update, and this isn't something you want to hear. But Bradford, Tennessee, this is exactly why I say don't be in a mobile home during a tornado or even a wind event, but a fatality has been confirmed from a mobile home, from a possible tornado via police scanner in Bradford, Tennessee. So, again, this is exactly what I say this all the time, but if you're in a mobile home, you know, you should not be there during severe weather. It's just not safe. Find a sturdy structure, because that is exactly what can happen. I mean, mobile homes are not safe, guys. I've got to be honest, like, we had a tornado in let me see if I can find it again. I'm pretty sure it was the tornado in Tennessee that we literally had like a week ago. We had a tornado. This was the tornado that's near like Jonesboro, for example. Actually, fun. I didn't even know this. We had 4 different confirmed tornadoes. From that, we actually almost had a small scale tornado outbreak about a week ago in Tennessee from that tornado event. We had an EF2, which was the one we were covering live. If you remember, there was an EF2 west of Knoxville. But we had a couple of fatalities from this tornado, and it ended up being from, again, a mobile home damage. I mean, mobile homes were literally flattened. Like, this is just like some of the damage that we end up seeing from that. And this was an EF2 tornado, which again is a strong tornado, but you can just see everything damaged. This is all from mobile homes, I'm pretty sure, like everything here. So that's why I'm saying make sure you're taking this stuff seriously. This is a more clear view, but this is exactly what we're talking about. And again, this is from the damage assessment toolkit. That was just west of Annandale near Deer Lodge, that tornado. So it's a good reminder. Mobile homes are just not a safe place to be during tornadoes. But I didn't realize that we had 4 confirmed tornadoes from that event. We had 4 different ones. That's pretty crazy. It was all from the same storm. We had another one also, but that was further east from a different storm. We do have a large, severe thunderstorm warning now near the Mississippi River. This is going to be from the St. Joseph region back through Lake Providence for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Once again, we do have a tornado warning here in central northern parts of Mississippi, on track for Winona and I-55. And that's your rotation right there. It is currently tracking to the northeast, south of Greenwood. Thank you, Hall County, for becoming a member. All right, back to Tennessee. This is a huge range folding issue. Just a lot of contamination, actually. It's more just contamination, not even range folding. Still have rotation east of Clarksburg in Tennessee. Again, this is west of Nashville, so we still have rotation. We're a bit further away from the radar site, so it's not as clear and evident of rotation, but this is the other radar site in Nashville. Once these storms get closer to Nashville, it'll be easier to tell what is exactly rotating, but that is rotating still. And then we have storms approaching Clarksville. For whatever reason, the radar is about 21 minutes behind on that radar site. This one's just a bit more accurate at this point. Mainly a damaging wind risk. We got a Boeing segment right now going into Clarksville. One thing that I'd be keeping a close eye on is on the northern side of this bow segment, we have enough inflow to the point where an isolated tornado could try to develop along the Kentucky and Tennessee border. I'm not really certain that we're going to see that because of the alignment of this line. It's much more oriented northeast to southwest. If it was more aligned like north to south, there'd be a better chance. But since we have some kind of convection just east of that, it's a little bit harder for that to happen. But we're still watching that closely. And new severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued west of Nashville. This is west of Dixon, near Waverly. That's going to be for half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. It is free to do. We'll keep you posted with the latest on this severe weather outbreak. We only need 100 more subscribers for 963,000. We are getting closer and closer to 1 million, which is crazy. Make sure to like the stream and feel free to share this stream with friends and family on Facebook or Twitter or Instagram or TikTok. Get the word out there about the severe weather event. Again, we'll be live here more than likely for the next several hours. I would anticipate us being live at least through midnight, if not later tonight. The tornado threat will likely increase back down near the Gulf Coast as well. So we have more bad news coming out of this severe weather event thus far. We now have 2 fatalities confirmed. One in Clay County, Tennessee, and the other one in Gibson County, Tennessee. So 2 confirmed fatalities now, unfortunately. New update from the Storm Prediction Center. A new tornado watch will be issued soon. This includes south and eastern parts of Mississippi and northern and western parts of Alabama. Does Max sleep? You'd be surprised. Somehow I do. But once again, new tornado watch, excuse me, will be issued here soon. In Alabama and Mississippi. All right, Brandon Kopic is not far from this tornado warning. This is his location right now. He's bottom left of your screen. This storm, as of right now, is rotating a little bit just north of Lexington. So we're going to keep a close eye on Brandon there. He's just to the southwest there of Winona. Brandon Kopic is live on both Radar Omega and on YouTube right on this storm right now. It's tracking to the northeast. Tornado potential is highest really on this storm since it's more discreet. And discreet supercells are really the ones that have the best chance of producing a tornado. And this one is the closest one we have to being discreet. We also got a couple of new cells forming southwest of Jackson, Mississippi. If these are able to mature, a tornado risk could come out of those. And Corey Gherkin's down there, so if he has something, we'll obviously go to him. But the tornado risk right now is definitely mostly, or at least the strong tornado risk is mostly driven towards those areas down there to the south. All right, over the next about 45 minutes to an hour, we really need to be watching Central Tennessee closely. I think this tornado risk is going to ramp up a little bit more. QLCS tornadoes are going to become more likely in this area over the next hour. So again, be on alert in Central Tennessee. We're going to be watching this area like a hawk. Thank you, Corbin, for the $10 super chat. I'm not really seeing a whole lot of rotation up here in Morgantown. It's mostly just wind. The problem is with this environment back up in Kentucky, it's really just, it's too dry. I mean, it's not dry. We've had a lot of rain, but the dew point is just too low, and it keeps a lot of these storms more elevated. Let's go to METAR dew points. And yeah, I mean, you can see it across the board here. Like, the dew points are right around 55 degrees, which, again, that's decent, but it's not really enough. A lot of the time, we usually need at least 60-degree dew points for there to be a more materialized tornado threat. In this case, it's just gonna be a lot lower. These storms are usually more elevated in this type of environment. So now it's not like you can't see a tornado up there. It's just it's a lower chance. And I don't really see much there that would indicate that we have a tornado dropping, or even rotation, really. All right, I'm gonna try to flip out a few cameras here. Got a few places coming up. Oh, okay, the program crashed. Nice. I think it did at least. Oh wait, no, it didn't. I'm blind. All right, we got Parsons coming up. So what it looks like right now live in Parsons. This is Parsons, Tennessee. Not really much lightning out there. The lightning is really minimal down here across the southern edge of this line across Tennessee. There's really hardly any lightning. All the lightning is concentrated back up here in Clarksville and west of Nashville. Which again, this is the reason why I've been saying this a few times, but this is like the reason why I think these storms will be the most intense for a while. A lot more lightning with this band of thunderstorms. And we also have a few Boeing segments, which this Boeing segment here near Clarksville, I think, could produce some sort of tornado risk down the road. Thank you, Chronicles. Thank you for the pronunciation. Somebody asked in the chat, how do we know when to take cover? Well, you take cover if you're under if you're under a tornado warning. If you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, I would recommend going to your safe place anyways, or at least staying away from windows, because a lot of the time damaging winds will be enough to produce some level of damage. You could have a tree fall down. In these areas, there's a lot more trees, which is, again, I'm pretty sure we at least have had damage to a home back over in just outside Mackenzie there near Dyer. We had damage to a home from a tree falling down. Like, trees can fall down. That's very dangerous, especially here in Tennessee and Kentucky, and even through Mississippi and Alabama. There's a lot of trees, so it's just best to stay away from windows whenever you're in a severe thunderstorm warning. Just bring the iPad or the iPhone with you and have me on your screen, and you'll probably be fine. Well, if you're watching on TV, I know about 50% of you actually watch on the television, these live streams. I had no clue. It's like a very high percentage compared to what I expected. Let's go to Brandon Kopic. He's right on this tornado warning in Mississippi. We'll tune into him.
Perspective.
I'm quickly eating a snack. My cat is woken up.
The lightning is definitely on the uptick. I will say that. Lightning is definitely on the uptick.
Thank you, Holly Jolly, for becoming a moderate velocity member.
Almost to the north, turn a little side road. Either I can take the side road or go straight. It don't really matter. If I pass the side road, I pass the side road. Ain't a big deal. Tis not a big deal. Yeah, look at that light.
Do have a few flashes of lightning here, so it should be a little bit easier to see if we have a tornado anywhere here near outside of Winona. It'll be a little bit easier to see it.
Past that side road already.
It's not very frequent lightning, but there's a little bit.
Stop ahead. Good to know.
We are gonna fix this later. The stream keeps cutting into my face cam. I've got to fix that after the stream. We'll fix that. Sorry, we've had some technical issues. We fixed a lot of the technical issues from last live stream, but I added more because we're doing upgrades to some of the camera stuff that we have. Brandon is just off to the north of the main area of rotation. Yeah, Brandon Kopic is on YouTube and also inside the Radar Omega app.
It's definitely taking its time to get northeast, though. It says it's moving at 60. Sure don't feel
And this
like
tornado
it's
warning is just
60.
southwest of Winona in Mississippi.
This is going to pass likely just west of Winona. Just west of Winona. I don't know why my GPS puck isn't updating. No, it says it's updating. There it goes.
Alright, we're going to go back to Brandon in a moment as he gets closer to that area of rotation. Just to zoom out on things as lightning starts to pick up as we go away from him. Let's go back to Tennessee. And I want to go back to Clarksville. So again, up here in Clarksville, we do have this Boeing segment that is currently moving east towards right along I-24. I'm still monitoring the potential again for maybe some sort of tornado to try to develop back up along the border on the northern side of this Boeing segment. Otherwise, we did have rotation on the storm west of Dixon and near Waverly. That rotation has been fizzling now, so that's good news. But we are still going to be watching that because, again, this is going right towards Nashville. Mostly a line of storms, though, with a wind threat for the time being. But, again, if we get any sort of Boeing segments that get little notches on the northern side, like what we have up here near Clarksville, the tornado threat will likely increase. So, for now, it's not really we're not really seeing a whole lot of rotation, even though we're seeing that little signature up here north of Clarksville. But it is something that would, again, elevate the tornado potential out of a linear line of thunderstorms like what we're seeing now with this squall line. So if you're back over in Nashville, again, we still got about an hour or so until this line arrives, an hour and a half, but that's really the main concern right now. Got a little baby storm that's now formed southwest of Jackson, Mississippi. A little baby cell. It's going up towards Edwards. And this is the type of storm that may try to become tornadic if it is able to stay discreet. Hey, Penelope for the super chat. I watch you on my TV. Well, I appreciate you watching from the TV. If you guys ever have any photos of you watching on your television, feel free to tweet me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Always fun to see those. We currently have 7 severe thunderstorm warnings across about 4 different states. We got a few in Louisiana. We got one also in Mississippi. And then we got 2, or actually 3 in Tennessee, and then 1 in Kentucky. We have currently 33 flash flood warnings that are in effect. That is from Tennessee and Arkansas all the way back into Virginia. And then we also have our 1 tornado warning, which once again is currently just southwest of Winona. Let's go back to Brandon Kopic, again live on Radar Omega and on YouTube. He is seeing some lightning off to his left. Quickly approaching this storm right now. That is currently tornado warned, just outside of Winona.
Oh, good CG to the north. My goodness. Goodness me. Alright, not here. That one.
My cats love watching your streams. All right. That's interesting.
I can pull across the
My own cat does not like me streaming in general, so that's very differing. Thank you, by the way, Jerry, for the $10 PayPal donation. Appreciate that. Thank you. His message is, thanks for providing us with very valuable information. Much appreciated. I do appreciate you tuning in, if I can help. I mean, the benefit of not having cable television is that you get commercial-free weather coverage here on the Max Velocity channel. I mean, this is, I would say, debatably better than, you know, a lot of TV coverage. We have tons of cameras and storm chasers as well that we, you know, license out. And I think in general, again, YouTube is really just becoming one of those platforms where a lot of people are now going for severe weather and tornado coverage and stuff like that. We don't have commercials. I mean, today's stream's not even sponsored, so like there's literally no ads even in the stream. So it's definitely very a different experience, I would say. I really think that's the way that currently, you know, weather coverage is going. I think it's getting more geared towards being on, you know, platforms like YouTube. Glad 16,000 of you trust me for your weather coverage. Got severe storms right now moving through Clarksville, Tennessee. 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds currently moving through Clarksville. And also just outside of Hopkinsville now. Still monitoring the potential here for an isolated tornado as this moves towards Springfield. I think the tornado risk, though, is staying low for the time being. West of Nashville, that storm that was looking very concerning has definitely weakened a lot. This is the evolution over the last about 25 minutes or so. And we had a pretty decent storm there. It was relatively discreet. It's become a lot more linear again, so not nearly as much of a tornado risk. Mostly wind for the time being. And then back over in western Mississippi is just a mess right now. All up and down western Mississippi and eastern Louisiana. We have an elongated area of damaging winds and also tons of lightning and heavy rain. This has just become a mess, though. I mean, there's just nothing organized here at this point when it comes to a tornado risk. Definitely a lot of wind out there and a lot of lightning, and a lot of rain. It's just messy. We got like two different segments here. We got one here and then one here. Basically two different lines of storms almost overlapping there along the Mississippi River Valley. They'll be going towards Jackson here soon. We still have a tornado warning here just southwest of Winona for the next 20 minutes. This is again Carroll County, Mississippi. If you are in this warning, again, just continue to stay in that safe place. Rotation's been a little bit weaker over the last couple of scans, but that's happened multiple times with that particular supercell. It's been strong, weak, so just best to stay in your safe place. Thank you, Nate, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate your dedication for keeping us safe from Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Hope you stay safe there tonight. Thank you, Deborah, for becoming a member. Markle is watching from Australia. Max is sick? I am not sick. I don't want to jinx it, but this is like the first time I think ever that I have not been sick for like the entire winter. I'm probably going to jinx it now, but like it's unbelievable. This is like the longest period that I've gone without being sick. It's been about almost a year, I think. It's crazy. Don't worry, I'm touching grass. I'm not like just sitting in my studio all the time. Do have a new severe thunderstorm warning just southeast of Hopkinsville for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. An intense area of wind is moving through Trenton and Guthrie. Mostly wind right now along the leading edge of this line as well. Not really seeing any rotation for the time being. Thank you, Lily. Appreciate the super chat. Hey, this is from Tessa on Twitter. She is currently eating IHOP and watching the Max Velocity stream while in bed, recovering from the flu. Hope you feel better soon. I've heard the flu is terrible this year. I've heard it's terrible. Heard that from a lot of people. Hope you feel better very soon. Boa, if you have any video of the flooding, at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. We are covering the flash flooding as well. Mostly focused on severe weather, because the problem is with flooding, it's hard to cover. Like, you can cover it, but, like, the preparations need to be made beforehand. It's one of those events, it's just kind of like, I mean, I can, like, I'll be able to talk about it, show you video and stuff, but it's more one of those things you have to prepare for ahead of time. Like, we're going to see even more rain tonight, which is going to lead to more flooding concerns overnight in Kentucky and Virginia and West Virginia, but yeah, it's one of those things. Unfortunately, it's when it starts happening, it's already happening. Like, you can't really cover it much. Thank you, Suzanne, for becoming a member. And as well as James for becoming a member. Thank you, Juliana, for the $5 PayPal donation. Appreciate that. Thank you, Gems. You want to be a storm chaser? Storm chasing is one of those things that I'll be doing at some point in 2025. It's going to have to happen at some point. I think we're going to do a storm chase at some point in like the fall or late summer or something like that. Go out to like the northern plains and do a chase with one of the storm chasers up there. All right, let's go back to Brandon Kopic. He is inside of that tornado warning. See what he's looking at. Wind's actually picking up right now. He's inside of this tornado warned cell. Wind is picking up and rain as well.
It is in the southern flank.
Thank you, Chrissy, for the generous $20 super chat. Stay safe in Lyles.
Alright, I'm gonna move.
Thank you, 60-second. Fisher, appreciate that.
East and get towards 55, because I don't think this is gonna do it before it makes its way north and east. I think it needs a little bit more time.
I have no clue where my cat went.
And the main circulation.
I'm supposed to show my cat, but I don't know where she went.
South, so we'll go east a little bit out of here.
Thank you, Tyler, for becoming a member. Why do storm chasers chase at night? Well, this, I mean, first off, this event literally started at night, so. But second off, I mean, it's. I mean, if you get lightning, you can still see. It's not easy to chase at night. It is a challenge, but. Thank you, Ryan, for the super chat, and Christian. Appreciate that. Your cat is napping? She might be. I have no clue.
Winds are definitely starting to shift.
Yeah, so far we've had 2 fatalities confirmed at this point from the tornadoes. One in Gibson and one in Clay County in Tennessee. Oh, is there floodwater in Pikeville? Let me look. Is there floodwater here? Or can I just not see it? This is in Pikeville, Kentucky on the Radar Omega Cyclone port. Apparently there is... Okay, apparently the black is water. It's just hard... Oh, actually you can see it. Look at this. This is a whole river, a stream of water flowing. You can actually see it. This is some of the flooding over in Kentucky. Alright, it's hard to see at night. This is all the water that's flowing, which really shouldn't be. Actually, it looks like debris right there, too. There are some homes that were damaged and destroyed by this, too. It's just completely flooding here in Kentucky. It's in Pikeville. Hey, D. Young, appreciate the super chat. Hey, Graydon for the super chat. I don't think we have a Clarksville camera. Appreciate the super chat, though. I mean, this water should not be anywhere close to this high, though. Like, this is definitely high. I mean, you know, this river is flowing and there's debris in it too. So this is just part of the significant flooding threat that's been happening in Kentucky and Virginia and West Virginia. I mean, unfortunately, this is just going to continue overnight too. We got a lot more rain coming. That entire line of storms will roll through this area. More rain's coming, and it's unfortunately going to get probably worse than this. So another 1 to 3 inches of rain will be possible overnight. And again, that's back over in Pikeville, eastern Kentucky. I think it's like the main camera that we have in this area. There might be a few others somewhere, but that's like the at least one that's pointed at the river flow there. Still got a little Boeing segment here east of Oak Grove, northeast of Clarksville. It's mainly a wind threat for right now. We're still monitoring to see if an isolated tornado transpires out of that. West of Nashville, line of storms continuing to march in the direction of Nashville, Tennessee. And we got about an hour, a little under an hour, until this line is hitting the western suburbs with a damaging wind threat. Tornado risk also still exists. Thank you, Rhonda and Patricia, for becoming members. And Tyler for the 9 months. And the tornado warning has now officially been canceled. So we no longer have a tornado warning. This is Brandon Kopic. I didn't mean to click that. But we no longer have any tornado warnings again. The only tornado warning is gone. And that was back over in Mississippi. How bad is the flooding in southern West Virginia? It's bad. I mean, we got flash flood emergencies right now in Princeton and Welch in south of Oceana. It's bad. I mean, the flash flood emergencies literally mean we have catastrophic flooding happening. It doesn't take that much rain, especially with all the rain we've already had, for flash flooding to become this big of a concern. And so this isn't in western, this isn't in southern parts of West Virginia, but this is again a river flow here in Pikeville that is not, and the water's not supposed to be this high, so it's a little bit harder to see the river flowing now, but yeah, it's not a good situation. Hey, Tyler. Appreciate that. Stay safe. If you find some, Hayden, let me know. If we get more camera views of the flooding, we'll show you guys. Hey, Julianne, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. How long will this stream last? As long as needed. We'll be live here as long as needed. As long as there is a tornado risk, we will be live. That's at least, I mean, I won't be live until, like, you know, 12 a.m. or 12 p.m. tomorrow, but you know what I mean. As long as there's something that's significant happening. Thank you, Jamie, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate the generosity from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Subscribed last summer. Appreciate you being here for that long, and you're one of the 963,000 that has subscribed before the 1 million subscriber marker. We are currently now 37,000 subscribers from 1 million on the channel. This is a very interesting looking storm here west of Jackson. We got like a triple hook almost. We got like a little baby hook, like 4 different like hooks kind of all around this one storm. It's kind of eerie looking. It's very thin and stuff, but very interesting. Thank you, Cole, for becoming a member. Thank you, Justin, for the super chat. What are the red lines that pass Clarksville, Tennessee? Or when the red lines pass Clarksville, Tennessee, what is the tornado risk? When this line of storms passes you, which it is right now, the tornado risk is essentially 0. So you're almost done with the risk of severe weather. Our next big concern with this line is going to be Nashville and Hendersonville and any areas surrounding that are our next big concern. Yeah, get Centerville up on here. We're gonna put Centerville somewhere on here, probably bottom middle. Centerville is gonna be on the track of this line here pretty soon. See if there's any other views of anything right now. This is a view from a bridge. This is back over in Hardin County in Savannah, Tennessee. I remember covering this about a year ago. We had a tornado warning down here. Pretty quiet right now, but there's again, the line is approaching this area. There's a lot of construction happening too at the bottom of your screen. But the line of storms, generally speaking, it's still maintaining its intensity, but it's just gusty winds for the most part, all across northern Mississippi and southern Tennessee. The worst of this line so far has been all across northern Tennessee and also western Tennessee. It's been mostly in this area, so very interesting to say the least, because we do have a lot more moisture down to the south and whatnot. Granted, the warm frontal boundary is much further to the north and a lot more wind shears in that area, so. Thank you, Rhonda, for the super chat in London, Tennessee, and also thank you, Graydon, for the super chat. Now, it would be cool if we had a camera in every single county in the United States on this app. That would be insane. It would, I don't know how much that would cost. It'd probably be like millions of dollars because there's a lot of counties in the United States, but that would be like sick. Like that, if we had a camera in every single county that exists here, the amount of things that we could spot would be pretty impressive. So, thank you, Tina, for the gifted membership. Thank you, Justin, for becoming a member. Probably a billion plus. I don't know about billion. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know how much all these cameras cost to put up. Going back to that river flow back over here in eastern Kentucky right now. A little bit of debris flowing still. Not really fast, but there's a little bit of debris flowing. We do have a little bit of something spinning up near Guthrie, Kentucky. We do have a little spin up trying to happen near Guthrie. This right here, right along the... we've been talking about this for a while, and I wouldn't be surprised if we got a brief tornado here. But there is a little bit of rotation right now over Darnell and over the east side of Guthrie. So be mindful. If you're near Keysburg or Adderville, definitely make sure that you're staying vigilant. There is rotation here. It's trying. We might get a brief tornado. Thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate that. Thank you for this generous super chat. Thank you, Hollywood, for becoming a member. Is the risk over in three-way Tennessee? Yeah, if you're, again, west of this line of thunderstorms, you're basically done. There's still going to be a lot of rain that leads to flooding, but the severe weather threat is done further west. A new tornado watch has just been issued, and it's a large one. This is going to include 8 million people. This goes until 4 a.m. Central Time. We have a brand new tornado watch for most of Alabama, a little bit of the Florida Panhandle, eastern and southern parts of Mississippi, and eastern Louisiana, including the Baton Rouge area. A few tornadoes are likely, isolated ping pong ball sized hail, and widespread damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour is also likely. This includes almost 8.5 million people, about 2,700 schools, and 285 hospitals. Again, this goes until 4 a.m. Central Time across most of Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and a little bit of the Florida Panhandle. So again, if you are going to bed tonight, and if you're in those areas, have multiple ways to receive alerts, and have a tornado action plan ready to go. We may have a tornado trying to drop east of Guthrie. Nothing confirmed yet or anything, but the velocities continue to stay strong going away from the radar. A little bit going towards the radar. So again, possibly a tornado trying to drop in this area. This is one of those QLCS tornadoes that sometimes happen. Velocities are being measured around 50 to 60 miles per hour on the leading edge, which means there's damaging winds. But this is at least attempting to drop a tornado on the leading edge here of this line. I do think we'll have a better, at least over the next like half an hour, we're gonna have a better view of these storms as they approach Nashville. So any tornado threat that materializes, we'll be able to see it a bit better on radar. We're still in a bit of a radar hole here south of Clarksville for the storm mode that we have right now, which is linear. Thank you, Scott, for the $20 super chat. I remember how excited you were to hit 500,000 subscribers. You know, it feels more and more surreal that we're gonna hit 1 million in like a few weeks. It's a very weird feeling. It's very different from 500K or any other milestone that we've hit. I don't know how to explain it. It feels so, it just doesn't feel real. It's like the simplest way to put it. And the fact that we're about 37,000 subscribers away from 1 million is crazy. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Tennessee. That's going to be for Houston, Montgomery, Dixon, and Cheatham counties. For 60 mile per hour damaging winds. It should pop up here in a second. Do I think Bowling Green will get a tornado? I think the risk is pretty low up there. Yeah, risk really is just gonna be wind. Not even severe really up there. It's mostly just gusty winds. Here's your new severe thunderstorm warning just outside of Nashville, near White Bluff and Dixon, near State Route 49. Thank you, Adam, for becoming a member. How do I become a member? It is the pinned link in the chat, or it is the top link in the description. Helps the page out a lot. I went on vacation to Panama City Beach last year. I've never been to Panama City. A lot of people go there, though. How many people have vacationed to Panama City? I'm actually curious in the chat. For whatever reason, there's a lot of people that vacation there for the beaches. It's very popular. There's a lot of people too that go every year too. It's like a reoccurring thing. Actually, quite a bit of you in the chat that go. Let me go back to 3 cams. That Centerville camera bottom of your screen should get a little interesting here soon. Sounds like there's an accident on Mezzo Hunter's end. This is Mezzo Hunter. There's some sort of accident that just happened. This is in Pope, Mississippi. Definitely not what you want to see. Not gonna really speculate what it was, but I mean, in this kind of situation, there's obviously a lot of water on the ground, so hydroplaning is obviously a possibility. So hope everybody's okay. Got a fire truck going by too. Anyway, aviation for the super chat. I can take you storm chasing. If I go storm chasing, it'll probably end up being with like Freddie McKinney or Matthew Capucci or somebody like that. Matthew Capucci wants me to go with him. This is the tornado watch full screen now. We actually have a severe thunderstorm warning in Kentucky for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. I'm going to go to this first, and they have put a tornado possible label on this. This is, I believe, the first of the day that we've had over 60 miles per hour. Like, this warning is legitimately for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So this is a considerable damage threat for those in Franklin, near Auburn, just south of Bowling Green, Kentucky. Tornado possible label is also on this. Again, we may have a tornado right now near Adair. It's possible. There is a couplet still there. So there could be a tornado in this little hook right here near 102, moving eastbound. Latest scan is still showing that too. We got a little hook right there. Possible tornado. Actually, that might just be a tornado. We have a CC drop right over that area. I think we have a tornado. Can't confirm with the velocities yet, but the CC is matched up right over that little hook there. We may have a tornado going towards Adairville in Kentucky. Wes, the timeline's going to be overnight tonight into early tomorrow morning. It's just an isolated damaging wind risk. Very, very, very low tornado risk in North Carolina. Appreciate the generosity. I'll go back through the future radar at some point here soon. Thank you, Daniel, for becoming a member. The velocities haven't updated, but again, I think we have a tornado right now near Keysburg. It matches, again, directly up with this storm. Going towards Adairville. No tornado warning on this. They did put a tornado possible label on it. I think this is a tornado. I think we have an unwarned tornado right now, west of Adairville. I just saw the velocities on my phone update, and there's definitely strong rotation. So probably some sort of brief QLCS tornado right now happening in Kentucky going towards Adairville. This is kind of one of those situations where it'll probably only end up being on the ground for like a minute, maybe 2 minutes, but this will be something that will probably get surveyed tomorrow is my guess. But this is near Keysburg and Dot. We'll be approaching Adairville, Kentucky in just a moment. Near Highway 96. Surprised they did not issue a tornado warning on it, at least. The flashlight emergency for Tazewell County in Virginia has been extended. Yeah, it's a catastrophic situation. This is the latest scan. It may have already occluded. Waiting for the radar and velocities to update. Hey, Chris, for the super chat. Montgomery's mainly a wind threat. Isolated tornado possible. All right, if we have a tornado, we would have a debris signature over this area, which the CC has not updated quite yet. Velocities are definitely a little bit weaker on this latest scan. I would have to assume that we don't have a tornado there anymore. All right, CC hasn't updated, but again, if you're in a Dareville, just continue to stay in your safe place. I'm almost 100% sure that we just had a brief tornado there, just west of town. Radar matched up with it pretty well. Even the north, actually, the national radar site kind of picked up on it too. Didn't have a debris signature, but that right there is a tornado to me. All right, let's see. Huntsville. What does Huntsville look like by midnight? Let me just do a future radar run so you guys see what it looks like for tonight. I know a lot of you guys are asking about like timing and stuff like that. So this is what it looks like right around 10 o'clock tonight across the deep south, including the Tennessee Valley as well. Again, the line of storms continues to move through Nashville and eventually through Jackson in Mississippi. Eventually by 11 to 12 o'clock tonight, this line is moving towards Huntsville, Alabama, just west there of Birmingham, and also far west of Montgomery. Again, Montgomery's not going to see anything until very late tonight. There will be a few discrete cells that try to fire off near the Gulf Coast. Tornado threat going to be a bit more elevated down there as we go into the overnight hours tonight. Strong tornado threat is still possible. Eventually by 2 to 3 a.m., this line is moving into the extreme northwestern corner of Georgia, across central and southern Alabama, and also back down near Mobile and New Orleans. Damaging winds still the main concern, but embedded tornadoes are possible. The line of storms will be falling apart as it moves towards Knoxville, Tennessee, in addition across most of Kentucky, and then the line will still stay intense across most of northwestern Georgia and eastern and southern Alabama, right around 3 to 4 in the morning tonight. I wouldn't rule out a couple of tornadoes still, even in this line of storms throughout parts of southern Alabama. By 5 to 6 o'clock tomorrow morning Eastern time, we'll be talking about just a lot of rain, I think, for most of North Carolina. Still some severe weather left over in this particular segment of this line of storms, and that'll continue to roll towards the East Coast. Wouldn't rule out some isolated damaging winds back up in North Carolina and Virginia during the morning hours tomorrow. But generally speaking, the tornado risk is almost zero. And then by around lunchtime tomorrow, that line is pushing into Florida. I've had a couple people asking about the Daytona 500. I think we're going to see rain around 2 to 4 o'clock, which could throw a little bit of a curveball into that race. But yeah, so we're looking at across the board. Thank you, Wendy, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you, Steven, for the super chat. Wilmington, Ohio. Not going to see any severe weather up there tonight. All right, let's go to back to 3-cam view. A new radar scan coming in on this storm that likely just produced a tornado a moment ago, back over southeast of Elkton, Kentucky. This is our latest radar scan. If we have a tornado still, it'd be down in this little hook near Dareville. And I'm not seeing anything clear as of 9:20. We'll wait for another radar scan. And just outside of Nashville, we do have severe storms approaching. Main concern right now for Nashville is damaging winds. We're still monitoring the potential for an isolated tornado as this continues to move in the direction of Nashville. This is back over in Decatur County, Tennessee. Rain is starting to fall, and line of storms is moving through. This is I believe this is in Parsons. Right in downtown Parsons, Tennessee. Heavy rain. Wind is pretty light. Winds are picking up in Murfreesboro. Well, there isn't really any severe weather out there. It's probably just ahead of the front. It's pretty typical to have some gusty winds out in front of a front like this. We have very sharp isobars, which would indicate higher wind speeds across the board. This is what it looks like, for example. So we got all these like tighter isobars, like this right here. This would indicate basically stronger pressure gradients, which would lead to higher wind speeds. And we're definitely seeing that around the national area. And you can see how much broader it becomes near this line of storms. So overall, unless we have severe weather happening, like the wind is just going to be much lighter in general. Pretty interesting stuff. We get Savannah on here. Savannah's also going to get hit by this line here soon. Will it weaken before Panama City? I don't want tornadoes. Well, I don't think it's going to be, like, completely done. I just don't think the tornado threat's going to be that high. I think it'll be mostly wind by the time it gets there. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We do live coverage like this all the time, especially as we go into severe weather season. We're going to be live a ton. I mean, we're talking 7 days a week, even in some cases like last year, that will be live during the springtime. It's going to be another active spring, I think, just like last year. So make sure you're subscribed. Like the stream as well if you've been enjoying this so far. Thank you guys for 10,000 likes on today's stream. Feel free to share the stream with friends and family on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram and TikTok, all those fun platforms if you have any friends or family that are being impacted by these storms. And for the most part, we have no tornadic activity right now, aside from that brief tornado that we had south of Russellville. It's been predominantly wind. I mean, we've had a couple tornadoes, I think, so far. Nothing beyond that, though. It's just been a couple tornadoes. This is out of Hazard. This is in Hazard City in Kentucky. Hazard, Kentucky is saying, for those that live in Kentucky, you almost undoubtedly remember this, but the city of Hazard in Kentucky is saying this is far worse in town than it was in 2022, which was a huge flooding event as well. And unfortunately, this is not what you want to see, but significant flooding in downtown too. I mean, this is... yeah, that's rough. There's just so many businesses there that were flooded too, and this is like a small kind of town here in Kentucky. If you guys do see any photos or videos on Twitter, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX. Thank you, Mark, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. In Dallas-Fort Worth area, we have insanely high winds. Well, that's also from the backside of the cold front, which also has sharp pressure gradients. Stronger wind speeds expected in those areas. The problem is, like, this is similar to what we just saw literally from Hurricane Helene only about a half a year ago now. You know, Hurricane Helene, there's a lot of mountainous region, so like it's much easier for flooding to occur, especially with how much water has already fallen here over the last several months in the Ohio Valley, and also corresponding there to the mountainous regions. And there was actually, I'm pretty sure there was a drought before Helene happened, but the problem was, like, we literally just had so much rain in such a short amount of time, it just led to a significant flooding event. In terms of rainfall, I don't think this is as high as Helene, but it's obviously pretty impactful for many areas, especially in Virginia and West Virginia. So, unfortunately, the flooding threat has been in some cases, again, catastrophic. We've had a bunch of flash flood emergencies, so. Thank you, Steven, for the generous $20 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate all the support today from everybody that super chatted or become a member or donated in general. I sent you something on Twitter. I'll check it out if I can find it. I probably already missed it. Well, I was trying to look for whatever you sent me. So somebody sent me this. Somebody put their cat right next to the TV screen. I have a feeling this cat was forced to be up there. She did not. That was from Noah Johnson on Twitter. It does not look like that cat wanted to be there. I'm not gonna lie, I have no clue where my cat went. I was supposed to show you guys my cat like an hour ago. I have no clue where she is. She's probably just sleeping in like a big tower or something. This is the calmest my cat has ever been during a live stream. Usually she's like all over the live stream desk, meowing a bunch. It's been very chill in this stream today. I think we're gonna keep it that way. Right, meow? Oh my god. Bro, there's no way we're doing cat puns. Do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Franklin and Adams counties in Mississippi for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Thank you, Meg, for the super chat. All of us in Clarksville are still very antsy from 2023, so if you see us a lot asking about Clarksville, oops. I actually covered the Clarksville tornado warning, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I did. I was live that day when we had the Clarksville activity. We covered that. We covered a bunch of stuff. Pretty sure we're the only ones live for Clarksville, at least for most of it. A lot of people in my chat were in Clarksville that day. I remember that day, actually. Thank you, Aldo. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Michelle, as well, for the super chat. I sent a picture of my cat watching you. Okay. I saw Jake send it on Twitter that he has 3 cats watching me. I feel like it's kind of creepy for cats to be watching me. How do we become a member? It's the top link in the description below, or the join button below, or the pinned link in the chat. Central Kentucky, it's mostly rain. The tornado risk in general up here is very low. Not sure what's happening here. I don't think that's rotation. I just think the radar is behind and it's kind of messing with stuff. Let me just line this up real quick with the radar. Yeah, okay, it's way behind. Or is it? Yeah, it's still way behind. Yeah, it's mostly gusty winds, lightning, heavy rainfall in Kentucky right now. If you're right along the Kentucky and Tennessee border, we still have concern here for a spin-up tornado or two. This right here, again, this Boeing segment already produced at least one brief tornado near the Tennessee and Kentucky border. We may see another one in this like northern notch at some point going towards Bowling Green. So that'll be something to watch for long term as that goes towards Bowling Green and Glasgow. And then central Tennessee, we're monitoring this right here, this intense line of thunderstorms. Mostly wind right now. Once this line gets closer to Nashville, we should have a better gauge of where there might be a tornado threat in here. My cat is awake. Thank you, Thomas, for the super chat. Jackson County, Kentucky has about 3 inches of flooding in our fields and about 6 inches in the valleys. We have road closures nearby. Thank you for being live. Beats. By the way, my lizard is watching you. All right, this is starting to get a little creepy. Thank you, Meg, for the super chat. I was a victim of the Clarksville storm. It was unwarned until it hit us, and I heard our phone alert above us. Yeah, I remember covering that day. That was a crazy day. We covered a tornado emergency or PDS tornado in Nashville, I'm pretty sure, too. I think it was a PDS. Thank you, Angel, for the super chat as well. I think anywhere in Tennessee tonight is mainly a wind threat. Again, maybe a couple more tornadoes, but mainly a wind threat. Again, we're still watching really for embedded tornadoes in this line of storms. That's the main thing that we're tracking. Because the wind, I mean, wind is wind. Like, people should be already ready for that, but... Hi. She's going into her cat box. Let's go back to the 3-cam view here. So we'll stay in Tennessee for now. Nothing's really happening down to the south. If you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. Say hi to the stream. Here's Cheese Curd for those that are wondering. Hi. How's it going? Take a good nap? Thank you, Nathaniel, for the super chat. I work in aviation. Latest METAR at the airport in Columbus, Mississippi is winds at 18 knots, gusting at 23. I'm sure the winds will probably get stronger overnight. Especially, I mean, I'm guessing that's east of the line. Once the line of storms rolls through, they'll definitely get gustier. Thank you, Donuts, for becoming a member. Very interesting name. Welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Bubba, for becoming a member. Thank you, DT, for the super chat. 2 of the cats are watching. One's in her tree. The other one is eating dinner. I'm guessing meant eating dinner. Appreciate the super chat. How are the flood warnings for Clarksville, especially in the River District? The current, actually, right now, it's a considerable threat in Clarksville. Emergency management is reporting flash flooding and multiple roads are flooded across the warned area. 3 to 5 inches of rain has already fallen in Clarksville, and 2 to 4 more inches of rain are coming. That's again according to emergency management. So, yeah, it's definitely significant. For all the graphics, I thought he'd be streaming at 4K. I mean, I could stream at 4K. I just don't have a 4K monitor, so it wouldn't really make a difference. We do have another severe thunderstorm warning in Mississippi. This is for Rankin, Hinds, and Madison counties. Let me change back to the other weather alerts here. Oh, if it's gonna go any faster. There it is. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning for basically all of Jackson. The entire area surrounding Jackson, Mississippi for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Where is Jackson on here? Do I not have Jackson up? Might have not Jackson up. And we're gonna go back to 3 cams, and we'll put Jackson on here. The wind warning back up in Kentucky is now downgraded back to 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Is Centerville behind this line now? Is that, no, that's out in front. Alright, let me get Centerville back up. A lot of lightning and wind right now in Savannah. Let's go full cam to that. So what it looks like in Savannah, Tennessee right now. This isn't even warned for anything. But we got some gusty winds and some lightning and plenty of rain coming down. That's right near the bridge. Savannah, Tennessee. Thank you, Mark, for the super chat. Thank you, Robin, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Robin. Thank you, Cody, for becoming a member. Thank you, Summer, for the super chat. Keep up the great work. You're awesome. Cool. You have a pet lizard. I do not have a pet lizard, guys. I actually used to have a bearded dragon. Those were pretty cool. But I do not have a pet lizard. Thank you, Matt, for the super chat. Were you in school on the April 27th, 2011 tornado outbreak? I am guessing I was. I remember watching some of that, like, on the Weather Channel when I was younger. but I'm guessing I was in school at least for part of it. Thank you, Jeremy, for becoming a member. I vaguely remember too watching the Joplin tornado happen, like not like as it happened live, but like seeing all the damage and stuff after. I remember the day that happened. I don't know if there's really much more terrifying tornadoes than the Joplin one. I think that was like the most terrifying tornado that I've ever seen. Like on a live video. Or on a video, I mean. It was just such a massive tornado. It just like, literally like, if you looked at it, you just wouldn't know what to do. Thank you, Joy. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you, Jeremy, for becoming a member. I've said this before too, like I feel like we've had other EF5 tornadoes recently. Like I don't think the EF scale is very fair in determining, you know. I just don't think it's a great scale. I think it's too heavily based on actual damage that happens. I mean, you could have an EF5 tornado in the middle of a field and you'll never know it with the scale they have. Thank you, MC, for the super chat. Let me see if we have any other reports coming in. Do have an intense area going. Actually, look at this. It's near Bowling Green right now. Little couplet maybe trying to develop right now, just west of Bowling Green. Again, we got an inflow going into this little hook as well. Possible brief tornado risk here near Bowling Green. Wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado just to the west of Bowling Green. We just had one with this segment like 30 minutes ago. Not even. South of Russellville. Could see something similar transpire. Alright, here's the latest scan. Any tornado threat for the Panama City, Florida area? There is a tornado risk, it's just a little bit lower. It's like on the low side. Just have a tornado action plan ready to go and ways to receive alerts and you should be fine. But I would say it's low. What is that? Is that just... Alright. Okay, I don't know exactly what is going on here. Waiting for the velocities and stuff to update and the reflectivity. Can't really tell exactly what that is on the correlation coefficient yet. Thank you, Jeremy. Appreciate that. Thank you for watching. Thank you, Chad, for the $5 Venmo. Appreciate the generosity. Reflectivity still isn't updated. I'm curious to see what that correlation coefficient drop is like what that is a part of. I don't think it's a tornado. I'm just trying to see what it is. It'd be way too large for a tornado with a little Boeing segment like this. Like that would literally, this would be like a discrete storm type thing. Thank you, Curtis, for becoming a member. Alright, well, the radar's updating now. Line of storms is really about... Let me get an ETA. Let's just do a quick ETA here. It's moving 60 miles per hour. An ETA on the Nashville area. Be a lot of cities on this list. I don't know where Nashville is in this. I'd say Nashville, though, you're probably about 30... Oh, here it is. Yeah, Nashville's about 30 minutes or so away from this line of storms being in your area, so about half hour. All right, here's the radar scan. The rotation, there's still a little bit of rotation right now on the west side of Bowling Green, Kentucky. Again, we got a little inflow notch going into this. All right, this is still the last radar scan, never mind. Just have to wait. if you are in Bowling Green, just stay weather aware. Again, possible tornado threat trying to develop here. I would say it's probably going down a little bit, but velocities are not updating. It's been a day of radar updates coming in slow. Thank you, Daniel, for becoming or upgrading to moderate velocity. Thank you, Stir, for the super chat. Do you think North Alabama could see some tornadoes? I think the tornado threat is low in North Alabama. It's not zero. I really think the greatest tornado threat tonight at this point, which it's still conditional. It depends on Discreet supercells firing, but I think the greatest threat would be right along the Gulf Coast. Now, Tennessee, Alabama, you know, any of these places could still see tornadoes. I just think like the greatest threat is down there. Like we could see tornadoes basically anywhere in here. So, including the Florida Panhandle. We have some damage reports coming out of Stanton, Mississippi, of trees and power lines blown down. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning down here for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Got more reports of trees and power lines down. Got many damage reports also in northern Louisiana, likely just around trees and power lines being down. Well, as of now, all the severe thunderstorm warnings here have expired in Tennessee and Kentucky. We have no active severe thunderstorm warnings, which is actually kind of crazy. I'm not going to lie. As I say that, they issue a new severe thunderstorm warning. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning now. If you are in Franklin, Scottsville, and I think Fountain Run. This is for Edmondson, Warren, Barron, and Metcalfe counties in Kentucky. Should pop up in a second. That lasted so long. It lasted like 20 seconds. Actually, no, that's Bowling Green. My bad. A little bit further north. Bowling Green is included in this warning. The rotation has subsided. It's mostly a wind threat now. Moving into Bowling Green, 60-mile-per-hour winds. There's a bit more rotation down here near Franklin. So we may end up getting a warning on this near Franklin. But we do have a rotation now. A little bit of rotation. It's similar to what we just saw a few minutes ago with that tornado that briefly dropped southwest of Russellville. So a little bit of rotation developing there. Curtis says, will you please say hi to my 10-year-old Everett? How's it going, Everett? I do think we're going to get a quick tornado here near Franklin over the next several minutes. A little spit up trying to happen. This is just east of Adairville. We, again, just had a brief tornado west of Adairville in Kentucky. About 10-15 minutes ago. And this does not line up. This is not a tornado, but if we do have a tornado, it'd be trying to drop near Neosho, approaching Franklin, which is a bit more of a populated town here in southern Kentucky. There's avalanche warnings in Utah? Really? Weather really cannot get any crazier. Next week, the weather is going to be crazy. We're going to have a video tomorrow morning talking all about it. But, like, we got a full-blown crazy winter weather pattern coming next week. Definitely make sure you have notifications on. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. We got a big Arctic blast coming over the work week this week, which is going to be the biggest cold blast we've seen all year long. And we're also going to have another winter storm, and this one's going to be much further south. It's going to include areas like Missouri, Arkansas, Oklahoma, even possibly Texas, and then eventually goes towards the northeast. Obviously not related to what's happening today, but I mean, the weather is just going to get even crazier. Like, this winter weather pattern we're in is legit just going to get worse. Like, it's crazy. But we got a huge Arctic blast coming. I mean, we're about to go really cold for many areas. We're going to have many places as much as 30 to 50 degrees below average. Below average. Upwards of 50 degrees below average in some places. I mean, it's insane. Thank you, Matt, for the $6 Venmo. Mike, it's basically, I mean, the biggest thing with, like, discrete cells is that they're not really sharing energy amongst other storms a line of storms is. And also discrete cells, they have more, they're able to basically, they're in a more favorable environment a lot of the time. Like when we have a line of storms right along the cold front, it's not nearly as favorable due to all the energy being shared amongst a lot of different storms. And you also need different like kinematics. Essentially, you need there to be these like little inflow notches that develop, which are not very common. And as I mentioned, inflow notches, we actually have a hook and an inflow now near Franklin, so we might actually get a brief tornado near Franklin here soon in Kentucky. But yeah, discrete cells, I mean, just think of it like, you know, do you want one cookie to yourself? Or wait, no, I don't know how to explain it. I need a better analogy for this. I always have a bad analogy for discrete cells and linear storms. I gotta figure out another analogy. Give me a minute. Gotta give it like a better way to think about it. Mildly, a lot of our expenses come from all the studio stuff we have, and we also have chasers that we license out. So like, it's not like a cheap thing to do here. Might seem like an operation that's free, like we have all these cameras and stuff, but trust me, it isn't. I'm trying to think of an analogy. I can't think of one though. Thank you, Ryan, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. If you're just tuning in, I think we're gonna have a tornado dropping here at any moment in Franklin. The latest velocity scan just came in. We got strong rotation right over Franklin in Kentucky. I wouldn't be surprised if they issued a tornado warning on this. Strong rotation again approaching Franklin, Kentucky. If you're in Franklin, you should be in your safe place. There's no warning on this at all for anything, so this is not ideal. Hopefully people in Franklin, Kentucky are still awake. This also is going to impact the Blackjack area near Woodburn. And probably going to have a tornado dropping. If not, we've already had one near Franklin. Would you rather have the whole cake to yourself or share it with others? Yeah, I mean, that's a good analogy right there. That's a good analogy comparing discrete cells and stuff. And we have strong rotation approaching Franklin, Kentucky. There is no warning on this. If you know any friends or family in Franklin, Kentucky, please make sure that they're aware of this. But I mean, we could have a tornado legitimately at any time and there's no warning. Got a hook echo, got an inflow notch. Got everything. It's a pretty organized storm. Might even have a small CC drop there, but it's not clear enough. Back to 3 cams because Centerville's bottom, I think. Or Centerville not there. Let me get Centerville up on the screen. Latest velocity scan still showing some strong rotation over the downtown area of Franklin. Going towards Blackjack as well. We'll eventually go towards Pope, Scottsville, and Petroleum here in southern Kentucky. Thank you, Cody, for the super chat. I'll probably do a tutorial video at some point talking more about like how to interpret radar and stuff. I know a lot of people ask me, so I'll probably do something like that at some point. Brett, the risk is overall low, and anywhere in Kentucky, it's a pretty low risk of tornadoes. Latest scan, the rotation appears a bit weaker. Should come back here in a second, but it is a little bit weaker here on the last scan. Thank you to Greg for the $20 Venmo. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Martin, as well. And also thank you, Kenneth, for the $15 Venmo. I am a college student in Sewanee, Tennessee. What should I look out for? Where is Sewanee? Tennessee. I would be mostly watching out for wind. The tornado risk out in like eastern Tennessee, in my opinion, is pretty low. It's not zero. I just think it's on the lower side of things. If you're just tuning in, we are monitoring a storm that is rotating right now near Franklin. Again, possible tornado trying to drop in southern Kentucky. No tornado warning, no warning at all on this storm, actually. The only severe warning that we have either in Tennessee or Kentucky right now is back up in Bowling Green. And that is currently for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So a little bit of surprise there that we don't have a warning on this. Because, again, we may have a tornado. Like, there actually might be a tornado right now. We have a very small reminiscent correlation coefficient drop. We actually may have a tornado on this. If I had to guess, I think there's a at least small tornado on the northwest side of Franklin. And if you know any friends or family here, make sure they're aware of this. This is probably a small tornado on the northwest side of Franklin. In Kentucky. Tornado threat from Manville, Louisiana. It's a pretty low risk in Louisiana. Unless you're in like far eastern Louisiana. It's pretty low. It gets a little bit higher the further east you go. For the radar scan to come in. The main concern there in Mississippi, again, is wind. We don't really have that many discrete cells in Mississippi right now. If we had more discrete storms, I think it'd be way more concerning. Like, this right here is the area I'd be watching for. But when it comes to this line of storms, it's mostly wind. And we actually have a 70-mile-per-hour damaging wind threat here across the Jackson area. So that's definitely an upgrade. The severe weather threat, though, is gradually increasing down here in the deep south. Actually got a camera on the radar mega cyclone port in Hinds County around Jackson. Wind should pick up there pretty soon. We'll keep a close tabs on that. A few live cams bottom right of your screen, or bottom of your screen. Let me check back in on this possible tornado storm in Kentucky. Our radar has not updated yet. Shout out to Janet with the $25 PayPal donation. Appreciate the generosity. We haven't had a tornado warning in like an hour, I'm pretty sure. It's been a while. Granted, we've at least had one tornado since having our last tornado warning that did not go tornado warning. So this like particular area of this line here in southern Kentucky near Franklin, I mean, we had one tornado west of Adairville. I think we just had one east of Adairville. We had two like little brief tornadoes here. It's pretty typical in this sort of setup. Again, that's why there's a tornado watch. It's hard to issue sometimes tornado warnings for really quick tornadoes. Which slot is this? This one? That's 100, still behind some like thing. There we go. I'm putting Corey Gherkin bottom right. He's on a storm over in Mississippi. We do have our line of storms right now approaching the Nashville area. I'm surprised. I feel like we're going to get a severe thunderstorm warning here around Nashville at any time. This storm here around Nashville is definitely looking as if it is going to be something that is at least producing damaging winds and also hail near Coopertown. So Nashville, Tennessee, Goodlettsville, anywhere north of even Nashville, damaging winds likely happening right now, and hail. Quarter to $half size hail possible there. Also, we now officially have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning in Mississippi. This is going to include Jackson, Brandon, and Canton. That means 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds are likely. So again, that does include the Jackson area. Corey Gherkin, bottom right of your screen, is actually there. And I'm going to put up bottom left of your screen. We're going to change that to Jackson as well, which is one of the live cameras on the Radar Omega app that is looking at this destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So it's going to probably get wild here very shortly with very high wind speeds. I mean, it's only a few minutes away, but we got a significant area of wind right now heading towards Jackson. Big wind bag going right into Jackson, Mississippi, Brandon, and the Canton area. This is a live stream. We are live. Somebody asked in the chat. This is a live stream. We may have we might have a tornado trying to drop right now west of Hendersonville in Tennessee, northwest of Nashville. Little couplet here near Jolton, Interstate 24. Possible tornado trying to drop there. Again, this is the QLCS tornado threat that we're talking about. When we get closer to radar sites, we're able to see this better. But unfortunately, I think we have a tornado trying to drop right now northwest of Nashville. Small little couplet there that's formed on the leading edge of this line. Little hook echo, little inflow notch. Thank you, Cammy, for the $10 Venmo. Appreciate that. So again, possible tornado there northwest of Nashville. If you are just tuning in, we have a couple of different threats happening right now. We got a significant wind threat that is evolving right now in Mississippi. Damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour currently across areas like Jackson and Brandon. And again, a tornado is attempting to drop right now, if it has not already, northwest of Nashville. This is near Goodlettsville. And stay in your safe place if you're anywhere in this area. I don't know why there's no severe thunderstorm warnings here, especially when we have a legitimate wind threat that is happening in addition to hail. I'm not entirely sure why there's no warning here for anything, but hopefully people in this area are aware of this. If you know any friends or family here north of Nashville, make sure that they are aware of this. I don't understand why there's no warning, though, at least for wind or hail. We've had severe weather on this, it looks like, at least for the last, 10-15 minutes. We'll have another radar scan in just a second. The other radar site's not updated either. Right now, if this tornado does drop or is already on the ground, it's approaching Williams Hills, Union Hill, Goodlettsville, Twin Valley, Shackle Island, Bluegrass Meadows, Hendersonville, which is very populated, and near Forest Grove. And if there is a tornado, it would be right there. It's moving east-northeast. It is, again, it's a QLCS situation, so if we have a tornado, they're usually very brief, but it doesn't matter. I mean, a tornado is a tornado. Should have another radar scan in a second. While that happens, or actually, we just got it. All right, so still have a couplet right now south of Forest Grove. It's crossing over Interstate 24 right now, north of Nashville, Tennessee. Still got a little couplet there on the leading edge. Cannot confirm a tornado quite yet. The radar's only updating every few minutes here. But if there is a tornado, it's gonna again go right towards the Goodlettsville area of Tennessee. And again, further down to the south into Mississippi, we do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson. And we also may have a tornado trying to drop here as well. We got a little couplet there. It's really wrapped in the rain if that is indeed a couplet. But we do have a couplet here just southwest of Jackson, Mississippi. That is a little concerning. In addition to the 80-mile-per-hour wind threat, we may even have a tornado attempting to drop there. Hunter, what radar is that? I don't know what that is. Oh, there's your tornado warning.
Has been issued.
Okay, so we do now have a tornado warning. This is for Rankin and Hinds counties in Mississippi. I'm not sure where this exactly is yet. It might be a different storm. Oh, no, it is Jackson. All right. We do now have a tornado warning. This is going to be for Jackson, Mississippi. This is a very populated area. We have Corey Gherkin in this warning. We also have we'll go back to the 3-cam view in a second. Corey Gherkin's on this bottom right of your screen. He's inside of this tornado warning. Strong rotation right now, southwest of Jackson. This is rain wrapped entirely. So this is a very dangerous storm. Seek shelter immediately if you are in this warning. Jackson, Brandon, Clinton, Richland, and Florence in Mississippi. You need to seek shelter now, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. That is a strong area of rotation, and it could drop a tornado at any time. It's approaching Spring Ridge, Seven Springs, Carriage Hills, Mayfair, and Garden Park. This is actually, I'm going to stay on radar for a second. Radar scans coming in now. So that, again, is your area of rotation still. It's near Seven Springs. That's the latest scan. Still exists. We'll wait for the next CC drop, but let's go to Corey Gherkin, who is on this storm right now. This is a live view in Jackson right now. Big shelf cloud. This storm is not just producing a threat of a tornado right now. It's also producing the threat for damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour. So this is a significant storm right now, moving into Jackson, Mississippi. Huge flash of lightning there. Again, shelf cloud right there in the middle of your screen. Again, this is Corey Gherkin, who is on the southeast side of Jackson right now. But we are expecting a huge surge of upwards of 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds, regardless of if there's a tornado. So even if there's not a tornado, we're still talking about significant wind. And there are traffic cams apparently in this area, so I'm going to try to see if we can get some of those up.
Looks like you can see the muzzle.
Yeah, see something.
Just let me know whenever those have anything. I'm just going to I have them up, though.
Here it is.
Hayden. Yeah, this is live right now in Jackson, Mississippi. Tornado warning has been issued. There are 360,000 people in this warning. So if you know any friends or family here, make sure that they are aware of this situation. This is a dangerous storm right now. That is not just producing a threat of a tornado, but is also producing damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. Again, this is a slightly higher tilt, so it shows the rotation a little bit more aloft. Very strong rotation right now, south of Raymond. It's going to be heading towards the south side of Jackson here over the next several minutes, going towards Richland and Pearl. So a little over 250,000 people are in this warning. Just hence why this is, unfortunately, a bit more concerning. And again, Corey is right now in Jackson, Mississippi. Tons of lightning. Got another radar scan coming in also right now.
What? Might have saw a power flash back there.
Tornado sirens obviously going off. Definitely eerie. Even if we don't get a tornado, we are still talking about a significant risk for damaging winds upwards of 80 miles per hour. All right, we have to go back up to Kentucky now. We have a couplet developing in Kentucky, apparently. Just real quick. Yeah, this is back up near Alvaton, so southeast of Bowling Green. We also have a couplet here, Hook Echo, going right towards Red Cross in Glasgow in Kentucky. So a possible tornado now trying to drop here. This is not tornado warned right now, but I would assume it's going to get one if that rotation continues. Rotation is definitely a bit on the stronger side here near the Alvaton area. Again, southeast of Bowling Green, Kentucky. And then back over near Nashville, I'm not seeing anything right now that is on the ground or anything like that, but we do have a little hook still that is going towards Hendersonville in Tennessee. So we're keeping a very close eye on that. Let's go back to Corey, who is again inside the Jackson, Mississippi tornado warning. With a, which we're probably going to see something here. I mean, we're at least going to, I think, see high winds, because again, this warning is for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We could even see a tornado with this as it goes towards Jackson. If you are in Jackson, you need to be in your safe place. If you're in a mobile home, you should go to a sturdy structure now. It is not safe to be in a mobile home. 80-mile-per-hour winds could destroy a mobile home. I mean, we've seen it time and time again.
There's still rotation in that too.
Got power flashes, but it's probably wind driven.
Says we got power flashes down there. I want to DNA video and tweet the weather service in Jackson. Just let them know you got power flashes. But can't confirm any sort of plan circulation.
There might be some. Right where that rotation is at.
Nothing confirmed, by the way, for a tornado yet on this. It is still radar indicated. A lot of lightning, obviously.
There's a little blip on the CC drop.
All right, I think we have a tornado now on the ground, but it's a different storm. This is back up near Tupelo in northeastern Mississippi.
A new tornado
they have, I think, just
warning
issued a
has been
tornado
issued.
warning on this. We have strong rotation south of Tupelo right now. You need to seek shelter if you are in this area. A tornado, I believe, is just dropping. I mean, we have a little green there popping up. This is for the new tornado warning is Chickasha, Monroe, Pontotoc, Lee counties in Mississippi. So we're waiting for that. All right, here it is. So this tornado warning is going to include Verona, Fulton, Smithville, Okolona, and Amory. If you are in this warning, seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible. This is a dangerous storm and a strong tornado is possible. We have very strong velocities right now that are going towards the radar and also going away from the radar. So this is definitely an area of rotation that is intensifying very quickly, and a strong tornado would not be ruled out with something like this as it continues to move eastbound. We do have another radar scan coming in. We're turning all of our attention with the live cameras to the Mississippi stuff right now. Bottom left of your screen is in Terry, Mississippi, which is in the other tornado warning. This is the latest radar scan here near Shannon. Seeing if that tornado debris signature grows or not. But we at least had a brief tornado here near Shannon. Velocities are still very strong. I mean, we got very strong winds going in the direction of the radar, upwards of 70-mile-per-hour velocities against around 30 to 40-mile-per-hour winds going away from the radar. So again, a strong tornado is possible here. Wait for the CC radar to update as well. Let me go back to Jackson. Again, if you are just tuning in, we have two tornado warnings. The other one in Jackson is obviously very concerning with the population density here. We have 360,000 people in this warning. Bottom middle of your screen and bottom right, Corey Gherkin and Brandon Kopic are both either in the warning, which Corey is, or Brandon is just to the north right now of that area of rotation. Even if this does not produce a tornado, we have widespread damaging winds around 80 miles per hour possible out of this. The National Weather Service has listed this as a destructive 80-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning, which means that we are talking about destructive winds with that type of wind speed. I think Terry just went out. I'm going to change that over to the other camera. Waiting for a new radar scan back up near Shannon on this other tornado warning. while we wait for that, I'm going to go back to Corey, who is inside of the tornado warning in Jackson.
At this rate, you know, I know it's...
Velocity ramping back up?
There's a little there, but again, we're so close to the radar.
Tony, what's going on? You know, we sat at the same exact spot last year.
Hunter, has that CC drop grown at all? My radar's like 5 minutes behind.
Yeah, there's something about this spot right here in Jackson.
Well, it's weird, the lightning downtrend on the radar, but also it's picking back
Let me
up.
check Kentucky again, too.
Yeah.
Dissipated, okay. So it sounds like the tornado that we did briefly have here near Shannon, Mississippi, has occluded, or at least weakened for the time being, though the velocities are still very strong. We'll probably get another tornado out of that. I'm checking on Kentucky again real quick. The Kentucky rotation is a little bit weaker. We still have a hook echo. Could still see a tornado with this as it goes towards Glasgow. So if you are in Glasgow, make sure that you are staying very vigilant. We have a new tornado ongoing, it sounds like, near Shannon. My radar has not updated yet, but it sounds like we have another tornado happening here. And this is going towards Smithville and eventually Fulton. I'm gonna go back to Corey again.
The east side of Jackson.
Cone is silent.
All right, we do have a tornado in progress near Shannon, Mississippi. This is south of Tupelo, south of Verona. Again, we have a small tornado that has just dropped, at least a small one. I mean, that's very early into this particular storm. This is currently on track for Evergreen, Carolina, Cardsville, Van Buren, Tremont, and also Smithville. And that is your tornado, and it's very early on. It'll probably end up having a larger debris signature if it continues. Velocities are very strong going away from, or going towards the radar, and as well as away from the radar. So you can only kind of expect that this thing is going to get bigger as it continues to move east. Going back to Corey, who's inside of the Jackson tornado warning. Tornado sirens are going off. There's a ton of lightning. The 80-mile-per-hour damaging wind threat is likely going to ramp up over the next few minutes here. So we'll stay on him here for a moment. I'll eat my granola bar. Very eerie right now in Jackson. There's a lot of people that live here too. Hey, Hayden, I already have Tupelo cameras. Is that a different one?
Thank you.
Maybe we'll start calling them twisties too.
There's already a bunch in this program.
Got a new tornado warning way up north. Wow, that's what a hook on that.
Got it.
Here.
Well, the rain's coming down right now. Again, this is live in Jackson. 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. That's what it's warned for in addition to the tornado warning. Right now, there's no evidence of there being a tornado with this storm, but
I got off
Hey guys, I'm getting pretty concerned right now. Not about this storm necessarily, but I think we may have a big tornado trying to drop right now in northeastern Mississippi. This storm here, it is really wrapping hard. We have velocities really tightening on this. Very strong winds going towards the radar. We could have a significant tornado attempting to drop here just south of Tupelo, going towards Tremont and Smithville and Fulton in northeast Mississippi. This storm is definitely a lot more concerning, in my opinion, when it comes to the tornado risk than the other one. And with that said, we at least have a small debris signature. So there's something happening here. This is not a storm that you want to be messing around with. We got a hook echo and everything. This is a much more impressive storm than the other ones I've seen. We're going Brandon Kopic in. Brandon Kopic is here in Jackson. We'll go to him. He is getting some strong winds and heavy rain right now. He's on the north side of Jackson and inside of this tornado warning. The other one, and we have two different tornado warnings.
So once we go left on this road.
Tupelo, thank you. The tornado warning for Jackson is still radar indicated. Just updated it.
What is this guy doing? Hello?
Bottom right of your screen is the other tornado warning.
Not really a good time, but hello?
The latest radar scan, I'm going to go back to live radar here. We'll have the bottom of your screen. The storm that's near Shannon, it looks like the inflow just got cut off because of all the convection out in front of it. That hopefully will limit this from producing a strong tornado right now. This literally looked really concerning a second ago, and it really still is, I think, long-term. The hook, though, has been a little bit choked off. The inflow in general, again, kind of choked off here with the convection out in front of this storm. Again, just south of Tupelo. Again, that's going to eventually move into Alabama, like Hamilton, for example. So, again, this storm is definitely still something you want to take very seriously if you're in the warning, as there is definitely going to be significant wind. We could even see a tornado out of this as it continues to track east. Back to Jackson. Again, we have a severe thunderstorm warning here for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds, in addition to the tornado warning. And the tornado warning, again, currently includes Jackson, Richland, and Brandon, and Pelahatchie. We're going to go back to Brandon Kopic, who is on the north side of this tornado warning. You can see the wind and the rain are starting to pick up. We're going to go to Corey here in a second. Corey is repositioning, so he's going further east. He's getting out of the way of the wind for temporarily and the tornado possibility.
Thank you so much for yet another wonderful and glorious day you've given us together on this earth. We thank you for Mama, for Coots, for Cam, and everybody we spend this blessed and incredible life with. We pray you continue to guide and bless us, honor and protect us in doing all things for your name's sake, and that we continue to seek you out in the fullest of our hearts, and that we grow to know and love you more and more with each and every day, both spiritually, physically.
Looks like the roadways are actually flooded.
Ways that you call of us, Lord, that we glorify.
Got some flooding happening down here in Jackson.
Lord, we pray you keep us safe.
In addition to the threat of a tornado and high winds.
So soon. Lord, we just pray we sleep so soundly tonight to get so much energy for tomorrow. We just thank you so much for all that you do and continue to do in our lives, for the food in our bellies, the joy in our hearts, and everything in between.
For anybody that is in Jackson or knows about Jackson, or like, is there bad drainage here or something? Because I don't think it's rained that much here in Jackson.
Right,
like, there's a lot of water kicking off the tires and stuff.
I'll talk to you later, okie dokes. Alright. I'll do my best. Later, nerd. Love you too. Later.
Hey, Jesse. Pronunciation is not my strong suit.
Bye.
Bad drainage? Okay. I was about to say, this looks like it has rained a bunch here already. All right, we'll have him on the bottom of your screen again. Corey Gherkin is, again, repositioning bottom right. And bottom left is a camera, which is in Bryant, Mississippi, which is also in this tornado warning. Also want to point out, back over near Baton Rouge, we do have a storm that is forming here with a tornado possible label on it. Near Central and Denham Springs. Little area of rotation right now near Central, moving northeast. Not tornado warned, obviously, but we're keeping a close eye on that. And then back southeast of Tupelo, the velocities have become a little bit weaker. We're still dealing with very strong winds, large but broad area of circulation up here in northeastern Mississippi. But the tornado risk here is at least lower temporarily. I think it's going to increase again, especially with how strong these velocities are and how they are still wrapping around each other. If that's able to continue here, again, a strong tornado threat definitely exists as this goes towards Fulton, Interstate 22. Again, just southeast of Tupelo. Thank you guys. I know a lot of people are correcting me. But no, this right here, it's trying to recycle. So we could see a strong tornado come out of that. I'm going to go back to Brandon, who is in downtown Jacksonville. Or, sorry, not downtown Jacksonville. The north side of Jackson, though. On this tornado warning cell, in addition to the 80-mile-per-hour damaging wind threat.
There's a lot of water on the road, which makes you super paranoid.
Tupelo? Or I don't know what to tell you guys. Pablo? Is it Pablo? I don't think that's right either. Somebody said two tornado. I mean, that's not far from it. Two pillows. Yeah, might as well just call it two pillows. I want to give you guys a quick update for those that are back up here in Tennessee and Kentucky. Intense line of thunderstorms right now moving into Nashville, back through Hohenwald. Again, mainly talking about gusty winds, frequent lightning, and occasionally we're going to see a brief tornado in this line. So again, make sure you're staying away from windows as this line moves through, just in case we do see a brief tornado somewhere in here. They're very difficult to just pick out on radar. So again, if you're back over here near Nashville, we're more concerned right now about the threat for heavy rainfall, frequent lightning, again, possibly a brief tornado. And then back up near Glasgow, we are dealing with mostly a wind threat. There is still a little bit of rotation going into Glasgow, so still watching for an isolated tornado threat as that continues to track to the east. Yeah, I'm really concerned about this storm. I really do think if this storm does not continue to get choked off by all the rain out in front of it, that this is going to try to drop another tornado. I mean, this rotation is... The velocities at the minimum are very strong, but we could see a tornado drop out of that going towards Tremont. I'm not really seeing a whole lot of rotation anymore here in Jackson. But just continue to stay in your safe place, just in case. This is live on the north side of Jackson, on the Radar Omega Cyclone Port. Heavy rain coming down. Still very windy out here. The leading edge of damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour would be moving right towards Brandon right now, which as of now, this is still a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson, Mississippi. Also, huge shout out to Jesse with the $40 Venmo. Put some W's in the chat for Jesse from Murfreesboro. Should be mostly a win there. I hope you stay safe, and thank you for the Venmo. Also, thank you, Natalie, for the $25 Venmo. Appreciate the generosity. And thank you, Cammy, also for the Venmo. If you are just tuning in, we have two tornado warnings right now in Mississippi. The one you're looking at on your screen is the one back up here in northeastern Mississippi, going towards Smithville, Tremont, and Fulton, just outside of Tupelo. It's like the fifth different pronunciation I think I've given it. Rotations over Evergreen right now. We could see a tornado drop out of this as it continues to track east-northeast. Down the road, this will move into Alabama towards Hackleburg, Phil Campbell, Hamilton, and eventually going towards Russellville. Let's go back to Brandon. And Brandon Kopic's on Radar Omega and also on YouTube. He is driving through some of the thick of it in this Jackson, Mississippi tornado warning. He's driving through a bit more of the significant aspect of it. A lot of water on the roadways, obviously, but the wind should be picking up here ahead as he continues to move east right into the storm. He's a little bit behind it. He's like kind of a little bit west of the line.
Southeast on the right side of the screen, that's going to be our area of interest. Ooh, water. TDS water.
Guys, we don't need all the pronunciations in the chat. It's all right, all right? It's fine. Thank you, Larry, for the $25 PayPal donation as well.
Okay, so we're starting to clear out of the main area of interest. What is this guy doing?
All right, this is really off topic, but we just got a new flash flood warning. It looks like the shape of a turtle. This is the shape of the tornado warning, or the flash flood warning. It looks like a turtle. I don't know if I've ever seen something like that. All right, a little update on the Jackson tornado warning. We actually have a rotation developing east of Florence, which is on the southeast side of Jackson. And we may have some rotation near the radar site approaching Brandon and Pelahatchie. So we're watching a couple of different areas of rotation right now. Brandon, again, is on the northern side of this tornado warning. Corey is on I-20 right now, moving east. So we're keeping a close eye on both of them. And then rotation continues to stay strong northwest of Smithville in northeastern Mississippi. So we're going to continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that warning. That is a dangerous storm that is moving east. Most of Tennessee right now is dealing with just gusty winds, some lightning, heavy rainfall. Again, I'm not really seeing anything rotating clearly on radar right now. There has been some brief rotation near Glasgow and Bowling Green, but that seemingly is a bit weaker now. And we could still have an isolated tornado as these storms move through Nashville and Hendersonville and Gallatin. So we're keeping a very close eye on these storms right now. We may have a tornado attempting to form east of Florence. Got a couple little notches down here. A couple small little notches right near the radar site. QLCS tornado threat definitely exists there. The 80-mile-per-hour wind warning that we've had here has just been downgraded to 70 miles per hour. So it is still a considerable threat, but obviously a little bit lower than before. Okay, back up in Tennessee. This is an important update if you're in Tennessee. Near Hendersonville, we do have a small little mesocyclone that's attempting to develop here, just north of 386. It's very weak, but it is something to watch for. It's at the leading edge of this line. So a little bit of something attempting to develop there. Again, a brief tornado could happen here around the Nashville area. We're not talking about a big-time tornado or anything, but a brief tornado could happen somewhere near around Nashville. Maybe even a couple. This is, again, that QLCS tornado threat that we're monitoring. Let's go back to Brandon, who's driving through the Jackson, Mississippi tornado warning. There is a ton of lightning out here. The winds have been strong. Brandon Kopic is on Radar Omega and on YouTube. He is driving through the thick of it right now on the northern side of this tornado warning. We have another radar scan coming in on this, so we'll go to that in a second.
I love how my phone's like, there's a tornado warning on your route. You don't say.
As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe down below. We're now 36,000 subscribers away from 1 million, which is insane.
Yeah, I got stuck at that light.
Do weather coverage like this all the time. Like the stream and feel free to share this with friends and family that are in the track of this severe weather event across the deep south and the Tennessee Valley. Okay, I'll go back to radar in a second. I'm waiting for the radar update, but or actually, I'll just go now. Once the radar updates, you'll see it better. But there is an area of rotation here just south of Brandon that is intensifying. So southeast of Jackson, south of Brandon, going towards Polkville. There's rotation intensifying here, and we may get a tornado out of that. The velocity should update in a second. Once they update, I'll show you. Also, we have a damage report from the possible tornado near just south of Tupelo. Trees and power lines are down in Shannon. Time is estimated by radar, so that's about 20 minutes ago. So this area of strong rotation, which is continuing, likely produced at least 1 or 2 different tornadoes here over the last 20 minutes, and that is our initial damage report from this likely tornado. And we also have a damage report near Fulton, Mississippi. I don't see that, though. Or was that the one? That was Shannon. Was that the one we're talking about, Peyton? Or am I missing something? That was the one? Okay. All right, let me go back to let's go back to Brandon just for a second. I gotta refresh my radar because it's not loading right.
You can go around me if you want.
Oh, maybe it just doesn't want to load. All right, cool. There is stronger rotation right now south of Brandon. It's not. It hasn't updated on radar. I saw it there when it came through and just glitched out. But down here south of Brandon, there is some stronger rotation moving towards Polkville. We may get a tornado warning down there at some point here soon. So, again, make sure if you're down near Polkville that you have your tornado action plan ready to go. Wow. We got... Oh, I think we actually have a tornado again. Looks like we may have a tornado on the ground again near Van Buren. Small CC drop east of Tupelo. Got a CC drop there. And this is definitely a tornado. We got an impressive little thumb here. We got an hook echo and a very strong inflow notch. So another tornado has dropped north of Smithville, west of it's approaching Tremont right now in Interstate 22 and in far northeastern Mississippi. Small little debris signature has popped up right over Van Buren. Whenever we get these like little green and blue pixels over strong velocities, that would indicate a tornado, and we indeed do have one here. So if you are in Tremont in Mississippi, seek shelter immediately, away from windows and lowest floor possible. And I would expect that we get a new tornado warning on this here soon as this goes into Alabama. But this is definitely a dangerous storm. The latest radar scans coming in. We'll wait for that to come in here. Apparently the lights in Fulton just went off and some of the cameras just went out. So there's almost undoubtedly a tornado right now in Fulton. Or just outside of Fulton. I think we have a tornado right now, like right here, just south of I-22. So power's getting knocked out by the sounds of it because some of the cameras that we have been using have just gone out. Bottom left, or actually, bottom left of your screen, that is going to be a camera in Byram, Mississippi. Is that one of the ones that's in this area, or is that a different one? That might be a different one. This is the Fulton camera. So that's in Fulton, bottom left of your screen, which is again where we have a tornado in progress just south of Fulton. That's what the velocities look like. They are a little bit broader. We'll see what the CC looks like here in a second. I'd have to assume the tornado has grown in size a little bit here as it approaches Highway 25 near Beans Ferry. We'll be approaching I-22 here in a moment as well. Byram, Mississippi is all the way... Okay, that's back down near Jackson. Okay. Both of the two cameras bottom of your screen, other than Corey, which is on the other tornado warning, the other two are the ones in Fulton. Again, this is the area that we have a tornado that just dropped, and it looks like it may have already lifted. So we just had a brief tornado here south of Fulton. It already has lifted. Again, these are quick tornadoes. If we get another one, though, it's going to go right into Tremont and then eventually go towards Hackleburg and Phil Campbell in western Alabama. And again, this storm is pretty organized. We still have a hook echo. We still got a strong inflow notch going into this right along I-22. It's going to track east-northeast over the next several minutes. But that's now the second different tornado that we've seen on radar, at least on that storm. A couple of different debris signatures that we've seen at this point on that. And we got this line of storms racing through the Jackson area right now near Brandon. Tornado warning continues for 20 more minutes just off to the west right now of Morton. We also got a lot of different cells that have formed out in front of this line. We'll have to watch and see if any of these try to become tornadic as well. Velocities are very behind here, back over near Pelahatchie. All right, let me go back up to Tennessee once again. Right now, we're looking at mostly a wind threat across Tennessee. I'm not seeing any circulations that look concerning. So gusty winds across this entire line here in central Tennessee and also back into southern Kentucky. Again, low tornado risk still exists with this line as it continues to track east. And stay away from windows if you're in any of these areas, as strong thunderstorms are right now rolling through Tennessee and Kentucky. Rotation is now approaching Tremont near I-22 in northeastern Mississippi going towards Oakland. And Scottsville will also be in the track of this in Alabama. We're going to get a new tornado warning, I'd say, in a couple minutes on this storm, which is, again, going into western Alabama. That you know it for the $10 Venmo. Appreciate that. Appreciate the generosity. If you are just tuning in, we have, again, 2 tornado warnings, both in Mississippi right now. And then we have 9 severe thunderstorm warnings, which are mostly in Mississippi and Louisiana. We don't really have any up in Tennessee or Kentucky right now. It's a little bit quieter up there. I mean, there's still an intense line of storms moving through, but severe weather up there is not really existent, at least for right now. We go, let's go full cam to Fulton. That's what it looks like in Fulton right now, which again is where this is approximately where the tornado warning is. You can see the wind picking up right now. This is actually picking up quickly. This is this is right around where the tornado is. This is like, again, this is like I-22. Like, it's right where we would have a tornado. Again, we did have a tornado with this about 5 minutes ago or so. The wind is now picking up near Tremont. This is right off the exit at MS-25. That was a big flash of lightning, or I think that was just lightning. I don't think that was a transformer. Okay, it looks like the wind is a little bit calmer. There's a little gust of wind there. All right, new radar scans coming in on this storm. We'll go back down to Jackson here in a moment. While that happens, huge shout out to Logan with the $40 Venmo. You guys are way too kind. W's in the chat for Logan. Appreciate the generosity. Says the best weather coverage. I appreciate that. All right, this is the latest radar scan near Tremont. We still have that little thumb shape to it near Tremont, which indicates we have an inflow, and we still have a hook echo, so there's still definitely rotation here. Velocities are still a few minutes behind, but if I had to guess, the rotation is still on the stronger side of things, and it's going to be moving here into western Alabama near Scottsville in just a few moments. So if you are in western Alabama near Scottsville, get ready to get to your safe place. We're likely getting a tornado warning there in just a moment. And then back over near Jackson, this tornado warning continues for another 15 minutes. I would say at this point, this is mostly a wind threat. I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation, at least via radar right now. Maybe a couple small areas of rotation to the south of Brandon. But aside from that, it looks like it's more of a damaging wind threat right now back down near Jackson. But continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that tornado warning until it's officially over. Lots of lightning, still very strong winds across the board too. We got 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds happening in a lot of different areas. It's even up to 70 back over near Jackson.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have now a new tornado warning for Marion County in Alabama, which is going to likely be this area, if I had to guess. And the warnings are coming in a little bit delayed right now. But that's going to be for the Hackleburg area. I'm assuming that's where it is. And it looks like it is. I think this is a CWA region issue, so we're going to get another tornado warning if that's the case, further north to include this entire area. Thank you, Tim, for the super chat. Thank you, Nathaniel, for the super chat. Sounds good. I'll take a look. There's your new tornado warning. So again, Hackleburg, Bear Creek, not Beer Creek, but Bear Creek, Pig Eye, Wigginton, and Scottsville and Bexar. You are in this pink polygon. Seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. The main concern here is going to be the potential for a tornado. Even if there is not a tornado, we still have a threat for significant damaging winds. Did Corey get pulled over? I have no clue. I wasn't looking. Thank you, Justin. Appreciate that. From Australia. We also have another area of rotation developing northeast of Fulton. I mean, if we don't get a new tornado warning for this rotation, we're probably going to get one for this. Going towards Phil Campbell and Russellville in Alabama. So there's a little couplet there, a little inflow notch, and a little hook. It's another QLCS tornado trying to form. We also got to watch this area too. Back through Aberdeen, Smithville, and Amory, we could see another tornado try to form in this sector of this line as well. And that'll be going towards Detroit and eventually Hamilton. And then back to Tennessee, just for a quick update. Let's hope it's quick. I don't think there's much happening here right now. Mostly gusty winds. Might be a little bit of rotation near Franklin, but it's not really much. And just stay away from windows as this line moves through Nashville. It's mostly going to be wind. We could still get an isolated brief tornado as this moves through, though. We do have a rotation developing down near Starkville, too. Actually, yeah, down here near Starkville, you can see kind of like a hook shape forming here. It's getting pushed out quite a bit. We may have a tornado warning getting issued here soon for Starkville and Columbus. It's another area of rotation in this line of thunderstorms. So if you are currently in Starkville, Artesia, Columbus, or Crawford, stay weather aware. And we may get a tornado warning at some point on that. And I think we're going to probably get one for Phil Campbell, if I had to guess. We still have a little bit of rotation there. Going towards Phil Campbell. Thank you, Corey, for the 13 months from St. Petersburg, Florida. Thank you, Tim, for the $10 super chat. Thank you, Blake, for the super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Sarah, as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, well, we literally just said it. New tornado warning now. If you are in Starkville, Artesia, or north of Crawford. This is for Lowndes and Oktibbeha counties in Mississippi. This is moving east at about 55 miles per hour. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. This is going in the direction of Columbus. Got a little hook forming on this, and it's moving right in the direction of Route 45. When will these storm systems reach upstate South Carolina? It's not really going to reach there until like early tomorrow morning. It's just going to be an isolated damaging wind threat. I mean, we're talking like somewhere between like 5 and 10 tomorrow morning. It's going to be a while. The wind right now is actually picking up in Starkville. I think we have a camera here. This is live in Starkville. The wind is picking up. This is inside of this tornado warning. Very strong winds, actually. This is live inside of this brand new tornado warning. Very strong winds moving through Starkville. I mean, this is at the minimum damaging winds. We may have a tornado trying to drop, though. This is impressively strong winds. This is also a little bit further ahead here in Starkville. We're kind of going along the line here, but this is just further east in Starkville, where the wind is also, it looks like, beginning to pick up. Actually, I'm going to go back to the other camera first. This is still... We still have very strong winds right now in Starkville. We may have a tornado here, or at least just very strong RFD. That's really strong winds, though. I mean, we're definitely going to have some power outages here with how strong these winds are. That is a huge surge of wind going right through Starkville in Mississippi. I don't know how this camera's still up, I'm not gonna lie. Wow. This is from the other camera. The wind's starting to pick up here now in the city. It is getting very windy. It's on the Mississippi dot traffic cams. This is again back to that other camera on the highway. It's been going for over a minute. I mean, we're definitely talking about an elongated amount of damaging wind potential here. There is a severe thunderstorm warning here for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and if I had to guess, this is definitely around 60 to 70. Oh man. This is also in Starkville. I want to go back to the other camera on the highway. The camera on the highway is shaking like crazy. This camera was not shaking like this a moment ago. I don't know if it got loose or if like the wind is hitting it in a certain direction, but that camera is shaking like mad right now from the wind. The entire city here of Starkville, Mississippi is getting hit by really strong winds. Again, 70, possibly higher mile-per-hour winds right now. This camera must be loose or something now. That kind of happened out of nowhere. We are getting a report of a possible tornado west of Vina in Alabama, bottom right of your screen. It's the storm that just crossed over the border. Did the wind change direction, or is this a different camera? This is another camera in Starkville. Oh, this is a different camera, yeah. So the winds are, again, very strong here across Starkville. This is just another shot of that. Currently live. You can barely see out there. I don't know how these drivers are even driving right now. Especially against the rain. Against the rain is so hard. Wind's starting to calm down a little bit here on some of these cameras. All right, 3 cameras on the bottom of your screen, all of those in Starkville right now. I do want to give you a quick update. We may have a tornado right now near Vina in Alabama. For whatever reason, they did not issue a tornado warning on this, and I mentioned this a few times. We have had a hook and as well as a rotation on this, and they have not issued anything on this. So I'm not entirely sure what's going on there. I'm not going to lie, but we do have a rotation right over the south side of Vina. It's going right towards Phil Campbell. So if you are in this area and you're watching, I would stay in your safe place. And a lot of these tornadoes are usually pretty quick, but we do have rotation, and there could be a tornado at legitimately any time. And make sure that you're in your safe place if you are in this area. Tornado warning still continues for the Smithville area. That'll go for another 4 minutes. Again, mostly a wind threat right now across this line. The Starkville storm, which is the one we've been looking at on the cameras, currently not nearly as much rotation as what we've seen. It's more of a wind concern for right now, but if you're in Artesia or north of Crawford, continue to stay in your safe place.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, there's the new tornado warning. That's for Colbert, Lawrence, and Franklin counties in Alabama. So this is going to be on that storm near Vina, which is currently radar indicated rotation. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. Should pop up here in a second. There you go. So if Russellville, Phil Campbell, and Red Bay, all included in this warning. Rotation is currently located just south of Red Bay, which the radar is coming in right now. And it's now a little bit close. It's right over Vina now, and it's going to be approaching Highway 43. We still have a couplet as well, back over near Highway 19. Now, a few people are asking about an update for Nashville. For the most part, we just got strong storms rolling through Tennessee. Nothing severe as of right now. I'm not really seeing much rotation either. So for the most part, the severe weather threat is pretty low right now across Tennessee and Kentucky. Mostly wind for the time being. Okay, let's go back to Alabama. Actually, let's go to Brandon real quick. He's back down in just east of Jackson now, where we've had significant damaging winds. And Brandon Kopic is live on Radar Omega and on YouTube. Thank you, Marcus, for the 6 months as a VIP Velocity member. Appreciate that. Thank you also, Michael, for the $20 super chat. Max and his team saving lives with these feeds, or live feeds. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Glad I can help. Thank you for tuning in and thank you for the generosity.
Big snowstorms coming for southern Missouri on Tuesday.
Sirens are going off in Starkville. There's the tornado warning there. We had a lot of wind just go through Starkville a second ago.
Just popping to the north right now.
As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to hit the red button down below and subscribe. We are 35,500 subscribers away from 1 million. Every one of you that was watching the stream subscribed. We might get halfway there tonight. Make sure to subscribe if you're new here. Again, we do weather coverage like this all the time. Definitely recommend you subscribe and click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest updates. Apparently, we do have more cameras coming up on that Starkville storm, so we'll see if the wind has progressively gotten stronger or weaker once those cameras are in range of that storm. Back over in Columbus. It actually appears as if the bottom left camera has actually gone out. I think, actually, a lot of the Mississippi cameras, it looks like, have gone out from the wind that we just saw. So I think we may have a power outage that just happened from the Starkville storm. Whether it's producing a tornado or not, we're not sure, but the winds are very strong.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a brand new tornado warning. This is going to be in Mississippi. So this is going to include Forest, Decatur, Walnut Grove, and eventually going towards Philadelphia, which is actually a camera that we're going to pull up. That's the Choctaw camera. If you are in this warning, seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. This is again currently moving east-northeast. Brandon Kopic is flying somewhere. He is trying to get out in front of this line. He's kind of in the middle of it right now. The winds are pretty strong, too. The Choctaw camera just went down, too. Actually got a lot of cameras going out all of a sudden for some reason. All right, back up into Alabama. Again, we still have rotation right now west of Phil Campbell going towards Russellville as the main area of rotation. We actually have a little thumb here. Again, these thumbs, whenever you see them, that is usually indicating a little hook echo that we have in addition to an inflow. So we still have a chance for a tornado going towards Russellville and Phil Campbell in western Alabama. So what it looks like across the board right now in Mississippi and Alabama. 4 tornado warnings, a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. Tennessee and Kentucky, you guys have been kind of lucking out really on this severe weather threat so far. Again, the worst of it really happened at the beginning. It could ramp up again. You know, we're still here, obviously, if it does. But Tennessee and Kentucky right now, really just a really strong line of thunderstorms, which is widespread. But it's mostly gusty winds and a lot of lightning, heavy rainfall, which could lead to more flooding on top of what we've already seen. Maybe another brief tornado somewhere in here. But, I mean, a lot of you guys in Kentucky and Tennessee are definitely lucking out on this. Highs in the teens next week. Next week is going to be downright frigid for many areas in the United States. And again, tomorrow morning, we are going to have a full video talking about how cold it is actually going to get. We are going to have one of the biggest Arctic blasts we've seen in years. Like, this is a really historic Arctic blast. There will be over 50 locations, like main locations that observe weather, that are going to break records next week in just a single given day for record low breaking temperatures. But that may have made no sense, but I'll explain it better in tomorrow's video. It's going to get cold next week. I mean, we're talking, again, very cold weather and another winter storm as well. The madness does not stop in 2025. Thank you, Dwayne, for becoming a member. Thank you also, Sam, for the super chat. Driving a semi parked for the night in Jackson, Mississippi. Thanks for the updates. I'm glad I can help. Hopefully you stay safe there. Luckily, the weather is starting to chill out over there. I'm gonna go to Brandon. Brandon is just going crazy. He's going for the he's just outside of the Forest, Mississippi tornado warning. Gives you an idea of what the roadways look like when we have heavy rain, if you've never driven through heavy rain before like this. Right behind a line of thunderstorms, or actually, he's kind of in the line of storms right now that's producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Huge shout out to Travis with a $40 Venmo. I don't know why $40 seems to be like the magic number today. We've had a bunch of those Venmos. I appreciate you, Travis. Peace of mind. I'm glad I can help. Hopefully these streams keep you relaxed to some extent. It's the goal. Really do appreciate your support. W's in the chat also for Travis. Appreciate the generosity. Going back to the 3-camera view, bottom left of your screen is in Forest, Mississippi. So we should have a view of something here in a moment. It's right along Interstate 20. Say we should, but I think... Oh, never mind. The other camera just went out. That there. Can't stand the cold. My joints ache horribly. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, it's going to get really cold next week. I mean, I don't know what other way to put it. We're talking a large area as much as 30 to 55 degrees below average. It's going to be a huge Arctic blast. Again, I'm not like kidding here. Like, we're talking about like one of the biggest Arctic blasts in like 2 or 3 years. It's going to be crazy next week. So again, if you want to watch that video, make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Click the bell icon so you're notified. It'll be out early in the morning tomorrow. It's a huge update. And we're going to have more daily videos. I mean, we're having daily videos all the way in through at least Wednesday or Thursday. We have a lot of stuff to talk about this week in terms of winter weather. Maybe a return of severe weather again later this week. And then also a winter storm that will go as far south as the Dixie Alley. And when I say Dixie Alley, I'm really talking about like the northern side of it. No tornado as of right now in this tornado warning near Forest or Walnut Grove. More of a QLCS tornado threat right now. Moving to the east-northeast. Bro should do weather for Netflix? What? Is Nashville good for the night? Let me check. I haven't looked in a few minutes here. Yeah, the majority of these storms, unless you are currently on the like east side of Nashville, you're pretty much done. It's just a lot of rain, a few flashes of lightning here and there, a couple claps of thunder, and that's really about it. Just a lot of rain, really. Unfortunately, the flooding threat is just going to continue here for the next several hours. Thank you, Travis, for another $40 Venmo. W's in the chat for Travis, asking about Gallatin, Tennessee for snowfall next week. I'm not gonna lie, I have no clue. If I was just to make an early prediction, though, I would probably say somewhere around 2 to 4 inches. But I haven't really looked in depth at like what the forecast is going to be for the snow in Tennessee. Like, I haven't really gone in depth. We've done very broad overviews of it, but our early guess would be like 2 to 4 inches. If you don't want your hopes to get high, 0 inches. 0 inches of snow. It'll probably end up being more than that, though. I think like all of Tennessee is going to see snow. It's at least most of the state. The GFS is showing like 3 to 6, maybe even up to 8. But I don't know. It's a little too early to tell exact numbers. But I'll have a video tomorrow morning going more detail about that stuff. Is Florence, Alabama done for the main stuff? This sort of looks like in Florence right now. You're about to get hit by the main line. So unless you've, or if you've already been hit by this line, then you're done. But if you're east of it or even in it, you're not done yet. Mainly a wind threat right now for Florence. Not really seeing much rotation there. There is still rotation back over near Russellville. We actually have a few couplets here. Got a couple little areas of rotation going towards Russellville, Alabama. Apparently, the bottom left camera may see Brandon Kopic zooming by. So, I mean, if you guys want to really look out for Brandon, you might see him on that bottom left camera driving by. How is Brentwood, Tennessee? And how bad will it be and how long? Brentwood, Tennessee, you're already done. You're just looking at rain from here. There will still be some lightning, some gusty winds, but like the main threat has already passed you. Appreciate the super chat, Emma. And also thank you, Namit, for the $15.69 Venmo. You're the GOAT. Keep bro, keep doing what you're doing. I appreciate the generosity. Thank you. Really do appreciate all of your support today on, even if you're just watching the stream, even if you just liked it or shared the stream, it goes such a long way. Really do appreciate all of your support today on today's stream. It's been a great stream when it comes to coverage. I think we've done a pretty good job today with all the callouts and stuff like that too. Luckily, we haven't had like more tornado warnings because I feel like it would have been even crazier if we had to, you know, really go through upwards of a dozen tornado warnings. Did Brandon just go by? I must have missed it. I wasn't really paying attention. There is a little area of rotation southeast of Menden Hall, just southeast of Jackson. Little area of rotation, maybe a brief QLCS tornado trying to form there. Aaron, in Kentucky or even around Lexington, I'm not concerned really about that area. I think you'll be fine. Not really concerned about it. I mean, this entire line of storms is just falling apart. The moisture is just... The dew points are too low up here, and there's really not much instability that reaches up to Lexington or Richmond or Danville. Just some gusty winds and maybe a flash of lightning. They have condensed the tornado warning south of Florence near Russellville. Still got some rotation. Again, a couple areas going in the direction of Moulton. And if you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. Storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. I'm getting hungry. I need IHOP. IHOP sounds good right about now. How much of this will affect Ohio? Ohio's mostly just rain and snow. That's going to be overnight tonight. River, I'm going to have a video tomorrow morning talking about what to expect. So, just have the bell icon clicked so you're notified. I'm not going to go into specific details because, I mean, the video will be out in like 7 or 8 hours. So, yeah, again, tomorrow morning's video, it's going to be, I think, a really good informative video about what's upcoming this week. A lot of snow and stuff, and also a very cold stretch of weather's coming. Honestly, pretty excited to talk about all of it. Will likely be one of the last winter-based videos that we'll have in this entire month. I mean, we're right around the corner to severe weather season. February is really that last stretch of significant severe weather. It's definitely around that time. We do have a little bit of wind picking up right now in Columbus, Mississippi. This is live in Columbus. That's near the Starkville storm, which is no longer tornado warned. Big flash of lightning there. Wind's definitely picking up, though. No problem, Emma. I'm glad I can help calm your nerves. Do you ever sleep? I do sleep, yes. One of my friends somehow can live off of 2 hours of sleep. I don't know how that's possible. I need like a minimum of like 8 to stay functional. Very windy here in Columbus, Mississippi. The wind's definitely picking up. Thank you, CBT. Appreciate the super chat. See my super chat question? Let me look. I might have missed it. Tuscaloosa, Alabama to Memphis in about 30 minutes. Where is Tuscaloosa, Alabama? Not like south. Yeah, he's gonna be driving into it no matter what. Wind's very strong here in Columbus. I wasn't looking at the camera. It is very strong winds right now. But yeah, he's gonna drive through it almost undoubtedly. At least some level of wind. Hey, Raina, appreciate the gift of membership. It is very windy right now in Columbus. This is another live view of that wind. What's up? What? Hey. How's it going? I got you. Here you go. Oh. Hey. Is it true that over the years the weather gets more intense? This year has been crazy. I mean, it's not a direct correlation year over year. I just think in general, like averaging everything together, it has gotten worse. And I mean, I'm not going to go into the whole climate change argument. I don't really do that stuff on this channel, but like there are people that believe in it, don't believe in it. It's just a whole divide. It's political for some reason. I don't go into it. But I mean, if you look at the math and you look at the actual stats, I mean, like year over year, it has gotten warmer and we've also seen more intense weather events. So, and again, you can deny there even existing to be global warming or climate change. It doesn't really matter. But like there is a trend that we've seen over the last several decades where, you know, weather has gotten worse. I mean, we've seen bigger weather events and stuff like that. So, I mean, I'm a meteorology major. I've studied this for 4 years. Like, it's pretty hard to deny everything that you can see when it comes to the numbers. So, I've had like 2 or 3 dedicated classes kind of revolving around that type of stuff. But for the record, I don't care what you believe in. I'm not trying to persuade you. I'm just literally just telling you what I have learned. Because for whatever reason, people make it political. Just like the golf. I can't call the golf anything. I can't call the golf anything anymore. Like, if I say it one way or the other, people are gonna like be like, it's all political. I don't know what to tell you. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. The golf of cheese curds is what we're referring to. The golf of golf. The golf of literal golfing. On golf balls out there in the Gulf. Wind is still strong out here in Columbus. Again, we are down to 2 tornado warnings. We have one for Russellville, Alabama. This one is Columbus, Mississippi, which is actually not in a tornado warning right now, but they were at one point. Just outside of it, at least. We don't have to, like, start putting the actual, like, just please don't make the chat political, please. Otherwise, you're gonna get timed out. the most random stuff that divides people. It's so weird. The Gulf of Max Velocity's hairline. All right, let's chill out. I mean, when hurricane season comes around, I will probably just call it the Gulf of Rapid Intensification. Like, I mean, I'm not even kidding. Like, that's like that's such a fitting name. It's such a fitting name. The Gulf of Jared Golf? Go Lions? What? Updates on Russellville, Alabama. That's what it looks like on live radar right now. I haven't really seen much here. I mean, the rotation, it's been there. It's been kind of weakening. I would say right now it's more of a wind threat. There's been no confirmed tornado for Russellville at this point. We do have some area of at least a little bit, at least wind, but a little bit maybe some kinks that we could see here in western Alabama here soon. Maybe a tornado risk trying to develop as that goes towards Fayette. And then back over near Forest, Mississippi and Decatur, I'm not seeing anything that looks like it is on the ground, like tornado-wise. Mostly just wind right now. Let me check up in Tennessee. Yeah, Tennessee and Kentucky, mostly just wind. Again, it's mostly gusty winds, some lightning, heavy rainfall. I'm not seeing anything too concerning right now. That's what it kind of looks like in a wide view of things right now. How long before it gets to Chattanooga? Well, let's do a quick future radar run. It'll probably be a few more hours. For your area. This is what it looks like right around midnight, 1 in the morning tonight. Again, the line of thunderstorms in Kentucky and Tennessee will continue to fall apart, I think. I don't really think it's going to get much more intense. I honestly think more than anything, it's going to be falling apart quite a bit up in Kentucky and Tennessee. But there is still a chance for a tornado and also damaging winds. So continue to have ways to receive warnings. If you're back over in Huntsville, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, or back over to New Orleans, or even back into Gulfport, we are still talking about numerous to even at times widespread damaging winds and also the potential for a few tornadoes. This is going to continue throughout basically all of the overnight hours here across Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and even Florida. By 3 a.m. tonight, the line of storms is approaching Montgomery, Mobile, back through Gulfport, and also going through the Atlanta metro by about 5 a.m., which actually this is technically 6 a.m. Eastern time. The line will continue to move towards Panama City, Macon, and also through Athens, and eventually by 7 to 8 in the morning tomorrow, that line will continue to still produce isolated damaging winds and an isolated tornado threat across the Gulf Coast, through much of southern and central parts of Georgia, and even some isolated damaging winds maybe into North Carolina or South Carolina, but it should be mostly just heavy rainfall. And then eventually by around 11 to 12 o'clock tomorrow, we're pretty much done with severe weather. There will still be a line of storms, maybe isolated damaging winds somewhere in here, but I don't really foresee there being much of a tornado risk beyond about like 8 or 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We are getting more damage reports back over near Verona. This is where we did at one point have a tornado, at least we think on radar. Over in Shannon, there are trees and power lines down, which we had that report already.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a new tornado warning. We'll go to that in a second. Another report is that trees were down on a home on Old Highway 45 and Trice Street area. And then also in Nettleton, Mississippi, trees down in the Nettleton area. And again, time estimated by radar. So that was around 10:15 or so. Again, all of that is from a likely tornado, at least 1 or 2 different brief tornadoes that we think we saw on radar. All right, new tornado warning has been issued. This is going to be back over near Florence, Alabama, going towards Rogersville, Athens, Elkmont, Ardmore. Again, just east of Florence. And east of Muscle Shoals. If you are in this warning, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. Damaging winds being the main concern, but we could see a tornado come out of this as it continues to track to the east. And we don't have really any great radar sight view of this, but this is definitely another situation of like a QLCS tornado threat. They have just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning, which goes on top of all of that. Yeah, we may see an isolated tornado somewhere here near Vernon. And this is live in Choctaw, emergency management in Mississippi. This is, I believe there's a casino here or something like that. I think that's what that is on the right. Rain's coming down. The worst of the wind is likely past here. Thank you, Haiti, for the $5 super chat. Thank you, River. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you, Sabrina, for the super chat. Please give your cat some screen time. What? She's going crazy. She keeps running back and forth. Thank you, Par, for the super chat, too. When will we see the green flag wave tomorrow for the Daytona 500? I don't know what that means. I'm going to need some insight. I don't watch racing. I really don't care either. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that does that mean go? I thought I heard that they moved the race to like earlier in the day or something. I heard something on like socials about something. I don't know. I don't really understand that whole thing, but all I know is that it's supposed to rain around like 2 to 4 o'clock. Somebody's asking me a question and I don't even know what the question means. Green flag is 1:30. Once again, what does that mean? It means start. Okay. I don't know. I'm not into racing at all. I don't know if I ever will be. Yeah, but I think it's gonna rain around 2 to 4, so. How long is the race, by the way? Is this like 30 minutes long, or is it like a few hours or something? I don't understand races at all. Thank you, Victor, for becoming a member. Thank you, Hero, for the super chat. Will this storm affect my dad? Okay, I'm not reading that. Sorry, I wasn't reading the entire thing. It's 3 hours. I mean, if it's a 3-hour long race, I would assume that they're gonna have to delay it to some extent. I mean, it's gonna rain around 2 to 4, so I don't know. I don't know what they do in that situation. Oh, St. Louis? St. Louis is fine. Nothing happening up there. Alright, guys, we need 74 more people to subscribe to hit 965,000. If you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we do live severe weather coverage all the time. And again, we do videos daily covering the latest big weather events that are happening. Also, new damage report in Florence, Alabama. Trees are down at 728 Sherrod Avenue. That's about a mile southwest there of Florence as of about 20 minutes ago.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a brand new tornado warning. This is going to be in Alabama as well for Limestone, Lawrence, Morgan, and Franklin counties in Alabama. And that's going to actually be going towards Decatur and eventually Huntsville. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. And this is on track right now for the Decatur area, moving east-northeast towards, right along Highway 24 and eventually going towards Huntsville. If you are in Huntsville, definitely be ready for a potential tornado threat here. This line of storms is going to be capable of that as it gets closer to you. Also, we are now officially 35,000 subscribers away from 1 million. 96.5% of the way there.
Warning has been issued.
Just crazy. All right, we have a new tornado warning back down in Louisiana now and Mississippi. That is south of, that's actually near Tylertown, going in the direction of Columbia, Mississippi. You'll see the tornado warning pop up here in a second. So again, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning. So we are right back up to 5 tornado warnings. So Tylertown's the main location. Dexter, Flowers, Kirkland, Leher, Lexi, Cardo, Noxo, Dillon, Hackley, Mount Hermon, Smithburg, right along the Louisiana and Mississippi border. And I'm going to go back to 3-cam view. We do have Columbia, Mississippi. By the way, if you did not watch our live stream a few days ago, we had a tornado on this live camera on Radar Omega in Columbia. And so we're going to put up that camera again, and it would be kind of crazy if it happened twice in the same week, but that camera will be in the bottom middle. Once it loads. But that area, we actually had a tornado on not too far away, or not too long ago. I didn't know this. I don't know if my map is glitching out, but apparently all 120... Oh, okay, so wait, what? Oh. Okay, I see now. Wait, what? Never mind. I might be tripping. Is there a clip of it? Yeah, I can try to find it. If you are just tuning in, we have 4 tornado warnings, 2 of which are in northern Alabama, near Florence, Decatur, and just west of Huntsville. We're keeping a very close eye on these. We have more damage reports, actually. Let's get to those. Underwood Preserve in Alabama, just north there of Florence. Trees down at CR 457 and CR 57 as of about 20 minutes ago. And we also have reports as of 15 minutes ago of more trees down at 110 CR 341, about 8 miles north of Killeen in Alabama. Likely wind damage. I would assume that's not a tornado. But you never know. There are tornado warnings up there. This was the video from the Radar Omega Cyclone port a few days ago. I mean, again, this is just outside of the tornado warning. But this is what we saw just a few days ago back over in Columbia, Mississippi. I believe this ended up being rated an EF0 or an EF1, so it was a weaker tornado. But nonetheless, a tornado is a tornado. So we watched the entire evolution of that just on that singular camera, which again is right back up here. So the reason why I'm showing you that is just for, again, history's sake. Is a area that has had a tornado recently. Apparently, all 120 counties in Kentucky have either a flood warning or a flash flood warning. Which, that's insane, if that is true. I see all the flash flood warnings. I'm guessing there are flood warnings back over here in eastern Kentucky that just started showing on here. If that is true, that is quite literally remarkable. We have another damage report in Florence. There's a tree knocked onto a house at 2237 Randolph in Florence. So we are starting to get a lot more reports right now in Florence of a lot of damage. Again, more than likely it's straight line wind damage, but the tornado threat is still existent here. Moving in the direction of Huntsville. I don't have alerts on. Yeah, I don't have flood warning alerts on. Yeah, there you go. This is what it looks like across Kentucky. Every single county has a flash flood warning or a flash flood warning. That is definitely crazy. Shout out to Chris Hall with the information there. It's just a mess. It is a mess up there. Thank you, Catherine, for the $10 super chat. Celebrating 8 months with you. Thank you for all you do. I appreciate that, and thank you for being here for 8 months. Thank you, Par, for the super chat. Appreciate the super chat. It's been raining all day here in Kentucky. It's been raining almost everywhere in Kentucky all day. It's pretty unbelievable. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty historic what we're seeing in Kentucky. Ton of rainfall in a very short amount of time. It really could not be much worse. And I mean, again, we've been forecasting this for days. So hopefully people were aware of the situation. And we've talked about it in almost every video here over the last 3 days or so, 4 days. I think we actually mentioned the idea of this about 5 or 6 days ago. So we've been talking about it for a while. So hopefully the word got out there. Maybe not with just our videos, but just in general. And hopefully everybody's okay. I haven't heard of any injuries or anything like that yet, but... let's hope that continues. Still not seeing anything severe right now in Tennessee. It's mostly, again, just wind and lightning and rain. Not a whole lot else right now happening in Tennessee. Again, Tennessee, in my opinion, has lucked out substantially when it comes to the severe weather threat. There's really been very little when it comes to severe weather here. This is actually a live shot back over in Clay County in northern Tennessee. This is a little bit of a higher up camera, but it is shaking quite a bit. Actually, what was that right there? A little kind of bowl thing coming out of the sky right there. Thank you, Spy, for the $10 super chat. As someone who's in Florence, Alabama right now, it's pretty rough. Got a lot of damage reports there. My cat just licked your face on the TV screen. Not even kidding. Okay. Appreciate the information. Thanks for the super chat. I'm gonna wait for another flash of lightning. There was some like little thing here. I didn't really see it long enough. Like a little lowering back there, or a little scud or something. Waiting for another flash of lightning here. Give it like 20 more seconds. I'm just kind of curious. Lightning is also not very frequent either in Tennessee right now. Or even Kentucky. Appreciate that, River. Thank you. Yeah, it wasn't much there. Probably a little scud back there. I mean, all the storms for the most part up here are not really rotating much. Alright, we're gonna go back to the 3-cam overlay. You know, we currently have 4 tornado warnings, 2 in northern Alabama, and then we have 1 near Philadelphia in Mississippi. Again, it's mostly a QLCS tornado risk, meaning brief tornadoes, which are very hard to pick up on radar. Rotation's been a little bit weaker southwest of Columbia, Mississippi, but still a little bit of something there. And any storms that come off the Gulf here will have a bit more of a chance of producing a tornado risk. So far, it's been a bit tame. Still something we're watching for. I'm right at the Atlanta, Tennessee, Georgia line. Should I stay up knowing what time frame? getting hit here, or will it be stronger or weaker? In general, I mean, it's going to be mainly a wind risk, but the tornado risk is definitely going to continue. I mean, we have 2 tornado warnings lined up here just outside of Huntsville. I would fully expect that we're still going to have at least an isolated tornado risk all the way through that area. Thank you for the super chat. Here was that little photo back up in Tennessee. That was just that little camera. This is what I saw. Very small little dip in the cloud. That's usually not anything too concerning. Little flash of lightning. Winfield, Alabama. Just southwest of Winfield, Alabama. We do have a small QLCS couplet that just developed. Maybe a brief tornado just happened near Highway 43 south of Winfield. No debris signature, but possibly just had a brief tornado there. Right now we have a surging area of damaging winds that is moving across Winfield with actually upwards of 70-mile-per-hour winds being estimated by radar between Fayette and Winfield in western Alabama. Another damage report. This is in Bear Creek. I don't know why I keep saying Bear. Bear Creek, Alabama. Trees down on Bear Creek, in the Bear Creek area. So another damage report there. And we got another one outside of Huntsville. Got another tree knocked down on a residence in or at 104 Mimosa Cove in Killeen or Killeen. Pronunciations are just not going well right now. It's because you want a beer. I really don't drink much beer. It's very, very rare. Mid. We may get a tornado warning here soon, going towards Minor Hill, south of Pulaski in Tennessee. There is a little couplet there that is trying to form. I actually might have a live shot in Pulaski. I'm gonna pull that up. We'll put that bottom left. Little couplet forming up there as well. It seems like this is the area right now. Northern Alabama, southern Tennessee for this QLCS tornado risk. James, the threat over there in Macon is relatively low. I would say it's mostly just some damaging winds. Tornado risk is very low. Appreciate the $12 super chat. Thank you, music, for the super chat. I was looking West Virginia. Any flood warnings? We got plenty of flood warnings in West Virginia. And unfortunately, the flooding is only going to continue as we go into overnight tonight. It's not going to slow down because of all the rain that's coming with this line of storms and also what's behind the line. There's a virtual railfan in Decatur in the path of this. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I forgot I could even use virtual railfans. Let me look and see. So we may have a live view in Decatur, which is inside of the tornado warning. I literally completely forgot about this. The only location that they have in Alabama is in Decatur. This is a look at the virtual railfan in Decatur, Alabama. This is looking at the tornado warn cell. Out in the distance, this is kind of the area that we're looking at for a possible tornado. Be out in there somewhere. A little flash of something back there, too. That almost looked like a power flash. I only saw it briefly, but it kind of looked like a power flash and not lightning. So this is inside of that tornado warning, just outside of Huntsville. Should see a lot more action here in just a minute or two once this storm's a bit closer. Alright, while we're waiting for this to come in a little bit faster, we do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is the region of the greatest threat of severe weather over the next few hours. That's across central Tennessee, all the way back through eastern Louisiana and southern Mississippi. They still have marked the potential for upwards of an EF2 or EF3 tornado, with the most probable peak intensity of winds between 120 to 150 miles per hour for a tornado. Damaging wind threat 65 to 80 miles per hour, and then the hail risk is relatively low as of right now. Still got a little couplet right now east of Loretto in Tennessee. We'll have another radar update on velocities in a second. Let me go back to Decatur again. So again, the virtual rail fan looking westbound into Decatur, Alabama. Again, inside the tornado warning. And we are assuming that the tornado is back in here somewhere. Just looking to see if there's any signs of anything as this does approach Decatur over the next few minutes. Hey, Chris, for the super chat, check out Alabama. I'll look at the I'll look at their cams. I'm not sure what they. I don't know if they have much in this area, but I'll check. It's very hit or miss sometimes, that site. It's like, it's broken sometimes and it works other times. Actually, yeah, there are some cameras up there. This is a view on the Alabama traffic camera. It's actually looking over a bridge. This is looking east, so that's not the right way. My bad. Give me 1 second. I gotta find west. West? If I can find something that's looking more west. If that camera was looking west like that, that would be so ideal. This is like the closest we have to looking west. It's more like south. It's almost like southwest. This is in Decatur right now, inside of, again, the tornado warning. Hey, yep, for the super chat, Pensacola, Florida. I'm in a camper trailer. Mainly going to be a wind threat. Definitely have ways to receive alerts in case you have to go to a sturdy structure. See if I can find anything that looks more west. If you are just tuning in, we are currently looking at 2 different tornado warnings that are in effect across northern Alabama. We also have rotation intensifying south of Pulaski in Tennessee. Bottom left of your screen, that is Pulaski. So we're watching that very closely. We got some rotation as well going in the direction of Decatur in Alabama. And as always, if you are in any of these warnings, make sure that you are seeking shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible. I think the virtual rail fan is honestly going to be the best camera for this area. Also, quick little update. The Storm Prediction Center has just released their outlook for tomorrow. And we have maintained a slight risk for tomorrow across the southeast. So this includes Florida, Georgia, and a little sliver there of South Carolina. There's actually a tornado risk, believe it or not. Both in... This is crazy for this time of the year. We have a tornado risk as far north as New Jersey for tomorrow. And we also have one back near the Gulf Coast. Very low risk, but it's crazy to look at in this time of the year in February. Thank you, Randy, for the generous $20 super chat. Tornadoes in Alabama are mostly rain-wrapped. Very hard to see at night. Why we no longer spot and chase them. Now, it's not easy, especially with the terrain as well. The terrain does not help. with all the trees and such. Can we go to bed in Murfreesboro? Within the next like 20 to 30 minutes, you're probably fine. The line of storms is moving through here over the next like 20 minutes. It's mostly just wind threat, some gusty winds. Severe weather's diminishing overall in Tennessee. It's not diminishing entirely, it's a much lower risk. We have about 3 different areas of rotation right now. One west of Decatur, one just north of Decatur, and then the other one just south of Pulaski on these northern tornado warnings in Alabama. Tornado warning does continue down here in southwestern Mississippi, southwest of Columbia. This goes for another 26 minutes. I highly doubt it'll go that much longer, but small little couplet there moving in the direction of Columbia, Mississippi. Generally speaking, it's mostly wind right now across Louisiana. Not really seeing a whole lot when it comes to rotation, just broad rotation. And then north of Meridian, near Philadelphia, it's mostly wind. The tornado warning here will likely end up just being let to expire, possibly canceled. So we'll see. Wind is picking up down there in Pulaski right now, bottom left of your screen. Actually, let's just go full cam to that. Wind is starting to pick up now in Pulaski. This is just to the north of the 2 tornado warnings that we have. Thank you, Eddie, for the $10 super chat. What Winfield are we talking about? I don't think I said Winfield, did I? I don't remember saying anything like Winfield. Pulaski, Tennessee is going crazy here. The radar Omega Cyclone port. Yeah, wind's pretty strong. There is a severe thunderstorm warning here for 60-mile-per-hour winds, which I think is pretty reminiscent of what we're seeing here in Pulaski, in Tennessee. This is the only severe storm in Tennessee right now, is this one. Believe it or not. Tennessee, again, has been relatively quiet here for the last couple of hours. I mean, it hasn't been quiet, but it's been severe weather-wise, it's been quiet. Thank you, Elijah, for the super chat. What is Cheese Curd up to? I have no clue. She's not in here, so she's probably just sleeping. Yeah, she's sleeping on one of the scratching things. Alright, well, Pulaski's going to probably continue to stay like that here for a little bit. Again, we still have a little bit of rotation south of Pulaski, Tennessee, west of Elkmont in Alabama, and also just northwest of Decatur. We still have a little bit of rotation there. Appears it as if, though, probably, I mean, right now we don't know exactly what's going to happen up near Huntsville at this point, but the rotation is going a little bit further to the north and west, so let's hope that trend continues. We could still see something develop, though, further south. So we'll have to watch that closely. Sorry. I don't know if you guys heard that. I am retweeting on Twitter a video of significant flooding in Kentucky. It's at Max Velocity WX on Twitter. If you want to check that out. Apparently, this tornado warning actually includes a sliver of Tennessee. This includes includes Limestone and Lawrence counties in Alabama, and also Lawrence County in Tennessee. It must be a super small sliver. It must be like the tiniest square mileage ever, because I don't know, it's just barely in it apparently, according to my software. No confirmed tornadoes though on this segment as of right now. It is beginning to rain indicator. Nothing really happening though in the virtual railfan right now. Has like 100 to 200 yards of Tennessee. I don't even see where it goes into Tennessee. Oh, actually right here you can see it, I think. Maybe? Is that the line? It's like this like small little sliver of Tennessee. It's super, super small. Guess you learn something new every day. The Pulaski camera went out. I'm not sure if the power went out up there in Pulaski, but it might have. Let's put up the South Marshall one, which is just north of that. May have lost power there in Pulaski, Tennessee. Here's the power outage map. Poweroutage.us. 12,000 are without power in Louisiana. Most of them back up in Tensas County, or Parish, I should say. Mississippi is at almost 70,000 without power. Look at this. Mississippi, 70,000 customers without power. That's about 5% of the state without power, just from the severe weather tonight. Monroe, 1,600 customers. Scott, almost 5,000 without customers. Lincoln, back near Jackson, is right around 10 to 15,000 without power. Leake and Scott counties also around 7,000 combined. And then Alabama, we're at about 11,000, most of them on the west side of the state. So have flashlights ready to go. Have all that sort of stuff, you know, phones charged. Just make sure you're ready to go with this threat of damaging winds that's going to likely lead to some power outages here in the deep south. Tennessee is, again, lucked out a lot. I mean, we only have about 7,000 customers without power. And Kentucky is about 10,000, which honestly, a lot of this has come from the flooding. So, southeastern Kentucky, more than anything, dealing with a flooding concern. Let's go to Corey. He's on something right now. Corey is dealing with some sort of wind. This is back over near Meridian, Mississippi. Virginia, by the way, has 18,000 without power, mostly on the western half of the state as well.
Right where, like, punching into it. Do what? We're literally right where it's just punching into it. We did good.
Expecting it to get a little bit crazier than this.
Mm-hmm.
As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Don't forget, we're going to have a video tomorrow morning talking all about the big winter weather event that's coming this week. Coldest weather of the season for many of us, and also coldest weather in years for many of us in the United States. Record-breaking temperatures, too. Again, subscribe to the channel. We are a little under 35,000 subscribers away now from 1 million subscribers. We will be doing 500 signed hats for 1 million subscribers, by the way, for those that are interested in getting one of those. Wind's really picking up here. Corey is enjoying the wind out here in eastern Mississippi. By the way, I'm gonna need all of your opinions on something real quick. After this wind calms down. If we get a break from the weather. Definitely windy.
We are under a severe thunderstorm warning here. This is windy and wet.
24 karat gold embroidered hats. Yeah. That would be something, wouldn't it?
How was that wiper would just stay on?
My powers went out. Unfortunately, that's going to be a pretty common trend
a new
tonight.
Tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a new tornado warning. This is going to be along the Alabama and Tennessee border. So Lincoln, Jackson, Madison, Lawrence counties in Alabama, and then Lincoln, Franklin, Moore counties in Tennessee, included in this brand new tornado warning. It's a big one. Includes the Huntsville area, Fayetteville in Tennessee, Hazel Green, and Huntland, Ardmore, Elkmont, and Athens. If you are in this pink polygon, seek shelter immediately. Away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. And the other camera went out there briefly. I'm going to go to a different one, though. Any risk for New Orleans? It's mostly going to be wind. All the tornado warnings down here in Mississippi and Louisiana have ended. So we are back down to only the tornado warnings along the Tennessee and Alabama border. I think all cities in town should have cameras. I mean, if we had a camera literally in every county or every city, that would be super helpful for weather coverage. It would make things so much easier. Main area of rotation right now is near Elkmont. We have another one just northwest of Ardmore. Broad rotation right now near Athens. So 3 different areas of rotation moving east. Thank you, Eddie, for the super chat. Winfield, Alabama. Let me look real quick. Do I have a damage report for Alabama? Do you just mean in general? Severe weather threat is done for Winfield. There have been damage reports across the board. Most of them right now are trees and power lines down, and they're mostly around Florence. We did have one though back up near Haleyville. All right, while we wait for our next radar scan, I want you guys to give me an opinion on something. All right. Because this is very important. I want to just leave this to like members, but I want you guys to also give an opinion on this. So we are going to do a 1 million subscriber shirt, which is going to be way more elaborate. And so I have 2 different options. I could make more if I want, but this is one of the options. All right, so we got the 1 million subscriber inside the cloud. The biggest difference here is the cloud. So that's the million subscriber thing. Or do we do something more like this, where the max velocity kind of bounces on the cloud and like the gold in the middle? What do you guys think? Let me know in the do 1 or 2. The second, like the first one or the second one. Put 1 or 2 in the chat. Or actually, I'll do a poll. Should be easier. I'm gonna do a poll because I'm not gonna be able to read chat. It goes too fast. Just do the poll. Just do the poll. It's fine. I was leaning towards 2, to be honest. But show again. By the way, these are not for sale right now. This is just an idea. But this is 1. And the biggest difference being the subscriber thing. and then this is 2. So 1, 2. The flash flood emergency in McDowell County, West Virginia, is going to continue. It is has been extended. It is still a catastrophic situation there. How's it going, Gabe? Welcome back. That is a really long severe thunderstorm warning that did not even fit on the screen. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning across the Tullahoma area back through Huntsville and Decatur. And Corey just said there was a big power flash. Let me go to Corey. Not sure what we just missed. And I don't think I can go back. But Corey just said there was a big power flash here. He's back down in the Meridian area of Mississippi.
Right as the band has hit this confluence band, strong winds, big shift in the wind here.
The poll was pretty split. It was 54 and 46. I'll have to do another poll for members or something. Yeah, the gas station here just lost power. There was a power flash, he said a moment ago. Wind's pretty strong. So again, back down to Meridian, Mississippi. Not in a tornado warning, by the way, but... Have a good night, Sierra. Appreciate you tuning in. We haven't had anything confirmed for a tornado yet, anywhere. Back up here, at least in northern Alabama or Tennessee. Still pretty windy. I mean, this wind lasts a while with this line of thunderstorms.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Do have a new tornado warning that has just been issued. Back over in Louisiana and Mississippi. It's right near the border. Putting Corey bottom right for you guys. All the way back over near Bogalusa, south of Columbia. Actually got a tight couplet right now over the northwest side of Varnado, near Angie. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. Little small, discreet, semi-discreet storm right now moving to the northeast. They even have some rotation developing north of Haman there as well, near Mite City. A few different areas to watch for. I'm gonna go back to Corey. He's still getting whacked with wind. This wind is insane right now in Mississippi. Main area of rotation right now of this Huntsville tornado warning is actually up near Ardmore in Tennessee, or right along the border. Otherwise, it's mostly wind right now going towards Huntsville.
Looks like Dominator 3 over there.
What's that?
Looks like Dominator 3 over there, doesn't it?
Hey, Fuse, for becoming a member, welcome to the Velocities.
The way the headlights are.
Jiminy.
All right, well, it's a little calmer now. Pretty crazy there for a few minutes. Keep Corey bottom right. Has there been a single tornado? We've at least had a couple confirmed by radar. So, yeah, there have been a few. But we haven't had really any confirmed, I think, in about an hour. The last couple that we had were radar, at least briefly radar confirmed, back over east of the Tupelo area near Fulton. Those were really the last two that we had. So. Does Fayetteville, Tennessee need to be worried? I don't know where Fayetteville is, but if it's anywhere east of this line, you should still be staying weather aware. The more concerning area, in my opinion, right now is going to be near the border of Kentucky and Tennessee. So along this border, that is where you should be more weather aware at this point. We actually are seeing rotation now near Graball, southeast of Cornersville. So there's a new little couplet developing there near Cornersville. That's moving towards Lynchburg and Tullahoma. So we may get a tornado warning there here soon. This is again back over in southern Tennessee. And then also back down near Tuscaloosa right now, we are dealing with an elongated line of storms. Again, widespread damaging winds right now across Alabama and as well as back through Mississippi. Again, tornadoes are going to be possible up and down this line. We actually have several different little like notches that we have developing right now near Arley. But there's also one back up here in Tennessee that I'm definitely keeping an eye on near Delena, Grubble, going towards Lynchburg. And Tuscaloosa and Walker counties in Alabama just got upgraded to 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So the wind threat is ramping up down there. Thank you, Trevor. Appreciate the super chat. Yes, Tuscaloosa has been mentioned. Tuscaloosa has been mentioned. Let's go back down to the southern tornado warning real quick. Rotation's a bit broader here. If we have a tornado, it's moving in the direction of southwestern Mississippi towards Highway 35 north of Angie. That storm is, at this point, not nearly as concerning. Hattiesburg is also about to get hit with some gusty winds. Frequent lightning, heavy rainfall. The main concern right now is moving into Alabama and also parts of Tennessee. We're starting to see that Tennessee threat ramp up a bit. Again, back near the border.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a new tornado warning in Mississippi. This is going to be for Lamar and Marion counties in Mississippi. We'll wait for that to pop up because I don't know where that is. Oh, that's actually all right. So this is an extension south of Columbia going towards Hattiesburg. We do have a new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning.
We have another one, but it's the same thing. I don't. Okay. Well, we got two tornado warnings, but it's the same exact warning. So I'm not sure what happened there. They might have accidentally double issued it or something. But nonetheless, we do have a tornado warning now for Purvis, southeast of Hattiesburg. This area was literally under a tornado warning like 5 days ago. So if you are in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. You have a couple of cameras in the Hattiesburg area that are coming up, so we're going to go and pan to those as well. We'll have one bottom left and bottom middle, I think. Or actually, bottom left and bottom right, maybe. So those will be bottom left and bottom right. In the Hattiesburg area. Hattiesburg is pretty populated, so we definitely have to watch this closely. We had tornado warnings here a few days ago in our other tornado stream that we had, so Definitely something to watch for. Still got rotation right now near Delena and Belleville, going towards Lynchburg and Tullahoma.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And there's another. We are now up to 6 tornado warnings. We got a new one for Greene and Sumter counties in Alabama. And if I had to take a guess, it's probably further down to the south. Got an entire line of storms right now that is capable of producing damaging winds and also tornadoes. Pop up here in a second. Actually, I think I know where it's going to be. It's going to be down here. So Livingston, York, Cuba, and Demopolis here in western Alabama, you are now in a new tornado warning. If you are in the pink polygon, seek shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible. That is near Interstate 2059. Rotation's going to be back over near York, and it's going to be moving northeast towards Demopolis and Route 43. That's actually just east of where Corey is. So Corey got hit by that severe storm, and actually he was not far from the worst of it. He wasn't far from that area of rotation. He was getting hit by all that wind. Presumably that rotation went right by him. But I'm telling you guys, we got a lot of rotation everywhere. I mean, this entire line right now is now rotating across Alabama, which is not something you see very often, but it's not very far off from what we just saw a few days ago. Or not a few days ago, a few weeks ago when we had a line of storms go through this area. It was back, wasn't it back in like early January we had something like this happen? Like a line of storms that went through Dixie Alley. We should have 7 tornado warnings, I would say, because, or well, now 6 because we're down to 5. But we should have another tornado warning, I would think, for this rotation in Tennessee. They have not issued any warning on this. There has been rotation, though, southeast of Cornersville, going towards Lynchburg and Tullahoma. Thank you, Sherry, for becoming a member. Thank you, Amanda, for the super chat. And Jenny. Fayetteville will be in the clear in about 40 minutes, maybe a little bit sooner. And Decatur, right now, you're pretty much going to be done in the next, like, 10 minutes. It's mostly just rain and wind. The line of storms moving through. I actually have a 52-mile-per-hour wind gust that has been confirmed just on the north side there of Decatur. You're still going? We're only 7 hours in, man. I said today would be like an 8 to 12 hour stream, so we're going for the home run 8 to 12 hour stream. I don't think it'll be 12 hours, but it'll at least go to 8 at the minimum. There's still a lot of stuff to talk about. I mean, we got tons of warnings, and some of these, like down here near Hattiesburg, are definitely more concerning with the population density that we have. Like, the population density in the next hour or so is much higher than what it will be in probably 2 to 3 hours. Thank you, Daniel, for the super chat. Hey, we might do that. That sounds like a kind of a fun idea. Still got rotation that's not warned right now near Delena, going towards Belleville in southern Tennessee. This is the latest radar scan. Still got rotation near 431 going towards Belleville in Lynchburg. No tornado warning on that right now. If you're in Huntsville, by the way, you should be in your safe place. The severe weather is going to be rolling through your area. Tornado warning does continue here for Huntsville. Goes for another 25 minutes. So about until 12:45 Central Time. Meridianville, Hazel Green should also be in their safe places. It's mostly wind, but again, we could get an isolated tornado out of this. We got a lot more damage reports also coming in further south towards Fayette now. in Alabama. A tree was blown down onto a house on 11th Street in Fayette. And we also have a tree snapped and then fell onto a car along CR10 near Millport. That's yet again another report that is coming in.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have another tornado warning. This is going to be for Hale, Greene, and Tuscaloosa counties. So if you are in this warning, you are going to need to make sure that you are getting to your safe place immediately. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. It should pop up here in a second. Give me up for a second. James, he's fine. He's not near any storms right now. In Atlanta. New tornado warning. This is going to be for Moundsville and Union, just south of Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Seek shelter if you are in this warning. So again, tracking east towards Moundville. And also just south of Tuscaloosa. We are now up to 5. We're back to 5 tornado warnings once again. Let me add a different camera here. Oh, actually, let's go to here. I'm not even sure where this is, but let's go to it anyways. It is very windy. This is Bellevue, Mississippi. It's very windy there right now.
A new tornado warning.
Wow, we have a tornado warning now in Tennessee. All right, brand new tornado warning now in Tennessee. That's going to be, I think, near Tullahoma. So I'll give you an update, though, in a second once it pops up. Very windy, though, right now in Bellevue, Mississippi, though. Yeah. All right, here's your brand new tornado warning. It has just been issued for Lynchburg, Belleville, just south of Shelbyville here in Tennessee. Again, rotation. We've been talking about this for a while. They have now just issued the tornado warning near Delena. It's going towards Tullahoma. If you are in this warning, you got to seek shelter now away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This has been really more one of the defined areas of rotation that we've had here for quite some time. So seek shelter if you are in this warning. Wind is going crazy, though, right now in Belleville, Mississippi. It is quite intense right now. We are up now to 6 tornado warnings and 12 severe thunderstorm warnings. What time is it for me? It's about 1:30. 1:30 a.m. Well, the wind's staying really strong here. What's the outlook for Atlanta? Mostly just gusty winds. Isolated damaging wind threat. Wow, this one is still going. I gotta say, this line of storms has been impressive. It's been very impressive in Mississippi and Alabama. It's definitely, I would say, this is definitely performing for a 45% wind risk. The wind has been very consistently high across these areas, and it's still going here in Bellevue, Mississippi. Is this normal for February in these areas? This isn't unheard of. Wow, I just left when the wind was even getting worse. It's still going. This isn't like it's not like blah, blah, blah. It's like it happens. This isn't like super rare. The only thing that's really rare about this is one, the amount of rain that we're seeing in like Kentucky and West Virginia, and then two, the severe weather that it's extending all the way up into Kentucky and Tennessee. We don't see that very often in the month of February. It happens, but it's more rare the further north you go up into like Kentucky. Penelope, yeah, the Murfreesboro area is pretty much done. Just rain now. Thank you, Jim, for the super chat. Appreciate that. And any predictions for the Florida Panhandle? I think it's gonna be mostly wind. Again, isolated tornado risk up in that area. Also, the University of the University of Southern Mississippi in Hattiesburg, where there's a tornado warning just outside of there. Wind is picking up a lot here as well. While that is happening, I'm going to take a really quick 60-second break. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. All right, back to radar. Again, we do have multiple tornado warnings still. 6 tornado warnings here at 12:30 a.m. Central Time. We got one down here southwest of Hattiesburg in Mississippi, going towards Purvis. And rotation's really just, I would say, pretty weak right now, but still something to watch for as that moves northeast. Who is chainsawing? Is that Corey? Oh, Corey is currently chainsawing. Well, we'll do that real quick. Corey Gherkin's out here getting a tree out of the road. I think Brandon Kopic might be there too. I can't tell. That might be Brandon. That's some damage just east of Meridian in Mississippi. They always have a chainsaw on hand. It's always ready to go. Thank you, Ty, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you for the generosity. Back to radar. Currently, again, we have tornado warnings as far north as Tennessee. This goes all the way back up towards Lynchburg. That area of rotation has been weakening over the last several minutes. It's this little area here, approaching Lynchburg and Tullahoma. And just continue to stay away from windows if you're in this area, in case we do end up getting a tornado kind of out of surprise. And let me check out Louisiana real quick. Apparently we got rotation near Bogalusa in Louisiana. This is an area that has had a few tornado warnings already. Actually, a few moments ago we had a tight couplet near Franklinton. May have had a brief tornado there a few minutes ago. So back down in Louisiana, we still got areas of rotation. in addition to high winds. Still got a tornado warning south of Tuscaloosa near Moundville. This is currently, again, tracking it to the east. Just south of Coaling. The rotation's been a little bit tighter there near Interstate 2059. And we still have some broad rotation up and down this entire line, all the way through Coleman, north of Tuscaloosa, and outside of Birmingham. So it's still a chance of a tornado really up and down this entire line of thunderstorms. Just make sure you're staying away from windows as this approaches. In addition to that, Meridianville, Hazel Green, wind is going to be hitting your area in a moment when it comes to damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Tornado threat still remains possible here, even though the rotation has definitely been a bit broader. Also, quick little update on the flash flooding threat right now. Again, we have tons of flash flood warnings across Kentucky and northern Tennessee, including Nashville now. We also have flash flood emergencies that continue across many areas in Western Virginia and also West Virginia and Western Virginia. It's like the same area basically, but those areas are still under flash flood emergencies for another 6.5 hours. And unfortunately, we got an entire line of storms that is heading that direction, and it is only going to add to the mess. And this is what it looks like right now in Pikeville, Kentucky. It is not looking good. I mean, there's just water literally everywhere. Flooding has gotten very significant, and it's only going to get worse really tomorrow morning because of all the rain that's going to be coming. And there are some businesses, I'm not sure, this is somewhere in Pikeville, but there are businesses here, and hopefully those stay safe, and hopefully everybody's home stays safe here too as well. We had a whole river flowing on this camera at one point, so not a good thing. And there's unfortunately just more rain coming. I mean, we got an entire line of storms coming. It's still raining right now. Even behind the line, we got an entire batch of some rain. And there's also going to be a threat for even snow back over there tomorrow morning, which is just unbelievable. So the conditions are only going to get worse. Thank you, Brando, for the super chat. Any predictions on how Hoover will be affected? I don't know what Hoover, like, I don't know where Hoover is, like, state-wise. Thank you, Keisha, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Heather, for the super chat as well. Hoover's in Alabama? Okay. Right now, the main concern in this area will be damaging winds. Still can't rule out an isolated tornado, though, around Birmingham, as this line continues to move east. Alabama is a great state. Can't disagree with that. Cannot disagree with that. I've been to Alabama before. It's a nice place. Especially down near the coast. I remember going to a seafood place along the coast. Really good. Can't remember the name, but it was good. What do I expect for Richmond, Virginia? I'm not anticipating anything really for Richmond in particular. I mean, it really should just be mostly, you know, rain. Don't think there will be a whole lot of severe weather up there. So we got a little rotation going towards Tullahoma in Tennessee. Rotation's a lot broader right now near Fayetteville. I know we have a few people watching from Fayetteville. Overall, the concern right now is more of wind than anything. And then Huntsville, we are still seeing some damaging winds. We got a little couplet, actually, over the north side of Huntsville as a few minutes ago. Velocities are a little behind, but see what the next radar scan shows, and this is the latest scan. Still got a little area of rotation over the north side of Huntsville. Good thing is it hasn't tightened up and dropped anything. But that's going in the direction of High Top, just south and east of New Market. Got an entire line of storms, again, that has rotation, basically all up and down. It might only be broad rotation, but again, rotation is rotation. Sirens are going off in Tullahoma. See if there's any other reports of anything here. Here is the, this is Corey Gherkin when the power flash happened in Toomsaba, Mississippi. All the leaves flying everywhere, too. Go back a second here. This is all the leaves flying and everything. And then the big flash here in a second. There it is. Big power flash. That's what a power flash looks like, by the way. I know a lot of people ask, what is a power flash, or what does it look like? And all that blue flashing are power flashes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Pretty interesting. All right, we do have a new tornado warning. This can be back over in Louisiana and Mississippi. If I had to assume, it's probably near Bogalusa. I think it might be that, actually, near Varnado. Or Varnado, sorry. Okay, new tornado warning. Varnado, near Lumberton. Into the northeast, going towards Interstate 59. Actually, I think we have a tornado in progress right now. Looks like we have a tornado on the ground near Varnado. Got a CC drop and everything. So likely tornado right now in progress near Varnado. I mean, it's kind of a fitting name, I'm not gonna lie. Little tornado there going towards Highway 43 and then going towards Lumberton. So seek shelter, and we likely have a tornado in progress. It's not very definitive for a CC drop, but I'd say it's enough to at least make sure you're getting to your safe place now. If you know any friends or family down here, make sure they're aware of this. But tornado is likely in progress, and it's also rain wrapped, which makes things even worse, especially at nighttime. You know what's crazy is that all day today we have not had a single tornado warning that has been upgraded to confirmed. That is honestly pretty crazy to think about. With all the tornado warnings that we've had today, not a single one has been upgraded to confirmed. Even though we've had some tornadoes, none of them have been upgraded. It would be crazy if we went the entire day without a confirmed tornado warning, like with all the warnings that we've had. Tina, it's mostly gonna be gusty winds. I think you'll be okay, but just make sure you have ways to receive alerts in case you do have to get up and evacuate from your mobile home in Northeast Tennessee. Appreciate the super chat. Stay safe. Don't jinx it. I don't know, man. I don't know. We've gone the entire day. I don't. Now, unless the CC drop becomes really defined on the next scan and it doesn't just fizzle out like a lot of these have, I would think that this is not going to get upgraded. It's really more of a possible debris signature. It can't really fully confirm it, but I would assume that's a tornado over the southeast side of Varnado. And the CC drop is gone. So, I mean, this is kind of the reoccurring theme here. Again, assuming that was a tornado, which I think it was, the CC drop's already gone. Now, that doesn't mean you should get out of your safe place if you're near Lumberton, because, again, this storm will have the chance to recycle and try to drop a new tornado going towards I-59. There's the latest velocity scan on this, which rotation is now crossed into Mississippi near Highway 43. Tornado warning does continue near Demopolis and also south of Tuscaloosa. Nothing confirmed on that storm at this point, but if we had a tornado, it'd be over Moundville, moving east towards Route 82. And then Birmingham, we have a line of storms rolling in right now. Damaging winds, the main concern. And then back up into parts of Tennessee, actually north of Huntsville. Still have a decent area of rotation over Meridianville, just off to the north there of Huntsville. Very strong winds for sure that have gone through Huntsville. We have a new radar scan coming in. We'll see what that looks like. Yeah, latest scan, mostly wind. There is a little bit of spin going back at that, so can't rule out a brief spin up. Back up into Tennessee, the rotations become a lot weaker up here. It's not really spinning as much, but we may still have an isolated tornado threat as that moves towards Beersheba Springs, just south of Manchester, eventually going towards Dunlap. And right now we have 5 tornado warnings, 3 of which in Alabama, and then technically 1/1.5 in Tennessee, and that has now gone up. So we have another tornado warning for Jackson and Madison counties in Alabama, and then another one for Lincoln and Franklin counties in Tennessee. You're right along the border. The tornado warning will continue here. And that's going to be just outside of Huntsville, going towards Stevenson, High Top, Huntland, Hazel Green, and Meridianville. You are all included in this new tornado warning. And Sewanee, back up there in Tennessee. So if you're anywhere in this warning, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Shout out, by the way, to Boom for the $20 super chat. You get 5 big booms. Appreciate the super chat. If anybody knows that joke, you know. Appreciate the super chat. And a tornado warning, but still no sirens. Never rely on tornado sirens for a tornado alert, because they don't always go off. Sometimes power goes out. Sometimes they just don't have them go off in general. And it's just not a good bet to rely on tornado sirens. And some places don't even have tornado sirens. So there's a lot of problems surrounding tornado sirens sometimes. Hey, Joe off of the super chat. Westboro, Ohio, south of Wilmington. My fire department closed roads for flooding in a couple places. Everyone be safe. And don't drive through floodwaters. It's a good reminder. Yeah, never drive through floodwaters. It is very dangerous. Especially if you cannot see what is below those floodwaters. We've had some big flashes of lightning there in Hattiesburg. Tornado warning just to the southwest of Hattiesburg. Hattiesburg's really getting hit with the worst of it right now with the line of storms, but tornado warning does continue back over near Varnado in Louisiana, just north of Poplarville.
A new tornado warning has been issued
in Louisiana. And we have yet again another tornado warning. This is going to be for Hale County in Alabama. Brings us to 7 tornado warnings across the board. This is going to be for Greensboro and New Bern. If you are in this warning, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Greensboro and New Bern. It's an extension to the Demopolis warning, which rotations right now located over Forkland. Thanks, James. Appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for sharing me around as well. Thank you, Jin, for the super chat.
A new
Another
tornado
one?
warning
Dude, we're up
has
to
been
8
issued.
tornado warnings at like 1 a.m. This is crazy. A new tornado warning now in Tennessee. This is going to be for Moore, Lincoln, and Franklin counties in Tennessee. I appreciate that, Jen. Thank you. Well, I can help. We're now up to 8 total tornado warnings. We got a new one for Lynchburg, Winchester, and south of Tullahoma. So if you are in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. Bottom right of your screen, that's one of the cameras inside of this warning near Winchester. We have a couple areas of rotation. We got one in Lynchburg, and we got another broad one north of Flintville. So we are now up to 8 total tornado warnings. Also, I'm going to make the alerts way smaller when we're on the screen. They cover up like the entire screen sometimes. I've been noticing that. All right, we're back down to 6 tornado warnings. It's a slight improvement over what we had before. Thank you, Greg. Appreciate it. All right, we are back down to 6 tornado warnings. The 2 over here just got, or 2 of the ones that were just reissued basically took over the other ones. So we're back down to 6 tornado warnings. We do have a large severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued, which covers like 8 or 9 different counties at least across both Tennessee and Alabama. That is for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour for Albertville, Guntersville, Fort Payne, Scottsboro, Hanceville, Coleman as well, back through Winchester, Tullahoma, and Shelbyville. So huge severe thunderstorm warning there. And then we also have tornado warnings ongoing back over near the Tuscaloosa area. If you are in Tuscaloosa, the severe weather threat is now moving through your area. Montgomery, you got about an hour or so until the severe weather threat really starts to ramp up back over there as well. So just be ready for that. And rotation is looking interesting near New Market right now. Definitely got some interesting rotation right here. Definitely a tornado potential just northeast of Huntsville, going towards High Top. Thank you, Jane. Appreciate the super chat and the generosity. Huge shout out, by the way, to anybody that has Venmo'd, PayPal, donated, or become a member today. I may have missed some earlier because of all the warnings we had, but I do appreciate your generosity as always. Again, today's stream is literally not sponsored at all, so your support means the world to me. Appreciate you guys as always. Yeah, you guys have been amazing today. I really do appreciate the support. This is, again, doing these streams is not cheap. We have a lot of licensing and stuff that we do, so to get all the camera views and stuff like that, and live, like all the storm chasers, so helps be able to get the word out there and also be able to have actual views of what's happening. It gives more of an idea of what's actually happening in real time, so. Why hasn't a tornado watch been issued for northern Georgia? Because there aren't really any storms over there. Until we actually have storms nearby, they'll issue one, more than likely. We'll probably issue some level of a watch. Which, if I had to guess, they'll issue one in within probably about an hour, maybe an hour and a half, if they issue one back up here in northwest Georgia. Still got rotation south of Tullahoma in Tennessee. Elsewhere in this warning, like west of Winchester, the rotation's been a little bit weaker here. It's been broadening out. We still got a large area of at least strong winds northeast of Huntsville. Going away from the radar, the winds are a little bit weaker. Going towards High Top right now. Thank you, Kimberly. Appreciate the generosity. Appreciate that super sticker. If you are in Huntsville, like in the downtown area, you're outside of the area of rotation. Still stay in your safe place for a few more minutes, but the rotation is now near New Market, moving towards High Top. Still nothing confirmed as of right now. Again, a lot of the tornado warnings are at least just kind of there in case we do get a tornado, like in between radar scans, because that's what a lot of these tornadoes are. At this point, it's going to be very difficult for there to be a tornado that lasts longer than like 5 minutes. We probably had like 6 or 7 tornadoes that we just haven't seen on radar that have happened. Again, it's just a matter of this being a QLCS tornado threat. They're much harder to see, you know, on radar, because the radar only updates every like 3 minutes. So... Thank you, Lavender. Appreciate the super chat. I have a friend in Memphis who is safe, and now I have a friend in Chattanooga and Dalton that I need to keep an eye on. Yeah, Chattanooga is really the next major location in the track of this line. Other than actually Birmingham technically is, but then it would be Chattanooga. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Greg, as well as Samantha for the super chats. And also Justin and Huntsville. Thank you, Gabriel, for becoming a member. Thank you, Jaden, for the 8 months. Thank you, Chomp, for the super chat. Hey, no problem. You don't have to send me anything. There's no obligation to send me anything. You know, you don't have to... Watching the stream is plenty. Or even just, you know, watching one stream a year. You don't have to donate or anything, though. It's not required by any means. I do appreciate the support. Where's the kitty? She is sleeping. She wants me to be, like, actually doing stuff instead of being on a computer for almost 8 hours. She's been getting a little annoyed here over the last couple hours, but her sleeping is probably a better thing. That we don't have to deal with it. We got an interesting setup here. We got like a whole inflow and a little hook over here. Northeast of Huntsville. Been a very interesting storm here. Hey, Jabbles, for gifting a member. Oh, I like my eggs. I like my eggs medium rare. How long until Chattanooga? You got about like 45 minutes to an hour. The line of storms is moving east-northeast at about 60 miles per hour or so. So... It'll be there within about an hour. Yeah, it's 55 miles out. I mean, you got little about an hour, maybe just a little under an hour. What kind of cat is she? She's a mix, but I did like a test thing with like a camera app, and it said it was like 50% Bengal or so, which is pretty interesting. I don't remember the other 50%. Thank you, Mystic, for the super chat. It's possible Knoxville might get hit with a tornado. Might be too early to tell. I honestly think, like, anywhere east... I would honestly say, just in general, like, the Knoxville area, it's a very low chance. The line of storms is really falling apart. The Storm Prediction Center tornado risk, you can't even see it anymore because it's... We're now past the SVC outlook. But I'm pretty sure Knoxville is in a very low-end tornado risk anyway. I don't really think there's going to be much of a risk over there. It's just so low. It's not zero. It's very low. Just have a way to receive alerts, and you should be fine. Thank you, Moy, for the 8-month membership. I had a lot of people send me... They were having large cheese curds today at the National Storm Chasing Convention. I saw that... I saw a whole thing on Twitter about people getting large cheese curds and stuff. The cheese curd curse lives on, I guess. I had cheese curds the day of... I think it was the day of or the day before that tornado event on Wednesday. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below, like the stream as well. And don't forget to click the bell icon down below so you're notified with the latest videos. We are going to be we're going to have another... we're not going to be live tomorrow, but we will have a video tomorrow morning talking all about the winter storm and the huge Arctic blast that'll be coming to the United States.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
As we go into the middle of this week. Do have a new tornado warning. That's for Perry County, Alabama. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately away from windows and lowest floor possible. Marion, New Bern are the main locations. Just to the southeast of Tuscaloosa. Thank you, Penelope, for the 9 months, and also Justin for becoming a member. Snaps to the moderators today. Yeah, W's in the chat for the moderators. Appreciate you guys all being here. Keeping the chat safe. Definitely still have a rotation right now. Near high top. And it hasn't really transpired to much, but we've had rotation consistently for a while. It's approaching the radar site now. In this tornado warning just northeast of Huntsville. It's going through more rural areas now. It'll eventually go towards Chattanooga. So if you're in Chattanooga, just stay weather aware. Yeah, you're good, Emma. Yeah, I don't think there's really much happening up there. Should be fine. Yeah, Murfreesboro, if you're at Murfreesboro, you're already clear. Other than rain, I mean, there's a lot of heavy rain behind this line. So the rain will continue. Rotation is intensifying right now near Greensboro and New Bern, going towards Marion in southwestern or kind of western Alabama right now. And the tornado warning back over south of Hattiesburg will be expiring in a moment. There is a couplet actually developing back over along the Gulf Coast near Madisonville and Maineville. It's going towards Pearl River and Slidell, so a little area of rotation there. So if you're anywhere back over near the Maineville area or Pearl River, stay safe. I would assume we're going to get a tornado warning on that if that rotation continues. Just came off the lake. No problem, Mystic. Glad you can trust me. Appreciate you tuning in. Hey, Southern Girl, for the generous $20 super sticker. Appreciate that. How many actual tornadoes tonight? If I had to guess, we've probably had like 10 to 12. I know we haven't seen that many, but like just generally speaking, we have a lot of brief tornadoes that happen in these events. And so if I had to guess, we've probably had 10 to 12. Like, it's pretty hard to say that we haven't had that many. Someone on your channel is saying that they're... Guys, if you ever see a comment on any channel, really, but obviously mine, and it's saying that there's like a, you know, there's a WhatsApp phone number or whatever it might be, it's a scam. I mean, you have to make sure whenever you see a comment from me that there's a check mark and it's in gray on YouTube. All right, and it's my actual name. Like, I have my username on YouTube is @MaxVelocityWX. A lot of these people, a lot of these scammers are putting like @MaxVelocityWX10, like a random number or a dot or something. So, but if you know what video that is or post, D-Shib, let me know in the chat and I'll look. But I mean, this is a thing everywhere. It's not just my channel. It happens on other channels too. It's very annoying. Very, very annoying. We're about to get pretty significant damaging winds through Birmingham. Line of storms is approaching Birmingham, Alabama very quickly. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds moving into that area here over the next several minutes. Should the east of Birmingham go to shelter? I would at least stay away from windows. I mean, if you're not under a tornado warning, you don't really have to go to a storm shelter unless you're like in a, you know, mobile home or something like that. But I'd play it on the safe side. Again, the main concern, damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. So, good idea to at least stay away from windows. We have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. Organized squall line with damaging wind gusts and a tornado threat will continue to move quickly eastward. A new weather or new watch will be necessary. So this severe weather threat, again, not really going anywhere. This is going to continue all the way through the overnight hours. We've been talking about this literally all stream and also in our videos. This is going to be an overnight severe weather threat. A new watch will be issued here soon across Georgia, including the Atlanta area. And then also back into parts of the Florida Panhandle and southeastern Alabama. The threats still remain the same. We're still talking about the threat for an isolated strong tornado or two, damaging winds upwards of 90 miles per hour, and then hail up to the size of $50. So make sure you are staying vigilant, weather aware overnight tonight. If you are in Georgia or Alabama, or even back over into the Florida Panhandle. And yeah, unfortunately, I cannot be live all the way until like 6 a.m. tomorrow. We'll still be live here for a while, but I cannot be live until like 6 a.m. tomorrow or something like that. So if you're back over in like central western Georgia, you may not see your threat until like early tomorrow morning. Thank you, sister, for the super chat. Thank you, Bree, for the 9 months. Happy birthday. Appreciate you tuning in. Tuning into the stream on your birthday. What a birthday. Appreciate that, Julie. Thank you for the $20 super chat. My wife and I love watching you live. Been watching since about 5 p.m. Central Time. Keep up the great work. Shout out from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Nice. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you for the generosity. So we got a bit of a little stronger area of rotation now approaching High Top, Alabama. It's much weaker up into Tennessee now. They'll probably end up canceling that northern tornado warning. Hey, Chris, for becoming a member. No tornado warnings now in either Louisiana or Mississippi, at least for the time being. The Storm Prediction Center has just issued a new tornado watch. So we have a brand new tornado watch now for Georgia and even Chattanooga. So Chattanooga, Tennessee, and all the way through western and northwestern Georgia, you are now included in a brand new tornado watch. Did I say tornado warning? I meant to say tornado watch if I said tornado warning. Tornado watch until 9 a.m. Eastern time. A couple of tornadoes are possible. Isolated hail up to the size of quarters. And then also scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour is likely. So again, make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts and have a tornado action plan in place if you are in these areas. 9 a.m. tomorrow, that is a long time. It's an 8-hour long watch. I said watch, all right. I was making sure. I'm tired, so I don't know if I slipped my wording. Honestly, what is the difference between a watch and a warning? A watch is like having the ingredients for a taco. A warning is you making a taco right now. Hey, D-Man, appreciate the 5 months. Appreciate you being a mod as well. Got a couple couplets right now outside of High Top. May see a brief tornado here as it goes towards Stevenson. Luckily, this area is a lot more rural. We got some like mountains and stuff like that just outside of Huntsville. Birmingham, Alabama is currently getting hit with the damaging wind threat. The worst of it is on the south side of town. We got a surging area of 70-mile-per-hour winds. Also got a little couplet southwest of Birmingham. Maybe a brief spin-up trying to form there near Lipscomb. It's going towards Indian Springs Village as well. Is Hattiesburg in the clear? Hattiesburg is in the clear. Yeah, you're just dealing with a little bit more rain and then you're done. You'll be done in that area here pretty soon. Hey, Storm Track, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. We are 4 members away on today's stream from 100 members. If you want to become a member, it is the join button down below. It's the top link in the description below. It is the best way, really, to support this channel, so definitely recommend becoming a member. You get a bunch of benefits like a chat badge, icon, emojis. All starts from as low as $2.99 a month. Helps the channel out a ton. Thoughts on Northwest Georgia? Should be mostly a wind threat. I would say an isolated tornado still remains possible. But the risk of tornadoes should be going down further north we are. So gradually speaking, like right now, this is what the line of storms looks like. In a couple hours, our main threat should be more confined to the south. And then a few more hours after that, more confined to the south. It'll just keep dropping south as we go into the morning. The northern side of this line has really fallen apart. I mean, it fell apart all the way back near Nashville. Like this line really fell apart fast. With that said, we've actually been seeing an uptick in rotation now near Manchester and McMinnville. So just southeast of Murfreesboro. Couple couplets there that have been forming. Let's hope those are just... Let's hope those kind of fizzle out.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We do have a new tornado warning for DeKalb and Marshall counties in Alabama. Let's see when that pops up on here. Northern Alabama. Clear or not clear rundown for Northern Alabama. Northern Alabama is already kind of winding down, unless you're back up here in like northeast Alabama. It's mostly just rain at this point. New tornado warning for Douglas, Albertville, Boaz, and Crossville. And Geraldine and Lakeview. Seek shelter if you're in this warning. We actually got a live camera on the Radar Mega Cyclone port. This is a live view right now in this tornado warning. Big flash of lightning right there. Traffic lights are swaying down there too. Definitely some gusty winds. What can Asheville, North Carolina expect? Mainly rain. Maybe some gusty winds. Not expecting much severe weather there. Is this your last year of college? I got 2 months left until I graduate, basically. Two and a half months or so until I graduate. With my bachelor's in meteorology. How does Atlanta look? We just got a tornado watch until 9. I mean, Atlanta's not going to really see anything until like 4 or 5 a.m. It's going to be a few hours. Main concern, again, being damaging winds and an isolated tornado. Thank you, Avery, for the 6-month membership. Problem at all. Appreciate you tuning in. Can't wait for your master's. I'm not going for a master's degree. I can't do more college. I really just... I would much rather just enjoy kind of life, you know. I enjoy doing this. I'd rather be focused more on what I'm doing now. What's the plan after graduating? Keep doing YouTube. That is the plan. I'm not planning on grad school though. I mean, I just don't see a point really. Like, it would be cool to learn more. I don't really feel like spending even more money on college. I've spent so much money on college, it's not even funny. So, that's just not worth it. And even then, I'd much rather just get into what I like doing, which is broadcast meteorology. Dr. Velocity has a nice ring, guys. I'm not going by doctorates. It'll take another 4 years. I've done enough schooling. You only live once. You feel like YouTube has helped your, or do you feel like my degree has helped my YouTube career? Yeah, there's certain aspects. I mean, there's some things that literally are pointless, but there are some things that have helped. You're in your 7th year of college? That's crazy. By the way, we got a little couplet over Buzzard Roost near Skyline going towards Stevenson. Been trying to drop a tornado here for a little bit, but still nothing confirmed on that. Dr. IHOP. Have I thought about being a meteorologist for a news company? That was my initial intent when I started college, and even before that, but I mean, at this point, I'd much rather do the independent side. It's more, like, I kind of like not having a boss. It's nice. Kind of decide what you want to go live for, and also get to decide when you upload videos and all that stuff. It's just more interactive and stuff. And I honestly think the independent route is really mainly where people are going right now. I mean, it's been happening all over social media. There are so many more independent journalists and weather people and stuff like that. Now, I'm gonna be honest, like, half of these weather people that you probably see, are over half of them do not even have degrees. So, you know, me having a degree, I mean, does it really make a difference? I would think it does for many reasons. Increases credibility and stuff like that. But there are just so many weather people out there that don't have degrees that, you know, don't even know half the things they're talking about. So. I'd probably say like 80% of people on like social media at least don't have degrees. Or a degree, I mean. For anything weather related. Yeah, independent media is way more interactive too, which is nice. I like the chat aspect and all that. Hey, Stormtrack for the super chat. I just enjoy, I like using Radar Mega more because of like the terrain features, and there's just, it looks better presentation wise, and there's just a lot more features in general, like all the cameras and stuff. Hey, Joe Hoff for the super chat. You can send me photos on Facebook too, at Max Velocity WX. Hey, Chris for the super chat. I would watch that Albertville area warning. Actually, let's go back to the live cam. I forgot. That's what it looks like right now in Albertville. I mean, if we get a tornado on this storm, it's gonna be,
A new tornado warning has been issued.
if we get a tornado on this storm, it's gonna end up being like pretty brief. But it is definitely picking up in wind right now, in Boaz, Alabama. We are now up to 16 severe thunderstorm warnings and 6 tornado warnings. The number continues to increase. Dr. Velocity professional hairstylist. All right, let's chill. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. New tornado warning, by the way, is for White, Warren, and Van Buren counties in Tennessee. This is all the way back up near McMinnville. So much further to the north. Again, seek shelter if you are in this warning. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. Station is definitely there. It's going towards Spencer. Village at Indian Rock Lake will eventually be in the track of this as well. Rotations again on the broader side of things, but they are still warning it just in case something does drop, especially with it being nighttime. Rotation appears to be much broader around High Top and Stevenson for right now. We have a couple little couplets that are trying to form a brief tornado, one north of Sherwood, one near Coan in Tennessee. Let's go back to the Albertville cam. How's it going, exploration? I'm in High Top. It's getting rough out here. Should be mostly wind. Maybe an isolated tornado up there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we got a brand new tornado warning. This is going to be in Alabama, DeKalb, Marshall, and Jackson counties. Pop up here in a second. We're back up to 6 tornado warnings, 14 severe thunderstorm warnings. Oh, it's way back up here. All right, new tornado warning. This is all the way back up near Scottsboro, Sylvania, Rainsville, and Valleyhead. Rotations right over the Guntersville Lake. Moving east-northeast towards Interstate 59. Again, seek shelter if you are in this warning. Langston, Section, Dutton, Ida are also included in this warning. Going back to the other tornado warning, this is a different view. Near Boaz. Not really much happening right now. Might be the calm before the storm. The rotation that we're looking at here is just to the west of this radar mega cyclone port. Nope, the wind's starting to pick up a little bit now. All right, wind's picking up now in this tornado warning. See if we can see anything. Past the worst front in Birmingham, some roof damaged. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have some damage across the board. I mean, the wind threat that's pretty widespread right now is just gonna continue to cause some damage. There's a flash of lightning. The wind is quickly picking up now in Boaz in this tornado warning. Oh wow, look at the wind on the bottom of your screen. It is really picking up now. That is the surge of wind. There might be a tornado here. I mean, it's possible. This wind is seriously picking up, though. Actually, it's changing directions. Look at that. It's changing directions. It's kind of going this way now. Or actually, no, it's going the other way. The wind is, like, changing directions as we speak. If we have a tornado, it's going to be on the left side of the screen. I think, right? Yeah. No. Yeah. Sorry, I'm second-guessing myself. It's in Boaz, Alabama. Big flash of lightning right there. Wind stays very strong here. It's all going right to left. It was initially coming towards us. It's a pretty clear indication of there being rotation with this storm, though. Our wind's starting to calm down a little bit. It's still definitely windy, though. I mean, this is a tornado-worn cell. This is exactly where the camera was, corresponding to the very strong winds near Double Bridges. It was all going towards the camera, then it kind of turned to the north. Rotation continues near Section. Rotation back up near the Tennessee and Alabama border is a little bit weaker. We still have a couple areas, though, near Sewanee. And then still have a tornado warning near Spencer. In McMinnville, it's a broad area of circulation near Irving College that is moving towards Spencer and eventually going towards Village at Indian Rock Lake. So still have a tornado warning there. And then north of Selma, still have a tornado warning there near Marion. Otherwise, though, again, no tornado warnings back down here at this time near the Gulf Coast. It's going to probably change at some point, but for right now, it's a little bit calmer. All of our tornado warnings, for the most part, are confined to northeast Alabama and southern Tennessee. My pen decided to draw a ton. We also have one south of Tuscaloosa. Keep in mind, basically this entire line of thunderstorms is rotating to some extent. We have rotation in a lot of different places. At the minimum, though, we are talking about a numerous to widespread area of damaging winds all the way from the Gulf Coast back into Tennessee. We'll continue to stay weather aware, have ways to receive alerts as we continue to go throughout the nighttime tonight. And as always, make sure, again, to subscribe to the channel. We are actually now 80 subscribers from 966,000. As a reminder, we will have a video tomorrow morning talking all about the big Arctic blast and all of that sort of jazz and the next winter storm, so stay tuned for that. What time am I streaming till? I have no clue. I'm getting tired. We have like 6 tornado warnings though, so. Which, this one really is quite literally the tiniest warning we've had today for Sewanee. Challenge get max to 1 million subscribers before he graduates. I think it's going to happen. I mean, we need 34,000 more subscribers. I don't think it's going to happen this week. Maybe next week if the weather stays active enough. If not, it'll be sometime in March, if I had to guess, at the rate that we're going. Make sure to share the stream with your friends and family, by the way. If you have any friends or family that aren't subscribed to the channel, feel free to share it with them. I mean, that we could get there even sooner. Or if you're watching the stream and you haven't subscribed to the channel, it's completely free to do. Again, it doesn't cost you anything. Just hit the gray button or the red button down below. Get more updates on severe weather coverages and stuff like that. But we're getting pretty close. A little over 96.5% of the way there. Any updates on Wednesday's winter storm? I'm talking all about that tomorrow morning, or technically this morning. We'll have an update at 6 a.m. or so, so stay tuned for that. And that'll be out again in only a few hours after the stream, basically. So we'll have that video out in about 5 hours or so. Probably about 5 hours exactly from now, we'll have a video talking all about the winter pattern that's coming. They are condensing some of the tornado warnings right now. If you hear the beeping in the background, I also got to fix that, but... By recording it before you go to sleep or waking up early? I'll record it before I go to sleep. You know, I usually... So for videos like right now, for example, like most of them are... Like for example, like tonight's video, it'll be recorded before 6 a.m. tomorrow. Like I'll record it like after the stream is done. The reason why is because like if I do it in 5 hours from now, the difference between the models is like nothing. Like there won't be really any changes to the forecast. So if this was like a severe weather event, it's more important to have a video made, you know, with the latest model data. So, you know, we do it the morning of, but like there's no reason to tonight, especially since the next model update would be like at 6 or 7 a.m. So, like, we already have the latest model data, essentially. So there won't be any difference or any change to my forecast.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Up to 7 tornado warnings. Got another one for Jackson County, Alabama.
A new
And we have
tornado
another one.
warning has been issued.
We have now 8 tornado warnings. We got another one now for DeKalb County in Alabama and another one for Jackson County in Alabama. The new one is going to be up here near Bridgeport and Stevenson. It's going to be a new tornado warning to replace this one. And then the other tornado warning is here. So it's going to be for Fort Payne and Collinsville. Again, these are just extensions to the warnings that we have. So we'll be back down to like 4 tornado warnings, I think, in a minute, or 5. Rotation right now is northwest of Collinsville, moving towards Fort Payne and Interstate 59. Rotation's also moving towards Sylvania and eventually going towards Valley Head. These will be eventually moving into northwest Georgia. And we still have some rotation east of these tornado warnings, but they have not continued warnings near Tracy City or west of Chattanooga. That's what it looks like in Chattanooga right now. Pretty cloudy skies. Storms off to the left side of your screen. All right, so a little update. The tornado warning south of Tuscaloosa is it has continued for now. If they issue a new one, it'll go towards Billingsley in Maplesville. And then further to the north, this is all the other tornado warnings that we have. The other 7 tornado warnings we have are all up here. One in McMinnville. That goes for 18 more minutes. This one's going to be let to expire. And this one also, I think, right? Or that one might just be canceled. So we will be, again, back down, I think, to about 5 tornado warnings here in a second. But still many tornado warnings out there. Again, if you're in any pink polygon, stay in your safe place. We don't have anything actively on the ground. Again, we've really not seen many active tornadoes on the ground on stream today, like even on like the radar. So a lot of these tornadoes that are happening are very quick, and they happen in between radar scans. We've only caught a few, really. I think we've caught like 4, maybe 5 tornadoes on stream today. They've just been very brief. Check Twitter DMs. I'll look, but I don't know if I'm going to find yours. So many direct messages. Oh, I see. Yeah. The flooding is crazy. Night Twisters, the nightmares we pray don't happen. Yeah, unfortunately, this is just a fully nocturnal threat today. I mean, there has not been, like, the entire tornado risk today has literally been during the nighttime. There has not been really any point where we had a tornado warning where there was really any sunlight. Like, we had that at the very beginning, but it was so brief. Unfortunately, this has literally been all nocturnal, which is literally the worst. These types of events are the worst. It sucks, but I mean, it is what it is. Fortunately, it's just the season. We have a lot more nocturnal threats this time of the year in the Dixie Alley, which it's typical because the sun literally doesn't set until, or it sets like at like 6 p.m. or something. Do I get sleepy during the night streams? Not all the time. It just depends on the event. I mean, I'm pretty tired right now. I think if there was like just, I don't know. It just depends on the day. I mean, I was waiting to go live for like 6 hours earlier, so that's probably one of the reasons why I'm more tired than usual. I was kind of anticipating to go live a little bit earlier than like 5:30 today, but it is what it is. I haven't had food either in like 6 or 7 hours, so I'll be getting some food after this. Probably just a snack. Alright, we are back down to 6 tornado warnings. Not much of an improvement, but we are slowly kind of going down, I could say, maybe. We're technically down to like 5 because this one is done, the one on the back end here. But we still have rotation right now, approaching Fort Payne, Alabama, Slovenia, and Valley Head. Still got a little bit of rotation, but this is mostly now going up into South Pittsburgh and Tennessee. And then the rotation back up here in Tennessee, near McMinnville, still remains broad, going towards Spencer. So just continue to stay in your safe place if you're in Spencer, just outside of Sparta. That's what it looks like in Sparta, Tennessee right now. Pretty chill for the time being. Pretty calm, but it should get pretty interesting here soon. Got a new radar scan coming in. We'll stay here.
Hi.
The cat's looking at me like, why have you been sitting in this chair for 8 hours? Alright, latest scan still showing that rotation. I mean, again, it's still staying pretty broad, but stay in your safe place if you're in that warning. This tornado warning, I don't think will be extended. The rotation's been much broader down near Valley Grande, west of Billingsley. Rotation's still broad up here in northeast Alabama. Should I stay up in Georgia due to the tornado watch? I mean, if you go to bed, just make sure you have ways to receive alerts. More than one, preferably. I cover South Alabama. It's mostly wind down here. We don't really have much of a tornado risk with these. These are mostly just outflow dominant. I don't really foresee there being a whole lot of a tornado risk here over the next like hour. Maybe like an isolated tornado, but it's mostly going to be wind, I think, down here for a bit. I really think the main tornado risk is actually going to be up here in Tennessee and Alabama where it currently is. And then maybe something out here in central Alabama. But I think southern Alabama is just on kind of a lower spectrum right now. We have a lot more of these Boeing segments that have formed, which is leading to more kinks in the line. And that's kind of leading to more of a tornado risk right now. Am I gonna go to sleep? I mean, you can if you have ways to receive alerts. I need coffee and a burger. I don't drink coffee. Coffee and a burger sounds like a weird combo, I'm not gonna lie. I'm probably just gonna eat a snack, honestly, and then make a video and go to bed. I'm tired. Like, there's just nothing I really could eat that would make me happy. Breakfast food would be like the best thing, but I don't feel like eating a whole entree of breakfast at 2:30 in the morning. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. I can't wait for 1 million either. It's gonna be so exciting. It'll be so exciting. All right, last radar scan here, and then I'm probably gonna wind it down. Again, still some rotation here, Fort Payne and as well as Sylvania. None of them have tightened yet. Just stay in your safe place. Back up near Sparta, just southeast of, again, of Nashville. Still have broad rotation, and tornado still possible as that moves towards Spencer Village at Indian Rock Lake, and eventually towards Crossville. Areas like Knoxville, you still got a few hours until this even hits you. Chattanooga, we're talking really within the next 30 minutes. It's pretty disorganized right now in your area, but could see an isolated spin up, mainly damaging winds. Further south across this line, it's mostly wind, but again, brief tornadoes are all possible up and down this line. And then we still have a tornado warning for a few more minutes near Marion, but this one will probably just get canceled. So main concern, again, back over on the northeast side of Alabama right now, and eventually into northwest Georgia, and maybe an isolated tornado still in Tennessee. Gulf Coast threat is mostly wind at this point. Again, continue to stay weather aware just in case any tornadoes happen. But in general, again, the severe weather threat is just going to continue for the next several hours. It's going to go all the way until 9 a.m. But I'm tired. All right. And we've been live for almost 8.5 hours now. And honestly, I'm tired. I honestly thought I could make it longer, but it's been a long last 8 hours. And I think I'm going to call it there. Obviously, if you are anywhere here in the Deep South or the Tennessee Valley, continue to have multiple ways to receive alerts and have a tornado action plan ready to go. Make sure you just stay alert. That's the biggest thing. All right. I'm tired, so I'm going to wind it down. Make sure to subscribe to the channel if you're new here. Like the stream as well. Make sure to join our Discord server. Follow us on Twitter and Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. If you want to support the page above and beyond, there's PayPal and Venmo links down below. You can also become a member on the channel for as little as $2.99 a month. Helps the channel a lot. Again, we had no sponsors today, so again, I really appreciate all your support today. Really means the world to me. Thank you guys all so much for watching today's stream, and also thank you if you like the stream, if you just watched it in general, if you subscribe to the channel. Appreciate you guys being here. Thank you to the 96 new members that we had today on today's stream. Really appreciate you guys. And we will see you guys all again in the next stream, which will probably be weeks from now, because I don't think we're going to have any live streams anytime soon, unless we go live for that winter storm. If we don't go live for the winter storm, it's going to be a while. And also, we'll have a video tomorrow, or technically today. We'll have a video in about 5 hours talking about that Arctic blast and winter storm. So stay tuned for that. Click the bell icon down below, and we'll see you guys all again in the next stream. Appreciate you guys all watching.